He is the final boss of the greatest monster tower out there. And frankly, he is bored as hell for one simple reason. Every hunter who comes to defeat him is weak and dies before he can even have a little fun. Even so, they keep coming. An overconfident hunter appeared on his wedding anniversary. And it ended with a funeral. A little girl pretending to be lost also tried to attack him, but she failed and he killed her too. More hunters arrived, men hacked to pieces, desperate challengers trying to prove their strength. But Baphomet defeated them all with ease. Instead of satisfaction, he only felt disappointment, longing to leave the tower. But the door cannot be opened from the inside, so he has no escape and must wait for new challengers to kill. Over time, he tried everything, even banging on the door until one day, a phone dropped by a hunter began to ring. Curious Baphomet picked it up. When the next hunter entered, boasting about being the greatest, Baphomet easily defeated him and asked about the phone. Knowing that it unlocks with the user's face, he used the hunter's severed head to open it. While the man tried to attack thinking Baphomet was distracted, Baphomet killed him without even looking. Baphomet then began collecting all the items the hunters dropped. These human objects fascinated him and taught him about the human world, their habits, and their stories. His curiosity grew, along with the desire to see the outside world. Through these items, he learned that humans believe in God and pray for their wishes. One day, he also prayed to become a human, if only once. But his moment of longing was interrupted by the beep of the phone. Then he sensed someone approaching and sat up straight on his throne. He waited, but that feeling no longer excited him. The cycle of killing hunters had lost its drama. Now he just wanted to kill the next person quickly and take whatever items they dropped. As soon as he saw the figure enter, he sensed the power radiating from that person, and immediately defended himself against the hunter's sword. He attacked, but the hunter leaped into the air. When the hunter counterattacked, Baphomet realized this one was different, for this hunter was worthy of his time. For a moment, both probed each other before their blades collided. During the battle, Baphomet finally felt excitement again after a long time. He activated his chains to grab the hunter, but the hunter easily dodged them. Baphomet appeared behind him, but the hunter sensed his movement and leaped high again the next moment. The hunter slammed him to the ground and prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Looking at the hunter, Baphomet felt a bit of envy toward his strength, but he stood up without a blade ready for another attack. The hunter confronted him head-on. In an instant, the clash of blades echoed throughout the tower, and Baphomet wondered if he would truly be defeated by a mere human. He unleashed his full power, summoning countless blades toward the hunter, who blocked each one with his energy. Baphomet proclaimed his supremacy, but the hunter mocked him, saying that despite all his power, he was still just a prisoner here. Baphomet was stunned as the hunter rushed forward with overwhelming strength, forcing him to wonder if he was truly a powerful being, or just a toy bound to this place. Instantly, the hunter's attack slashed through his skin, and for the first time, Baphomet admitted that this human was strong and free, not a toy. In that moment, he wished to be like this young man, to escape this tower, to be free and to be strong. He didn't notice a quest quietly appearing before his eyes. The next moment, the hunter killed him. The next moment, the hunter received a notification that he had finally conquered the Abyss Tower, and it would soon collapse, so he had to leave immediately. He had no idea Baphomet was still alive. His hand gripped the hunter's blade as the man turned to leave. A while later, workers arrived to clear the ruins of the tower, the bodies of countless hunters who tried and failed to conquer it. Then one of them spotted a figure among the ruins and assumed it must be a survivor. They called out to him. That figure was none other than Baphomet. His mind flashed back to the final moments when he stood up behind the hunter, just as the man prepared another attack. Baphomet counterattacked with all his might, using his bare hands to pierce the hunter's body and crush his heart. In that moment, he killed the hunter and realized he had survived. Now the workers kept asking for his name, but Baphomet was too overwhelmed, staring in amazement at his new body. Then he recalled the main quest he had received to kill Hunter Giovanni to fulfill his deepest desire. The quest was complete. He looked up and introduced himself, hardly able to believe he was human. Hunters in this world are warriors who fight monsters from gates and towers, though the profession wasn't respected. Until the Gate Shock incident occurred, when an unconquered tower released monsters into the real world, killing 1/3 of humanity. Only after this disaster did people start to take hunters seriously and train to conquer towers. Baphomet, the terrifying final boss of the Abyss Tower who killed thousands, had finally become human as he wished. People initially thought he was the hunter who conquered the tower, but when he couldn't show any power, they called him a fraud. As a result, he ended up as the leader of a small alley gang of low-level incompetents. An inexperienced new miner joined the workplace, and the boss reassured him that mining was simple, and he would learn quickly. The boy was amazed by the giant mines, and the boss explained that hunters had cleared out the monsters, making the tunnels safe. The boy was assigned to Sector D, where rare gems were often found. Just then Baphomet arrived with his gang. His subordinates cleared the way for him. When the boy asked who they were, the boss whispered that they were hot-tempered thugs, especially Baphomet, and it was best not to anger them, even though. The boy was shocked that the manager tolerated them. The boss replied that the foreman personally wanted them because they were extremely efficient. The aforementioned foreman arrived satisfied with their performance and handed out wages. Reo Chow complained about his salary, while Baphomet was startled when the foreman mentioned sending his wages to her. After the foreman left, the gang offered to treat Baphomet to a meal or a bath. A curious subordinate asked what their boss did with his money, but another one slapped him, warning him not to be nosy. Baphomet reminisced. The rogue female doctor who treated him after he escaped the tower. Since he had no money, she told him to do manual labor to pay off his medical bills, which he was still doing. Finding work was difficult because everyone recognized and mocked him as a fraud. After being repeatedly bullied, he finally lost his temper and fought back, defeating everyone who mocked him from then on. Anyone who so much as looked at him got beaten, and that was how he became the leader of a gang of thugs. But despite his power, this was not the life he had desired when dreaming of being human. Suddenly a monster appeared and attacked a miner. But the hunters saved him just in time. They warned everyone not to enter this unconquered area. Watching their power, Baphomet felt a deep longing. Strength was what he truly desired. He recalled how he had lost all his power and regretted the kind of person he had become. This was not what he wished for. Instead, he thought of Gia Van, the kind of person he truly wanted to be. Baphomet's subordinates noticed his gloomy mood and comforted him, insisting he was cooler than the hunters. They mocked the hunters for being overrated, saying their strength only came from awakening, and that without it, they were just ordinary people who could be easily defeated. On the outside, Baphomet agreed. But in his heart, he remembered Gia Van, a truly powerful hunter who proved the opposite. Another subordinate mentioned that hunters earn so much money they can live in penthouses. Baphomet didn't understand why the top floor was special. Another added that hunters don't even need to work hard for money because their power does everything for them, while people who earn money through effort deserve more respect. This idea deeply affected Baphomet. For the first time, he understood the value of money, the meaning of earning something through one's own effort. A subordinate noticed Baphomet's confusion and teased him, and Baphomet suddenly realized he was smiling. Their silly conversation actually made him happy. Excited, his subordinates began competing to make him laugh, and even decided the funniest person would get the largest share of money. Looking at them, Baphomet felt a warmth in his chest, a feeling he once only associated with battle when he fought Gia Van. It was joy. He realized that as a human, he could feel joy without fighting, and this thought finally made him truly smile. He understood that he didn't need power to feel alive. One of the subordinates suddenly asked his name. Baphomet replied that he no longer used it. The answer startled the subordinate, who said it actually made him look more mysterious. Then the subordinate suggested Baphomet use his name, saying he had never lived up to the name his parents gave him, but would be happy if Baphomet used it. Curious. Baphomet asked what his name was, and the subordinate mentioned he had told him many times before, but of course Baphomet had forgotten. He was about to repeat it, when suddenly a violent explosion occurred behind them. The very next moment, the subordinate was caught in the explosion and swallowed by flames. A moment later, Baphomet woke up. A searing pain pierced through his side. The next moment, he was horrified by what he saw. People were being burned alive, screaming for help. The air was thick with smoke and blood. Among those who had fallen, he discovered the charred body of his companion. He looked down and noticed his hands were soaked in blood. The body of his loyal subordinate lay right next to him. For a second, his mind went blank, then memories flashed. It was the same feeling of empty disappointment he used to feel when a fight ended too soon, when his toy broke before he was finished playing, but this time the emotion wasn't boredom, it was rage. He staggered to his feet, trembling with anger, demanding to know who was responsible for this massacre. Meanwhile, 2 C-rank hunters were engaged in a desperate fight against the culprit, a man disguised as a miner, who was grinning as he declared this trip was worth it. One of the hunters quickly recognized who he was, a scavenger, a type of hunter who specifically hunts other hunters to steal their loot. The man laughed, saying the hunter was only half right. The male hunter looked around, hoping there were survivors, but the female hunter insisted they must focus on the fight because the chance of survival seemed non-existent. When he hesitated, she snapped at him, reminding him of the duty they swore as hunters to protect civilian lives. He argued back, saying they were no match for a B-rank hunter, that they should retreat and call for backup from more experienced warriors. Their argument was cut short by the scavenger's surprise attack. He mocked their useless talk. As his blade slashed through the air, the woman rushed at him furiously. But the man remained calm and warned her that rash actions are why hunters get killed, before she could react. The scavenger's sword slashed her leg, sending her tumbling to the ground, wasting no time. The scavenger summoned his minions through dark portals and they flooded the area like ghosts. Then his gaze shifted to the injured girl. His smile widened as he realized how lucky he was to capture a live one. She trembled in horror as she heard their laughter echoing throughout the burning mine. She tremblingly asked about it. The man grinned and told her she was only half right. They pretended to be scavengers, but in reality they were something much worse. What he revealed sent a chill down her spine. She screamed at them, but several of them approached while their boss casually lit a cigarette. One of his subordinates pointed out the expensive weapons the hunters were carrying, but the boss waved his hand telling him to leave them. They were bound items useless to anyone except their original owners. Bound items lose all effectiveness, dropping to 0% if anyone else tries to use them. Meanwhile, the girl was still sobbing, which clearly annoyed her captors. One of them growled at her to shut up, saying no one was coming to save her anyway. The boss laughed sinisterly, remarking she had used up a lifetime of luck, but before he could finish his sentence, his head suddenly flew off his neck, cleanly severed, by none other than our boy Baphomet, who was using a bound weapon. He stabbed another thug without hesitation and demanded to know who was responsible for this destruction. Right then, a notification appeared before his eyes. It was about a hidden quest. Feel the rage on behalf of a human. The moment he completed it, power surged through his body. He gripped his weapon and roared in anger, demanding to know who dared to break his toys, referring to the massacre of his subordinates. In a sudden moment, Baphomet stepped forward and grabbed the sword of the fallen hunter. His system warned that performance would drop to 0 if he used someone else's bound item, but suddenly, our boy received a cheat code, a system error that activated his weapon mastery power as soon as he touched the weapon. With that, he gained the ability to use the weapon steal skill and could also use other people's items. He decapitated the thug holding the girl, and the boss sensed him immediately. Baphomet once again demanded to know who had broken his toys. The boss couldn't believe someone had survived. However, Baphomet asked if he was the culprit. The boss mocked him, saying he was a bit too old to be playing with toys. Then he ordered his minions to prepare to fight our boy while wondering if Baphomet was actually a hunter in disguise. Whoever he was, the boss decided to wait and see him fight, because he only expected 2 hunters, but there was one more. The minions rushed toward him. He quickly killed one of them. Another tried to attack, but Baphomet caught his hand mid-strike and decapitated him within seconds. Seeing him fight with such lethal efficiency, the boss felt excited for having found a treasure in this man. He attacked immediately, but our boy easily parried it. The boss studied him thoroughly, wondering about his rank during their swordplay. He suspected Baphomet might be a C-rank hunter, but after witnessing his combat speed, he became excited, realizing that Baphomet must be at a much higher level. As he attacked again, his blade grazed Baphomet's face, leaving a thin scratch. The boss continued to mutter in disbelief. Why would someone so powerful disguise himself as a thug? He guessed Baphomet must have come to loot, but then dismissed the thought. Idle speculation was useless since he was going to kill his opponent anyway, saying that he lunged forward. Baphomet braced himself, but the boss's attacks were so fast he could barely see them. The sword repeatedly slashed through the air, landing hits and wounding him over and over again. The boss mocked him for being too slow to react to his attacks. He was using a weapon called a whip sword to counter his opponent's physical strength, especially someone with no experience fighting hunters. He attacked again, declaring he would cut Baphomet into pieces to keep his valuable organs. He struck once more, but this time Baphomet evaded it by activating a passive skill called Death's Throw. With this skill, all of his stats increase by 15% every time he loses health. The boss was stunned as Baphomet suddenly began to keep up with his speed, blocking his attacks with precision. Baphomet delivered a powerful punch that sent the boss tumbling to the ground. He immediately rushed in to attack again, but the boss used the whip to block his sword. Still wondering where this sudden power came from, Baphomet raised his sword again, but before he could attack, the boss quickly evaded. Baphomet prepared for another attack while the boss studied his relentless movements. The boss smirked, thinking Baphomet believed he was superior. But he was determined to prove he was the one truly in control. The next moment, the boss swung his whip sword. His plan was simple: exhaust our boy with relentless attacks until he won. Judging by Baphomet's strength, he assumed he must be at least B rank. His whip slashed across Baphomet's face, but the boss's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly saw a monstrous form before him. Everything around him turned red for a brief moment, and he wondered if he was even fighting a human anymore to his horror. Baphomet severed his arm, eyes burning with the fire of vengeance for his fallen subordinates. "This one is for Big Bro!" he roared as the boss screamed in pain. Mercilessly, Baphomet severed his other arm. And this one is for the quiet one. He then hacked off one of the boss's legs for revenge, for the fat one. Finally, he stood before the man, preparing a strike for the one who had given him his name. The name of the boy, Minucha, was revealed as Baphomet struck again, ruthlessly taking down the boss. Now full of rage, he raised his blade for the finishing blow because the man dared to anger him. The boss cursed loudly, demanding to know the identity of his attacker. Without a word or a hint of mercy, Baphomet raised his sword once more and without a second thought ended the boss's life. Though an unfamiliar surge of heat ran through his body, an intense nameless rage, the system's warning echoed in his mind, a reminder that power never comes without a price. His price manifested as the fatal blow recoiled upon him, pushing his body into a state of frenzy. The urge to kill overwhelmed his reason, twisting his thoughts into fragments hungry for flesh, blood, and anything that still breathed. Movement behind him caught his attention. The female hunter tried to stand up, and his instincts flared. The sword raised almost on its own, somewhere deep inside. A voice rose cold and absolute, reminding him of his purpose. Created to kill, created to destroy. A distant voice pierced through the fog. Someone was reporting the survivors to a superior, unaware of what was actually standing right in front of them. Footsteps followed, and the leader appeared, ordering silence. His gaze fell on Baphomet with a flash of confusion. This wasn't the person they came to find, but something about this face made him uneasy, as if a forgotten memory was resurfacing. To Baphomet, he only saw a scene of more humans to slaughter. He moved forward, but before he could reach them, the air around him changed. Something invisible brushed past him. A whisper drifted through the madness. The world faded as it touched the shadows that followed, and consciousness gradually slipped away. The scene shifted to him sitting on a throne, his subordinates asking for the next order. He commanded them to kill all humans on Earth. The scene then changed to him now in human form, his body pierced by Giovanni as he lay weak, reaching his end. The next moment he woke up with a start. He looked around, startled to find himself in a small empty room instead of the mine. Seeing him wake up, the leader immediately recognized him from the Abyss Tower incident and called him a fraud. The leader wondered if the reason he killed those men was part of another scam. Hearing this, Baphomet was confused and realized the hunter the boss was talking about was the one he had killed in the mine. The leader went on to say he had tried to look up information on him, but found nothing, as if he never existed. He pointed out that Baphomet wasn't even registered in the hunter registry, leading him to suspect he had awakened his powers during the attack. Curious about his identity, the boss warned that his fate depended on his answers. In response, Baphomet punched the glass wall, cracking it with sheer strength. Irritated by the endless questions, he reminded the boss that common courtesy is to introduce oneself first. From behind the glass, the boss calmly observed him and asked again why he was in the cell, wondering if he regretted killing the hunter they were looking for. Then, with a mocking tone, he threatened that if that hunter ever came back to life, he would make sure his body was never found. Changing his tone, he asked if he should do the same to the officer as well. That statement caught the man off guard. Appearing in front of Baphomet, he laughed and challenged him to kill him if he could. Startled, Baphomet stared at the man, who reminded him strangely of Giovanni. He lunged at him, but with one swift move, the man pinned him to the ground, grabbing him by the neck. The man smirked, clearly amused by Baphomet's hunter skills, and praised his fighting spirit. Finally, the man revealed he was a member of a secret government association tasked with tracking and capturing criminal hunters. They are called Joseph, and they were pursuing the hunter. Baphomet killed a criminal who should have been executed on the spot. That man had posed as a scavenger, but instead of looting, he killed them and sold their body parts to a few stupid rich old men who believed they could become immortal by transplanting hunter organs. The officer admitted that Baphomet had eliminated a criminal, but pointed out they couldn't ignore the fact that he had also killed 5 others. He analyzed the scene, noting the killings were clearly the work of a professional. He doubted someone newly awakened would have the nerve to kill so ruthlessly unless they had a natural killer instinct. From his experience, the officer concluded that Baphomet must have killed countless people before to display such efficiency. However, the problem was they couldn't find any information on him besides the Abyss Tower incident, so the officer decided to investigate him further. Meanwhile, Baphomet began to sweat. He had only recently become human. The officer concluded Baphomet was dangerous. Baphomet also realized that with his current strength he couldn't oppose this officer. The officer continued saying Baphomet had an evil nature and would eventually become a criminal, and when that happened, they would handle him. But Baphomet's thoughts turned to Giovanni. He figured Giovanni was born human and had enough time to strengthen his human body, which was why he could defeat him. At that moment, the officer decided Baphomet's fate. They had to eliminate him before he became a criminal. At the Central Agency for Hunter Affairs, There was always hustle and bustle. Finally, our boy sat at one of the desks as the receptionist asked about his purpose for being there. The scene flashed back to the officer just teasing him, saying they couldn't simply kill anyone they wanted. Besides, the officer admitted he liked him, declaring they had found a bargain. Someone with a natural killer instinct and the instinct to handle anything. So they decided to use him. The officer then offered him a position in the Yoga Association where he could put his killer instincts to proper use. Now in the present, he wanted to register as a hunter. The receptionist prepared to do so after checking his aptitude records. Things that the yoga officer had pre-programmed into the system regarding his aptitude results. He received additional support from another agency. After confirming everything the receptionist announced, he needed a code name to use as his professional hunter identity. He remembered the officer telling him that hunters use specific names to distinguish themselves from civilians, so he needed to choose one. The receptionist asked what code name he wanted or if he preferred a suggestion. The officer had warned him about the scam that drew attention to him, reminding him his new job required secrecy, so he had to choose wisely. Thinking of that, he smiled, thinking the officer would regret giving him this chance because he was determined to become stronger than everyone else. In that moment, he took the name Baphomet because he wanted everyone to tremble when they heard it. After registering, our boy was killing a monster with his bare hands. He kicked a wolf as it tried to attack from behind, and slammed it into the ground so hard it died instantly. The other wolves were terrified by the sight and scattered, but one of them suddenly evolved into a werewolf, stomping the ground with violent force. It prepared to pounce on him when Baphomet abruptly blocked it, raising his hand and trying to summon something. When the summon failed to appear, he punched the werewolf so hard it bled on the spot. After completing the mission, he stepped out of the portal. Wondering why his power had not yet fully awakened, he checked his system and saw that it required him to feel rage on behalf of humanity. He guessed he received this power because he wanted to kill that criminal hunter. However, he still felt confused about this system. It kept forcing quests on him just like back in the tower. He decided to set this topic aside for now, as he first needed to figure out his next move. He heard a knock on the door. He thought about his powers again, how he kept losing them but always found a way to get them back. He was used to starting from zero. Just then someone came from behind and asked if he was Baphomet. Sensing the dark power of that person, he almost panicked. But the person turned out to be Officer Ma. Officer Ma scolded him for using the Abyss Tower boss's name as a code name and accused him of trying to attract attention. He showed him a message from the team leader and reminded him that he had warned him not to stand out. He assumed Baphomet did it out of resentment for being called a fraud, but because of this stunt, his reputation as a hunter was ruined. Even worse, investigations at the Abyss Tower had concluded that Gia Van was the one who killed the final boss of the tower. This immediately caught Baphomet's attention. The officer continued to explain that Gia Van was one of Korea's greatest hunters who sacrificed himself for that mission, then asked Baphomet how he planned to settle this mess. However, Baphomet remained indifferent. He had no intention of laying low, as he was too used to accusations to care about scandals anymore. All he wanted was to become strong enough to make everyone shut up. The officer warned him, asking if he thought he could handle the consequences. With no other choice, the official ordered him to Jeju Island to face the repercussions. Baphomet arrived at Jeju Island and was amazed to see the sea in real life, as he had only seen it through a phone before. His guide Tae Dong said he would call a taxi since they had a few hours before the meeting. Excited, Baphomet ran toward the water, making Tae Dong feel annoyed. He recalled his superior's orders to monitor Baphomet closely. They believed ordinary people couldn't handle their work, and that Baphomet was the perfect subject to be manipulated, and if he caused trouble, they could certainly handle it. Baphomet was then fascinated by a blue-eyed foreigner, thinking he must belong to one of the other races he had read about on the phone. Embarrassed, Tai Dong pulled him away. They soon arrived at Han Ethan, a training center for new hunters. Baphomet was surprised to learn that hunters needed training and weren't just people who fought monsters. Tae Dong explained that the government manages hunters through regulations because of their large numbers. He gave Baphomet a new ID card, supplies, and a smartphone. This made Baphomet truly happy. His official human name was now Minucha, taken from one of his subordinates. Baphomet suspected Tae Dong was watching him, and Tae Dong bluntly admitted it, saying Baphomet would soon understand why. Inside, Baphomet felt bored during the orientation ceremony, only to discover that the director leading the ceremony was the official from before, who introduced himself as Mr. Ma. After the ceremony, Baphomet questioned him about his connection to the Joseph Group. Mr. Ma told him to lower his voice and explained that his official position was at the Central Agency for Hunter Affairs. When Baphomet accused him of deceiving others, Mr. Ma mocked him, reminding him that he was already famous for being a fraud. Around them, the crowd whispered, calling Baphomet a fraud and mocking his nickname. The director advised him not to associate with him in public, saying it could tarnish his own reputation. Just then, a subordinate called Mr. Ma, and he happily left. Mr. Ma sat at his desk, and his subordinate asked what Baphomet wanted. Mr. Ma lied easily, saying Baphomet only asked about the schedule. One employee complained that the government should blacklist someone like Baphomet, and another called him disgusting for using the tower boss's name as a nickname. Mr. Ma reminded them not to speak ill of anyone since they were civil servants, and they apologized inwardly. He was satisfied that the more people spoke ill of Baphomet, the more Baphomet would feel grateful to him for protecting his reputation. He noticed the kid was smiling to himself and assumed he was just a simple-minded brute. This fit perfectly into his plan. But then the atmosphere changed. A group of A-rank hunters entered, identified by their gold ID cards. The hall was immediately filled with whispers of admiration. Someone pointed out that A-rank training wasn't supposed to start until next week, and another explained that schedules often change and it was probably just a mix-up. However, Mr. Ma was delighted by this unexpected opportunity. He knew the presence of elite hunters would positively influence the newcomers. Except for our boy, of course. Baphomet was too distracted staring blankly at the buffet feast in front of him, dishes he had only ever seen on a phone. Back in the tower, he never felt hunger like this, and after becoming human, he survived mostly on soup or instant noodles. This was his first proper meal. He tried to recall what people say before eating, and finally remembered he had to express gratitude for the meal. Just as he was about to eat, one of the A-rank hunters poured water on his head, mocking him for being the famous Baphomet. The hunter mocked his ordinary appearance, expressing disappointment. The man introduced himself as Lion, while his friend told him he should restrain himself a bit, because everyone was watching. Lion felt no regret, but his companion did. He apologized to the kid, while adding that the name Baphomet was to blame for taking the identity of the tower's final boss, as that boss had killed many of their fellow hunters. The name itself was provocative, and he advised Baphomet to change his nickname. Our boy wasn't listening. He flipped food onto Lion's head, making everyone gasp in unison. Mr. Ma appeared visibly annoyed. Lion cursed loudly at him for his audacity. Baphomet demanded to know why they were so upset over a name. He couldn't resurrect the monster just by calling its name. Lion was stunned by that. Baphomet retorted that if they cared about their friends, they should have defeated the final boss sooner. Instead, their complaints sounded like weakness. One of Lion's friends mocked the absurdity of his logic. Baphomet provoked Lion further, calling him a weakling and challenging him. Provoked, Lion lunged at our boy. His physical abilities were amplified by an active buff skill, and he was furious because Baphomet had killed Giovanni. Lion recalled how Giovanni had encouraged and believed that he would pass the A-rank evaluation. He swung a punch while our boy calculated whether to block or evade. Both expected the clash to end in blood. The fight was interrupted by someone else reminding them that fighting here was against the rules. Everyone fell silent at the sight of the newcomer's face, a familiar face. Even to our boy. The person revealed himself to be Giovanni's younger brother. There were quite a few whispers about Giovanni's brother. Even our boy was startled by this revelation. It turned out the third boy, Giffen, was the youngest hunter to ever reach A-rank. Lion's companion greeted him immediately, surprised to see him attending this quarter's training. However, Lion still insisted on a fight and questioned Giffen on why he dared to lecture him on rules after witnessing Baphomet's insolence. Surprisingly, Giffen agreed with our boy, saying it was their own weakness that led to the deaths at Baphomet's hands. Just then, Mr. Ma stepped in, urging them to calm down as everyone was watching. Lion's accusations quickly shifted to the director, demanding to know how he could approve someone like Baphomet as an intelligence agency hunter. Lion's friend sighed, realizing he was too stubborn to stop. Mr. Ma apologized for not banning Baphomet sooner and then turned to our boy, requesting to speak with him privately. Baphomet tried to protest, but the sharp, cold whisper from Mr. Ma telling him to shut up silenced him. As he walked away, Giffen watched him quietly. Then the orientation began. The host, Du Donghan, led the seminar on the hunter system. She explained how blue system windows appear when a person awakens, and how those unfamiliar with it can link their systems to a program developed by the intelligence agency. Baphomet recalled his earlier conversation with Mr. Ma in the restroom. Mr. Ma had complained that he must be stupid to recruit someone like Baphomet and told him to hit him for his stupidity. Taking it literally, Baphomet actually prepared to punch him. Mr. Ma muttered in frustration about how cheeky he was to take everything literally, while Baphomet accused him of staying silent while others insulted him. Mr. Ma explained that he intended to wait until Baphomet became stronger. His own ambition was to have enough power to make everyone shut up, and until Baphomet reached his goal, he should keep his head down. Mr. Ma warned him that he wasn't strong enough to defeat even an A-rank hunter, even if his strength were multiplied 100 times, so for now he must avoid causing trouble. Elsewhere, a group of young men watched and called Baphomet a fraud. They mocked him and said his very name ruined the training atmosphere. Their gossip stopped abruptly when Baphomet punched a vending machine, complaining that it had swallowed his money, and threatened to punch it to get his money back. Terrified by the killing intent, he unconsciously radiated. The boys quickly made excuses to leave, pretending they were going to watch an A-rank friendly match. Baphomet, unaware of their fear, muttered that he wasn't even causing trouble, yet people still saw him as a threat. Suddenly, the vending machine dispensed a cold drink even though he hadn't put any money in. He took it and decided to go see the friendly match himself. When he arrived, the first round had just ended with victory once again going to Lion. His opponent admitted he had a hard time fighting Lion but had learned a few new techniques from him. In return, Lion encouraged him. The referee announced Lion as the winner of his 8th consecutive match and asked if anyone else wanted to challenge him. Lion called Giffen out for a match. Giffen agreed and stated the rules. Whoever takes the blue ribbon tied around the opponent's arm first wins. They weren't allowed to use any active or passive skills since it was a practice match, and he would stop the fight immediately if he sensed danger. Just then, Mr. Ma also arrived to watch. His subordinate remarked on how many spectators had gathered, and Mr. Ma agreed, saying this would be a good lesson for the new hunters. While his eyes glanced toward our boy nearby, a group of girls were gossiping about how handsome Giffen was and planned to ask for his phone number. When one of them asked Mr. Ma about Giffen's age, he replied that Giffen had just started his 2nd year of middle school, leaving the girls completely stunned. Meanwhile, Lion and Giffen engaged in a heated duel. As Lion tested how much his opponent had improved since their last meeting, Giffen kicked him. Lion swung his arm and prepared to punch, but Giffen ducked and evaded quickly. Both tried to grab the other's blue cloth, but each dodged and protected it. When Lion tried again, Giffen grabbed his arm and pushed back, noticing the aggression. In his movements, Lion spotted an opening and reached for Giffen's blue cloth. But before he could touch it, Giffen disappeared and reappeared behind him. Lion prepared to counter, but it was too late. Giffen had snatched his blue cloth. The crowd gasped, and the result stunned that even someone like Lion couldn't defeat him. They whispered about how fast Giffen moved, so fast he looked like a blur. Many praised his skills, predicting he was on his way to becoming an S-rank hunter. Lion remarked on his clever trick, saying Giffen had feigned an opening just to create an opportunity for himself. He added that Giovanni would be proud of him. Ignoring him, Giffen declared his desire to choose the next challenger. The announcer immediately agreed, but his sentence was cut short when Giffen called out Baphomet as the next opponent. A murmur spread through the crowd after that statement. Even the announcer reminded Giffen that Baphomet wasn't an A-rank hunter, he was just a rookie. The announcer pointed out that the match would be one-sided. But Mr. Ma agreed to proceed, explaining that it would help gather data to measure the power gap between veterans and new hunters and also serve as a lesson for the rookies. To make the match fairer, they decided to give Giffen a slight handicap. Now Baphomet stood in the ring, recalling Mr. Ma's advice to know his place. However, the director clearly intended for Giffen to teach him a lesson. Baphomet studied his opponent carefully. He knew he couldn't defeat Giffen with his current strength. All he could do was let Giffen take the upper hand until he found a chance to counterattack. Giffen immediately attacked him, and Baphomet blocked with his elbow. Giffen grabbed his arm and threw him to the ground, making him think he might not survive this match. Giffen tried to punch his face, but Baphomet evaded looking at his opponent. He realized Giffen had chosen him just to beat him to a pulp. The audience also guessed that Giffen was angry at Baphomet for using the same name as the monster that killed his brother. As Giffen continued to punch him, everyone remarked that Baphomet was being used as a punching bag. Baphomet was severely injured by Giffen's attacks. He jumped into the air and tried to kick him, but Giffen slammed him to the ground again, grabbing him by the neck. Baphomet snapped up, glaring at his opponent. He knew Giffen's skills wouldn't be a problem if he still had his former power. Giffen prepared to punch again while Baphomet, despite the pain, wanted to see the full extent of his opponent's abilities, to see what Giffen could really do without a handicap. Even while being beaten badly, Baphomet became even more excited, but then he was stunned when Giffen suddenly declared the match over, saying there was no point in continuing. The announcer supported this decision, reminding everyone the match was just for show. Then he asked if there were any other challengers meanwhile, Baphomet's heart throbbed with adrenaline because he still wanted to fight. He recalled Mr. Ma's words that he couldn't win against an A-rank hunter in his current state. He knew he was weak, but suddenly he felt like he was floating off the ground, or perhaps he was just imagining the next moment. The monster inside him exploded. He flipped the bird at Giffen and prepared to lung forward. Giffen sensed the danger and delivered a devastating kick so powerful that Baphomet, flew through the window and fell straight into the pool below. The crowd, especially the girls watching, screamed in shock at the sight. Baphomet was dazed from being defeated with just one blow. However, amidst the pain, he gained a better understanding of his abilities. Nonetheless, he was determined that one day Giffen would kneel before him, however. The real problem now was that he didn't know how to swim as he began to sink. A girl dove down to save him through the murky water. He noticed her striking blonde hair and blue eyes. The girl swam closer to him, now on the verge of passing out. He grabbed her hair and pleaded for her to help him. Meanwhile, the girls outside were worried about the blonde girl who had jumped in to save him. When they saw strands of her blonde hair floating on the surface of the pool, they panicked and rushed to call for help. In his fading consciousness, he found himself in a strange mental realm. He remembered being number 18, whom a senior once told to start working. Instead of just standing around, number 18 didn't know what work he was talking about. The next moment, his companion turned into a human and slashed him, declaring that his job was to be killed by humans. Suddenly, our boy woke up with a start. He recalled the dream as it was a new experience for him since becoming human. Then he noticed the blonde girl nearby and remembered she had come to help him. His eyes stayed glued to her, until her friends noticed and warned him that she would gouge his eyes out if he didn't stop staring. Looking at the angry women, he wondered about their identities. Mr. Ma came to help Baphomet and tried to de-escalate the situation. One of the girls involved was Akina, the president of the Evil Guild. She showed him a strand of her friend's blonde hair and explained that their pool party had been interrupted. When Baphomet suddenly lunged into the water, assuming he was just a rookie who fell during training, she accepted Mr. Ma's apology. Then she asked him what he saw in a strand of hair. Mr. Ma only saw hair, but Echidna explained dramatically the effort and money required to maintain such perfect blonde hair. She even pointed to the dark circles under her eyes to prove the effort she put into Vikizi's image. Echidna demanded 116 million won, 1 million for each golden hair as compensation. Mr. Ma realized in horror that Baphomet had now not only angered an A-rank hunter, but the entire Evil Guild. He secretly concluded Baphomet must have heavy karma to keep falling into these situations. Our boy was stunned by the outrageous demand and bluntly asked if that girl was really worth that much, revealing that he had no idea who she was. The blonde girl was Vikiji, an A-rank hunter and top model famous for her skill and beauty. But Baphomet didn't understand her fame. Echidna dismissed the idea of explaining anything to a rookie and told him he must pay the compensation or give up his hunter career, smirking. She added that he could pay in installments with his body. Her words triggered Baphomet's trauma from when a doctor tried to manipulate him in a similar way. Furious, he refused to be a scapegoat again and pointed at Mr. Ma, saying he should take responsibility or they could blame Giffen, who kicked him out the window in the first place. Right then, Giffen suddenly appeared. The girls were struck dumb with shock, immediately realizing they couldn't pick a fight with him because he was a member of the Nebula Guild, a group that even the Evil Guild hesitated to clash with. The president asked if Giffen was the one who kicked Baphomet, and he calmly confirmed it. The staff also testified that the entire incident was an accident. However, the president remained stubborn, still insisting on compensation, with no other choice. Mr. Ma finally agreed to have the agency pay on his behalf. Now it was her turn to be surprised that the agency was stepping in. Mr. Ma explained they couldn't compensate in cash, so instead they offered tower exclusivity. It was a legal privilege granted to certain guilds, allowing them to claim ownership of one or more towers. With such rights, the beasts inside a tower would respawn continuously until the guild cleared it, providing an endless supply of demon crystals and rare items. Furthermore, if the guild allowed outside hunters in, they could charge entrance fees or take a portion of their loot. Some hunters criticized this system as unfair, but they were always told the same thing: join a stronger guild. Mr. Ma offered the Evil Guild exclusive rights for 1 year to a tower that had remained unconquered for the past year and a half. The guild leader pretended to be reluctant, saying she would have to discuss it with her guild first. One of Mr. Ma's subordinates quietly expressed concern that he was making a major decision without consulting superiors, but Mr. Ma brushed it off, thinking that if the Evil Guild managed the tower, it would benefit the Bureau in the long run. Shortly after, the guild leader officially accepted his offer with a devious but satisfied expression, while Mr. Ma and his assistant both smiled in relief. Then Vikiji woke up, and the guild leader immediately asked if she was okay. After being reassured, they prepared to leave. Vikiji casually asked about the presence of the Central Bureau people there, and the guild leader promised to explain after the group went out. The blonde girl glanced at Baphomet, winked, and grinned mischievously. It completely confused him. He couldn't understand what she meant. Meanwhile, a weary Mr. Ma profusely apologized to both Baphomet and Giffen for the chaos. Later, Baphomet reflected on the whole incident, muttering about how some people are obsessed with money. Then he recalled Vakiji's wink, and in his naive way figured she might want to fight him. Before he could think further, Giffen appeared, mocking him for being so weak that he couldn't even sense his presence. He then asked Baphomet how he managed to remove the blue ribbon from his arm during their match. It turned out that when Baphomet fell from the building, Giffen later found the ribbon floating in the pool. Realizing the implication, Baphomet smirked and said it felt like Giffen wanted him to win. Giffen narrowed his eyes and replied it was just a test, a trick that only a seasoned hunter could recognize, and demanded to know who Baphomet really was. He changed the subject, pointing out that Giffen picked a fight with him just because of the name of the monster that killed his brother. He asked if a hunter should really be that sentimental. However, Giffen demanded that he answer his question. Baphomet refused to answer such an irrational person. Finally, Giffen admitted he didn't want to avenge his brother. He just wanted someone to vent his anger on. Looking at his expression now, Baphomet suddenly understood his psychology. Giffen was angry because Baphomet had killed his brother before he could do it himself. Looking at Giffen's expression, he realized the truth during the match. He felt no hatred for Giffen, but now that Giffen mentioned his trash of an older brother, he sensed hatred again. He immediately concluded Giffen was angry at Baphomet for killing his brother before Giffen could. Giffen pointed out that he was accusing him of killing his own brother, even though he was a hunter. Baphomet didn't find that strange, since hunters aren't saints, but he still couldn't understand the reason behind Giffen's hatred. Instead of answering, Giffen stepped closer, sensing a killing intent radiating from Baphomet so intense it could only belong to some kind of alpha demon. He wondered how a human could carry such killing intent. Studying him closely, Giffen concluded that Baphomet must be a demon in human skin. The declaration first made Baphomet smirk, then burst into laughter. He was delighted that Giffen had guessed so accurately. He asked Giffen what he would do if that were the truth. Giffen's answer was obvious: he would eliminate him as a hunter. Baphomet replied that if he was a beast and Giffen was a hunter, then they were destined to kill each other. They were in the same boat. He challenged Giffen, warning him to get stronger before that day comes, otherwise he would kill him. After the orientation was complete, Mr. Ma led him to an old neighborhood, and commented that he couldn't stay in a gaming cafe forever, so he needed a proper house to celebrate finishing his training. Mr. Ma decided to give him a place to stay. He opened the door to his new home, calling it a spacious, eco-friendly garden along with a traditional Korean house. But to our boy, it looked more like a haunted place. This immediately annoyed him. Mr. Ma had anticipated this reaction and wasn't fazed at all. He explained that after the recent incident, Baphomet should live on the outskirts to keep a lower profile. Looking around, Baphomet finally accepted the place because it was spacious and decided he would clear the weeds to make it livable. Seeing his calm reaction, the director was surprised and jokingly asked if he had hit his head during the pool incident, because he expected Baphomet to demand a luxury penthouse. But Baphomet simply said he didn't want to live high up. It made him feel trapped. This response wasn't what the director expected, but he accepted it anyway. Then Mr. Ma brought up the topic of whether anything important happened after the first day of orientation. He replied that nothing happened. However, he remembered Giffen's eyes watching him throughout the event, but didn't bother to mention it at the time. Someone was watching him move into the new house and decided to take advantage of him, sensing it. Our boy felt a sharp realization that someone was watching him. However, Mr. Ma saw no one. Then he shifted the topic to Baphomet's new job, apologizing for making him work right after orientation, but explaining he was the perfect fit for this position. Normally, rookies are placed in groups of 4 after orientation, each group balancing their skills under a mentor's supervision. Shortly after, his group waited for him while the mentor called his code name. The mentor teased that it was an honor to guide such a famous person. Baphomet grumbled, annoyed at having to oversee the whole thing. He recalled Mr. Ma's words about a term called manhunting, a method where hunters corner their prey to their death. He was informed about a criminal who was the mastermind behind all the crimes, but his mentor was actually a pawn they needed to follow to trace the real culprit. However, Mr. Ma warned him that if the mentor was a B-rank hunter, his superior must be of an even higher rank. If he couldn't defeat a B-rank hunter, he certainly couldn't defeat the mastermind, who was definitely on another level. Currently, this mentor introduced himself as Quasar, a B-rank hunter who was originally a freelancer but now works for the government for a stable job. He then turned to our boy and asked if he would offend him, which Baphomet quickly denied. Quasar continued to explain a few things they needed to watch out for. However, Baphomet's thoughts returned to the conversation with Mr. Ma, who wanted him to be a hunter who hunts other hunters. Mr. Ma asserted it was the natural law of life. Hunters start by hunting beasts, and eventually they hunt their own kind. Baphomet didn't care much for this hunting logic, but Mr. Ma continued that it was part of the process. They couldn't catch the target without gathering information. But Baphomet's purpose wasn't just to gather information. He needed to approach his mentor in a way that allowed him to gather evidence against him. Only then could he take him alive instead of killing him. In the present moment, our boy felt quite excited at the thought of catching prey alive, which to him meant he could even sever one of his limbs. However, he still didn't understand how to approach his target. Then their mentor showed them a D-rank portal, explaining that they would face D-rank monsters. The rookies were required to clear this dungeon under his supervision. One of them pointed out that on paper they were only F-rank hunters. The mentor explained they were still eligible to clear a D-rank dungeon, as it was the lowest rank for rookies like them. He added they must have been trained for this during orientation. The rookies glanced at each other, realizing none of them remembered anything. At that moment, our boy explained that it was because FA or E-rank monsters could be destroyed with military weapons. That was why D-rank monsters were assigned to hunters. The mentor praised him for remembering this important detail. In reality, Baphomet had dozed off during the lecture, but Mr. Ma had forced him to memorize the entire manual to make a good impression on the mentor. The mentor agreed with Baphomet's explanation, confirming that D-rank monsters cannot be destroyed by military weapons. He assured them they would complete the mission quickly thanks to teamwork. Then he ordered them to take their weapons and enter the portal. When he asked Baphomet about his weapon, Baphomet simply pointed to his fists. The mentor didn't expect that since Baphomet wasn't classified as a fighter type. Just then, someone pushed him, mocking him for acting like a know-it-all. Seeing that person, Baphomet realized they were the ones who had spoken ill of him on the first day of orientation. A while later, they were in the dungeon fighting monsters. The big guy killed a monster, but his pride vanished when another appeared behind him, observing his students. The instructor noticed the big guy was strong but clumsy, lacking agility. Then he observed the girl lunging toward a monster with her dagger. She was fast and brave but lacked endurance. The third person tried to attack the monster with magic but missed. His power was good, but his aim was terrible. All three of them lacked coordination and proper skills. Then the instructor's gaze shifted to Baphomet, who was standing there with a completely bored expression while monsters attacked him. He easily dodged every attack. Even when two monsters attacked at once, he lowered his head and dodged again, kicked a monster to death, and lunged at the others with his bare hands. He grabbed two monsters, one in each hand, and crushed them effortlessly. He complained about getting his hands dirty. However, the instructor noticed his strength, his agility, and his perfect judgment. Baphomet clearly belonged to the anomaly type, those with extraordinary natural talent. But the instructor also realized that talent alone couldn't explain that level of proficiency. There was something more. At that moment, Baphomet gave an awkward smile, just as Mr. Ma had instructed. A moment later, they destroyed all the remaining monsters without any significant injuries. After clearing the area, they prepared to move to the next section. However, Baphomet was not satisfied. He thought the monsters were too weak, and now he was stuck fighting these worthless creatures. He wanted a stronger opponent, and looked at the instructor, a B-rank hunter. He wanted his next opponent to leave a real impression, challenging him in a single move. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. A moment later, they went deeper into the dungeon to destroy the boss monster. The instructor was surprised when the boss didn't appear. Even though it should have appeared after they killed all the underlings, he ordered them to gather all the corpses in one place, and they followed. After they finished, the instructor explained there are two conditions for a boss monster to appear. Either all the imps must be destroyed, or the boss must be lured out by a strong scent of blood that drives it into a frenzy. Right after, the ground began to shake beneath their feet, and the trio was struck dumb with horror as a giant deathworm appeared in front of them. The instructor warned them that this monster was attracted to blood and told them not to get eaten. The big rookie was terrified by the creature's massive size and secretly hoped the instructor would intervene if things went south. He prepared to attack, but Baphomet kicked him aside and took his weapon. Everyone gasped, warning him that he couldn't use a bound item belonging to someone else. But Baphomet ignored them. The instructor also politely reminded him not to act recklessly, since they couldn't afford to lose a talent like him, but Baphomet didn't listen. He leaped high into the air, leaving the others staring in disbelief. The instructor thought it was over for him, but instead, our boy sliced the deathworm in half and landed gently. The instructor stood stunned, unable to believe it was over, that the boss monster was dead. Baphomet recalled his time as a boss in the mine, where everyone respected him because of his strength, a rule he first understood when entering the human world. His recent actions had earned him reluctant admiration from his teammates. While the girl had developed a crush on him, the instructor clapped in praise, and Baphomet felt smug. He assumed the instructor wanted to befriend him. But the instructor shocked him by saying Baphomet needed no further guidance, meaning he was capable of working alone, which worried him since his mission was to get close to the instructor. He was congratulated on early graduation, and the instructor promised to give him a share of the mana crystals which could be exchanged for cash at the Hunter Association. Baphomet was humble about his strength, suggesting the boss monster was weak enough for his teammates to handle, but the instructor and the others clearly disagreed. The instructor then dismissed them, advising them to see a doctor if needed, and wishing Baphomet luck. Baphomet felt tensed and wondered what he had done wrong, interrupted by the girl asking for his number. Later, Mr. Ma admitted his mistake in assigning such a difficult task, and gave Baphomet an easier mission, to eliminate a C-rank criminal hunter which was legally permitted since he was wanted, and kill the dungeon boss so the body would disappear along with it. After completing the mission and collecting 10 mana crystals, Baphomet treated himself to a meal of steamed pork. Recalling Mr. Ma's earlier question about whether failure would discourage him, he punched the wall, cursing Quasar in response. The next day, Quasar once again led his team to clear another D-rank dungeon. Our boy observed from a nearby wall, understanding that pretending to be friendly would no longer work. He just needed to keep an eye on Quasar to find criminal evidence. He recalled the fundamental principle of hunting, understanding the prey. Understand his activities, his relationships with others. Baphomet observed everything for clues. After careful observation, he found nothing suspicious. All Quasar did was go to work and go home. There was no trace of any criminal activity in this man for now. He now understood why Mr. Ma suggested getting close to him. However, Baphomet's own method of investigation was much more brutal. If this were the demon world, he would sever his arms, tie him up, and torture him until he revealed all information about his criminal connections. For a moment, he even considered doing it. At that moment, Quasar sensed something and looked back, but Baphomet remained hidden. He now understood he needed to handle this in a human way, but he didn't know how. Suddenly, he saw Quasar rushing somewhere and calling his wife's name Juhyun. The woman appeared shortly after. Quasar immediately asked why she hadn't answered his calls. She explained that she had forgotten her phone in the shopping cart. Her carelessness panicked him, and he hugged her with trembling hands. The two then walked home together. Meanwhile, Baphomet came up with an idea for what to do next. Meanwhile, Taedong completed his mission by killing the criminal. All that remained was to dispose of the body and make it look like an accident. Quasar hurried home and was startled to see Baphomet there with his wife. He demanded to know what Baphomet was doing in his house. His wife quickly explained she was about to be hit by a car, and Baphomet saved her. He was injured and didn't want to go to the hospital, so she brought him home to tend to his wounds. She also discovered he was a hunter, but Quasar was clearly unhappy to see him. He blocked Baphomet's hand as it reached for a family photo. Thanking him, Quasar added that he wanted to discuss the license plate and other details, then politely invited him outside to talk. However, his wife insisted on inviting Baphomet to stay for dinner afterwards. Both husband and wife were shocked by the amount of food he ate. The wife agreed to get him more, and as she cleared the plates, Baphomet observed her very closely. She asked if there was anything he wanted, but he declined. Even so, she still brought him more side dishes. However, Baphomet sensed something unusual about her. Quasar asked him about his experience as an independent hunter. Baphomet mocked him, saying it wasn't good after all. Quasar had let him graduate early. Quasar defended himself, saying he did what he thought was right because he could no longer be his instructor. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of a falling plate. Quasar's wife told them to keep talking, saying she would handle it, looking at her. Baphomet commented on Quasar's concern for his wife, slyly adding that he had already lost her. Quasar was startled by that remark. Baphomet quickly changed his tone, saying he meant he could provide the license plate number and asked for a piece of paper. In reality, Quasar's wife had been dead for a long time. The story flashes back to the lives of Quasar and Juhyun when they were childhood sweethearts. They were always together in every school, through every stage of life. Later, they married, believing it would be happily ever after. After the wedding, Quasar discovered he was an anomaly hunter. However, Juhyun was not happy about his profession. It was a good job with great potential, but it pushed her husband to the dangerous front lines. On the other hand, Quasar felt excited about getting rich by collecting rare and precious items from portals and towers. But Juhyun didn't want him risking his life for money. She just wanted him to be safe. For her sake, he gave up pursuing the fame and glory of a great hunter instead. He accepted becoming a mentor. Even though the job wasn't easy sometimes, he even had to mentor rookie hunters older than himself. He hoped he would eventually get used to it. One day, he brought home a teleportation device that could instantly transport a person to a designated area. He gave it to Juhyun and told her to use it in case of emergency. Then their peace was shattered when a gate break occurred. Ju-hyun fled from the monsters, desperately searching for the teleportation device to escape to safety in the present. He realized she never actually used that teleportation device because she died that day. The story returns to that tragic moment. Ju-hyun saw a woman in danger and helped her escape. They both ran together, but Ju-hyun tripped and fell. The woman asked if she was okay, and Ju-hyun hurriedly told her to run to a nearby shelter. But during the chaos, the teleportation device slipped out of her pocket, and the woman noticed it, prioritizing her own survival. She used the teleportation device and escaped to safety. The very moment the woman disappeared, a monster appeared behind Ju-hyun. Now, in the present, Ju-hyun admitted she died that day, but never understood why she was still alive. Perhaps her husband had something to do with it. In reality, he gave Quasar the license plate of the car rented by the person who tried to hit Ju-hyun. Using his influence, Quasar traced the customer who rented the car and obtained their address. When opening the door, he was shocked to see his wife inside. He asked why she was there, but the answer didn't come from her, but from him, who closed the door behind him and remarked that he knew Quasar would come because he was too protective of his wife. Baphomet commented that he didn't know much about Quasar's criminal activities, but he was certain the guy had committed crimes to bring his wife back from the dead when Baphomet reached out his hand to touch her. Quasar warned him not to do that. Baphomet continued saying that as soon as she realized she was dead, she would likely snuff out like a corpse. Quasar became enraged and warned him again. But Baphomet kept pressing, asking about the method he used to resurrect her. Quasar screamed at him not to touch her. But Baphomet didn't flinch, grabbed Ju-hyun, and casually threw her out the window. He told Quasar that she was already dead, and if he really had the power to resurrect her, he should stop pretending. Quasar's anger finally exploded. He summoned a weapon from his inventory. Baphomet also got ready. He declared that he needed Quasar alive, so he would only cut off his arm. A loud collision shook the building as their weapons clashed. Quasar attacked, and Baphomet parried with his dagger. Quasar then threw a weapon at him, knocking Baphomet's dagger aside. Baphomet lunged forward to attack, but Quasar was strong enough to withstand the blow and immediately summoned another weapon from his inventory. While fighting, Quasar's memories flooded back from middle school to high school. They were always together. He recalled the moment he saw her lifeless body and couldn't understand why she could be standing here now when she had the teleportation device. Then he realized someone must have stolen it and went to the shelter to take revenge for her. He knew no one would notice if only one person died. But when he arrived at the shelter, he discovered that the woman who took the device had died along with everyone else inside. The shelter had been overrun by monsters. His wife was actually destined to die that day no matter what. However, even knowing that he couldn't let Ju-hyun go even in death. Now in the present, Baphomet remarked that Quasar must have found a way to resurrect her, even though he shouldn't have. He replied coldly that after killing Baphomet he could return to her once more, saying that he summoned a celestial spear and lunged at Baphomet. Baphomet remained indifferent despite the story and the threat, slashing at Quasar's arm. Blood splattered as their battle grew more intense. Baphomet's blade cut deep into Quasar, making him stagger as blood poured from the wound. He mocked that warriors, who let emotions take control, always fall, as Quasar clutched his side, trembling for Baphomet. The battle was decided. The moment emotions take over, the fight ends. 2 weeks of preparation. And this was all he got, a weak, disappointing match. His patience wore thin as he threatened to tear off every limb if he didn't fight for real. Quasar's voice trembled, demanding to know why Baphomet was interfering with his attempt to bring his wife back. He reminded him of the duty of a hunter who hunts lawbreakers, but Quasar insisted that saving a life couldn't be a crime. That logic only added fuel to Baphomet's fire, and such excuses made his blood boil. Through his investigation, he had uncovered a forbidden deal that had been made, a deal that broke every rule. However, this man still pretended to be innocent, and that hypocrisy disgusted him. Baphomet raised his blade again, saying that death seemed to be the only appropriate end. But before he could strike, Ju-hyun's body twitched slightly. Then a broken voice came from her mouth, whispering about the scent of blood. A system warning appeared before both of them. It reported an error that an unstable demonic entity had formed from a failed resurrection and ordered all hunters to finish it off. At that moment, a monstrous form burst forth. Half its body was still Ju-hyun's, the other half was that of a demon. Quasar was struck dumb. Horror spread across his face as he realized what his wife had become. The creature repeated its craving for blood and crawled toward him. Baphomet stepped in, rage rising because the demon dared to steal his prey. With a clean slash, he cut off one of its tentacles. The demon let out a scream that shook the air and collapsed while Quasar continued to call her name, blind to what was standing in front of him. Baphomet's aura flared as his passive skill Ambush activated. He contemptuously mocked Quasar for still clinging to an illusion, still refusing to see the monster that used to be his wife. The demon glared at him and roared a threat to kill him. He always said something about her resurrection felt wrong from the start. Baphomet lunged forward, cutting her down with ruthless precision. His blade tore through her flesh, splitting her in half before stabbing her in the eyes. Blood sprayed like rain, dyeing the entire room red as silence took over. Ju-hyun's severed head rolled to her husband's feet. He stared blankly at her lifeless face. Tears streamed down as he stepped through the debris. A new system warning appeared announcing that his berserk state had been activated, a side effect of the passive skill. He clutched his head and cursed the timing couldn't be worse. But it no longer mattered. The fool in front of him was marked for death anyway. The rage burned through him, leaving only a single thought if Quasar wanted to be with his wife so much. He should follow her into death too. But before he could move, another warning popped up stating his body had reached a 99% danger level. His limbs suddenly locked, and the system froze all movement to prevent collapse. Baphomet struggled to break free. Every muscle trembled under invisible chains. Quasar glared down at him. He raised his sword and blamed Baphomet for everything. Baphomet tried to move, desperate for one last strike, but his body refused. Quasar raised his weapon high, declaring that Baphomet's fate was brought upon by himself. He cursed the system, furious at the interference. Then the interface declared that it cared for his safety more than anyone else. Those words left him stunned. Just before another figure stepped in, Ma appeared out of thin air and his legs moved lightning fast, kicking Quasar with terrifying force, sending him flying across the floor. He then acknowledged Baphomet's discovery of the mentor's crimes. Noting that the investigation was grueling but worth it, he offered to clean up himself, but Baphomet insisted he could finished the fight if the system hadn't stopped him. Ma raised an eyebrow at that claim, and Baphomet repeated that victory was within reach before the system locked up. Deep down, he knew the truth. If he were stronger, none of this would have happened. Ma checked his condition and asked if he could still move. A few hours later, Ma sat quietly in the car. Tae-dong asked about Baphomet's condition. He explained the boy kept demanding an arm, so he gave him one before putting him in the ambulance. Tae-dong mentioned his work went smoothly. Some hunters responded to the system alert, but he turned them away with fabricated reports. Still, something was wrong with this case. A demon created from a corpse, instead of a living host, hinted at something much darker behind it. Tae-dong promised to look deeper into the back seat. Quasar sat in silence. Ma questioned him about the resurrection, whoever was powerful enough to turn his wife into that abomination. After a long silence, Quasar muttered about rumors and whispers, about a newly formed department to hunt down criminal hunters. He never imagined Ma would be the head of it. Ma admitted that this job was not easy. Every case meant hunting down people he once trusted. He pressed Quasar further. Who had been ordered to betray the new hunters assigned to him? Many had disappeared while others died. In return, his wife was resurrected in a twisted deal. He called it an unforgivable crime. Silence filled the car. Ma understood a confession would never be spoken. He turned to the driver, warning that the road ahead would only get harder as criminal hunters never give up quietly. The words had barely left his mouth when the car jerked violently. Tae-dong was shocked to realize the brakes had failed. Behind Quasar, the remnants of the demonic creature appeared, announcing that they would not be able to catch the hunters and wished them luck. Ma was shocked, but had no time to react as the car crashed with violent force. Among the wreckage, demonic fragments scattered on the ground slowly began to crawl back together. There was a cat nearby. It slipped through a nearby window and landed on a glowing tablet. The screen lit up with the profile of a hunter, none other than our hero. Baphomet woke up on an examination table, struggling to breathe under the weight of a white cat sitting on him. He recognized this creature. Jun-shan walked in, noting that patient 302 woke up unusually fast, a number only one person ever called him. Her teasing tone made him uneasy, and memories of her previous remarks regarding alternative payment methods made him scream in surprise. Jun-shan held her cat and noticed his body was still locked by the system. Baphomet called her a fraud and demanded to know why she was here. Jun-shan reminded him that this hospital belonged to her, so by waking up here, he owed her a debt. She remarked on him serving under Ma, finding it unusual, and confirmed that she knew him. Jun-shan smirked, teasing him while checking his recovery progress, by using her foot to lift his shirt, which startled him. She noted that he had gained new strength since their last meeting, and warned that any eavesdroppers might misunderstand. Baphomet insisted she had done something to him before, but she brushed it off, suggesting he needed a lesson in humility. Before she could act, Ma arrived after asking the receptionist for Baphomet's location. Hearing screams from inside the room, Ma rushed in and saw Baphomet sprawled on the floor while Junshan laughed, admitting that teasing him always made her happy. Baphomet accused Ma of conspiring with Junshan to trap him into government service, but Ma denied it, explaining that their professional relationship predated the guilds, and that Baphomet's involvement with the government had started even earlier. The hospital was a government facility where Baphomet's power level had once been tested. After disappointing results, he had been admitted as a patient. Baphomet acknowledged this but questioned the government's interference. Ma then delivered a piece of shocking news. Quasar was dead, publicly killed by a mastermind using necromancy, leaving only charred remains. The investigation into corrupt hunters might eventually reveal the culprit's identity. Rage surged within Baphomet, as all his suffering to catch Quasar alive now seemed meaningless. Ma apologized, but Baphomet demanded permission to hunt down the mastermind himself. Ma warned him not to act recklessly because his current strength was insufficient. Even Ma hadn't detected the hidden presence inside Quasar, which showed how dangerous and meticulous the mastermind was. He estimated the culprit's strength was nearly S rank. However, our boy brushed off the warning and mocked Ma's helplessness in handling the situation. He insisted that if informed sooner, he could have captured Quasar alive and forced out the truth. Ma grabbed his collar, angry at his arrogance, and reminded him that this wasn't a game. Taking down the mastermind was far beyond the capabilities of a B-rank hunter. Our guy pulled away and stormed out of the room. He ignored Ma's calls and didn't look back. He defiantly flipped the bird. Ma cursed, clearly fed up with his attitude. Junshan asked if they were fighting again, and Ma admitted they were just venting. She tilted her head, curious about what he meant. But he changed the subject by asking about her treatment methods. He accused her of exploiting Baphomet's condition for money. Junshan started to protest, but Ma threatened to file a report against her for extortion. She quickly pleaded for a chance to explain. According to her, government agents brought in a bloody young man and instructed her to treat him dead or alive. When she saw who it was, she immediately recognized him as our boy. The government tried to turn him into a hero, but failed miserably as they had with countless others before him. Ma reminded her of his relationship with the government, but Junshan only smirked, asking if he was still blindly following their orders or hiding his true nature. She explained that her receptionist had warned the patient wouldn't make it, but a red system window suddenly appeared, threatening her life if she didn't save him. The shock pushed her beyond her limits, forcing her to perform an unprecedented treatment. Realizing that order was far from normal, Ma listened intently as she admitted to tracking Baphomet by pretending he owed her money. He noted that the system operated as if it had a will of its own, while Junshan smiled slightly, describing it as a presence utterly devoted to Baphomet himself. Meanwhile, Taedong informed Baphomet that the system lock command was still restricting him and urged him to take advantage of the rest. He pointed out that other hunters faced similar pauses and viewed it as a short mandatory vacation. His thoughts wandered to Ma, who had ordered him to continue tracking our guy, but had shifted the priority from surveillance to active protection since his data might have reached the mastermind. Taedong agreed to remain vigilant for now. Our boy noticed Taedong's earrings and wondered where to find similar accessories to buy for himself. Later at a restaurant, while eating, he realized he needed a break and that it had been a long time since he became human without enjoying anything. He ordered several more bowls of rice and portions of meat, eating heartily and taking photos of the dishes, and left with snacks in hand. He spent the entire afternoon wandering around SEO. He played games at the arcade, read books in a quiet corner, and watched a movie about a woman who lost her legs. Even while trying to enjoy the day, an emptiness still clung to him. Nothing felt satisfying anymore. His weak body felt like a cage, and he began to wonder if turning into a human was a mistake. Losing his strength seemed to explain his misery, but a deeper feeling told him it was more than that. He had reached the lowest point of his existence at that moment. A system window suddenly appeared, asking if he was sad. He cursed it, blaming the system for ruining his life. It claimed it had done it for him, but he refused to believe it, certain it only existed to torment him. At that moment, glowing symbols began to form in the air as strange protocols were activated. The system warned that repeated failures would trigger a total restart. Confused, Baphomet demanded to know what was happening. He even asked the system to kill him. Meanwhile, the process completed, and then there was a girl certain that this time it would succeed. He challenged the entity to kill him instead of prolonging the agony. A calm female voice apologized for the delay, explaining that the Earth system was never her original mission. Several other voices chimed in to reassure him. The administrator appeared and revealed the truth about his lost power. She explained that billions of attempts had been made to appear before him. Not only that, billions of simulations had been tested to know what would happen if his power remained in human form. Every time ended in his death in countless brutal ways. Removing his power was the only way to keep him alive. She confessed to choosing him because she believed he would fulfill her final wish. His desperate cry from the tower had reached her, and she responded when he asked to know who killed him. In those simulations, she showed him visions of beings stronger than anyone he had ever faced. Black crows circled in the air as she reminded him that he already knew the path to power. His hunger would drive growth, and his name would once again sow fear. With a final blessing, she restored his abilities. His weapon master skill advanced to level 2. Deathmatch evolved into adrenaline, and several new skills were unlocked. When he looked around, she had disappeared, leaving only silence at the hospital. Ma gave Junshan a specimen. It was the remains of the demon Baphomet had destroyed. She confirmed their identity and promised results by the next day. He thanked her, and she added that she had analyzed Baphomet's body through her touch-based data ability. When Ma doubted her accuracy, she felt insulted but admitted the findings defied logic. Looking at the data, he couldn't believe Baphomet's stats had increased tenfold since the last evaluation just a month ago. Meanwhile, Baphomet received a hidden quest notification that he had killed the Apostle of Wrath Javan and received a new skill as a reward. A slow smile spread across his lips as he realized that everything from here on out would only get more interesting. Basically, hunter power levels are ranked from F rank to S rank. With large gaps between ranks, most hunters grow stronger through battles with mana beasts or intense training. There are rumors of a hidden path for faster advancement, although it has not been proven. Ma met Baphomet after a long separation. Baphomet casually reported that nothing unusual had happened, even though Ma's surveillance had confirmed this. Junshan, eavesdropping, mocked them and approached Baphomet, grabbing his shoulder and calling him Patient 302. He told her to take her hand off, but she used her identification ability to extract his information, shocked by his rapid growth. She told Ma that his progress was far beyond normal. Baphomet examined the captain's massive hunter data, realizing that cooperation might be inevitable, since the goddess behind the system was using him for her plan. The system reminded him that their goals aligned and revenge was possible through cooperation. When he asked why she didn't intervene directly, she explained her abilities focused on creation, not destruction. And even his transformation into a human was achieved with stolen power. Ma interrupted, and Baphomet asked about new missions or item drops. Ma explained the targets didn't follow a schedule. Baphomet suggested joining regular hunter missions to gain strength, and Ma agreed. The female doctor remarked that both were now on the same page, and Ma admitted his focus was on Baphomet's progress, whether he would become a valuable weapon or a dangerous mistake. Ma offered a deal if Baphomet identified the mastermind. He could confront them personally, but only after proving he was strong enough. At the Hunter Association, Baphomet argued with the receptionist, demanding a mission that allowed tower entry and weapon rental. She explained F-rank hunters were rarely assigned tower missions, and suggested buying or earning a weapon because renting was expensive. Baphomet said he liked trying different weapons to avoid boredom, and asked again about suitable missions. She told him tower missions were usually for A-rank hunters, and above, though, there was a special mission open to all ranks if they had a guild membership. Recalling his guild, Baphomet noted he couldn't reveal his government connection. The receptionist confirmed his membership in her system and assigned him a mission at the Labyrinth Tower. A female leader stood before a gathered group of hunters, introducing herself as a member of the Evil Guild, the only organization licensed to conquer this tower. She explained that shockwaves from unstable gates forced early operations. Starting today, participating hunters would keep 90% of all loot, though the Evil Guild reserved the boss fight for themselves. Hunters whispered among themselves, surprised. The greedy guild finally opened its doors. Some thought it was an effort to fix their damaged reputation. The speaker continued, announcing the guild leader herself would lead the raid. Excitement spread through the crowd as others hoped to see their favorite warrior in action. Baphomet observed quietly, wondering if he should withdraw. His interest in fighting felt dull. The system's voice interrupted, mentioning his earlier scene at the association. He growled at it to shut up, but it cheerfully insisted it had nothing better to do, and reminded him he still got into the tower. Baphomet wondered if he could block this annoyance, but it warned that his attitude would attract unwanted attention. He snapped that it should stop acting like a mother. The system playfully replied that the description suited it perfectly. Furious, our boy accidentally bumped into a hunter behind him. The man screamed in outrage about his expensive gear. Two female hunters observed from afar. One remarked that brawls often broke out when hunters gathered. One of them thought Baphomet looked familiar. The angry man continued shouting about wasted money, while Baphomet silently regretted encountering such people again. Finally, he offered compensation, but the hunter mocked him, assuming he was weak. His cronies whispered that the shabby armor and low rank made our boy an easy target. Perhaps the charity case mentioned earlier. The hunter jeered at him, asking how an F rank could pay and why such a weakling entered the tower. Baphomet grabbed his face, warning that arrogance could get him killed by someone he deemed weak. A leader intervened, scolding them for fighting before even entering enemy territory. She ordered everyone to follow her and gather up. The loud hunter continued complaining while Baphomet repeated his offer to settle the matter with one of his limbs. She reminded them they were a team regardless of differences. She explained the tower's structure. Must clear 3 floors before reaching the boss room, 6 hunters per floor, with random challenges like total demon elimination puzzles or deadly traps guarding the exit. No one knew what kind they would face until they got inside. Since the map changed randomly within 24 hours, she began the roll call for hunters from different guilds, Elim from Notbaggin and So from Nebula. Zipper from Defiance, hearing those names startled Baphomet. When she called his name from the Sweet Pink Angel Guild, sweat beaded on his forehead as all eyes turned toward him. Zipper grinned meaningfully. Back at the office, it turned out Ma himself had placed our boy in a guild. Ma discussed the guild assignment with Junshan. She asked why he put Baphomet in her fake guild affront created only to siphon government funds. Ma explained Baphomet had no choice due to his contract with the government. Junshan burst out laughing, pointing out that the sweet, harmless name was the complete opposite of his personality. Ma also laughed along, admitting that the prank alone was worth doing. At the tower, Bagan also laughed, saying the name suited him perfectly. The others joined in the mocking, and Baphomet secretly vowed to kill Ma one day for this humiliation. The leader restored order and reminded everyone that the evil guild was not responsible for deaths inside. Once the gate opened, they would be on their own. The massive doors lifted with a deep roar, revealing the silent darkness behind. One of them noticed the stillness, and the leader confirmed it, ruling out a hunting map. She threw a glowing stone forward, and a single demon appeared in the distance. She confirmed this was a trap map. She warned the team to follow her lead and told our boy to stay back as she lunged forward, dodging traps as she identified them one after another. She sensed someone keeping up with her and assumed it must be Zipper, whose agility rivaled her own. Then she was shocked to realize Baphomet was running at full speed ahead of her. He had activated his special skill advantage. With this skill, light markers flashed before his eyes, revealing all traps and hidden enemies. Deciding to test his abilities, Baphomet lunged deeper into the unknown. Bagan stood frozen, as notification after notification flashed before his eyes. Floor 1 cleared, then floor 5, and so it continued. The unbelievable speed left him speechless. Our guy, an F-rank hunter, climbing floors like this was completely illogical. Arrows rained down toward Baphomet, while the system issued quick warnings, urging him to dodge slightly and jump aside. More arrows flew from the right, and new commands appeared, guiding him to redirect their flight path. He followed every prompt that constantly guided him without hesitation, launching one of the arrows back at the demon. The next moment his chain caught its neck mid-air. The system highlighted the weak point, and he tightened the chain before appearing behind the creature, his blade flashing once, cutting right through its body. Instantly, floor 15 was cleared. The captain stared in disbelief, wondering if he really was F-rank. She wondered why he hadn't renewed his rank yet. Zipper noticed his movements matched the timing of each attack perfectly, almost as if he knew them beforehand. The captain warned that ignoring rank updates would result in a fine. But Bagan irritably interrupted, scolding everyone for wasting time chatting. The captain reminded him that resting between climbs was necessary to recover mana and stamina. Bagan mocked the idea, sarcastic about them being tired so early at only floor 15. His damaged armor caught her attention, and she remarked it was about to crumble. Bagan accused our boy of damaging it. She doubted an F-rank hunter could damage armor so easily, assuming the item wasn't worth much to begin with. Bagan snapped back that his armor was made from the core of Bahamut, the boss of the Sanctuary Tower. The captain paused, realizing the strength required to destroy such material was equal to the power of a tower boss. Baphomet secretly wondered if that was actually true. Bagan cursed about useless F-rank hunters, but quickly urged him to drop the argument and focus on the next room. Zipper studied the crest on Bagan's armor, recognizing the Royal Guild emblem. She stepped closer, remarking that equipment related to Bahamut had never been released on the official trading market. Anyone possessing it must have dealt with black market sellers. She smirked and called him the master of the Royal Guild. Bagan stiffened. While Kang demanded to know her intentions, Zipper offered to find the scammer who tricked him if he would owe her a favor afterward. With that, the raid continued, and Baphomet observed Zipper's perfect movements as she cut down demons with fast and precise attacks. Her rhythm carried the whole team higher, passing floor after floor. Between moments of rest and combat, they advanced until a mounted demon charged toward Bagan before the collision. Baphomet acted first, his blade slicing through the monster's neck, then through the knight's chest. Floor 49 was cleared in an instant. Sweat dripped from the captain's forehead as she announced their new record, but Bagan brushed it off as nothing impressive. She scolded his arrogance while he noticed Baphomet's calm posture. Unfazed and showing no signs of exertion, his composure made him uneasy. Ahead, a massive stone door blocked their path. Zipper explained that beyond this point was something different. Most towers save the boss room for the end, but this one hides named demons at mid-level checkpoints. She assumed our guy knew, perhaps from sneaking into illegal towers, but his blank reaction proved otherwise. He interrupted her, sharply warning her not to act too friendly. The captain ended this conversation and placed her palm on the cold door. Giving one last chance to withdraw, she reminded them that each hunter's life was their own responsibility, but she wanted to avoid unnecessary deaths. Payment for loot would still be given to anyone who withdrew now. Bagan opened his mouth. But Baphomet stepped forward first, declaring his intent to continue. He didn't come here just for weak demons. Zipper joined in, not wanting to retreat after coming so far. The rest followed them. The captain turned to Bagan and So to ask for their choice. So advised withdrawing, reminding his master that their original goal was only to gather experience. The difficulty of the next area was unknown, so retreating was the safer path. But Bagan refused to back down, his pride burning at the thought of losing to an F-rank hunter. Declaring his participation, he ignored So's objection and entered with the others. Darkness greeted them inside. The captain activated a glowing stone, illuminating towering stone figures shaped like chess pieces. She warned everyone to get back, thinking they might be gargoyle monsters. Bagan was issuing a warning when a giant hand descended from the sky, plucking a stone chess piece and slamming it down in front of them with thunderous force. The ground shook. The hand spoke, declaring that their game had begun. Confusion spread. So remarked that if this was chess, then finally his master's expertise would be useful. Bagan hesitated, but asserted that he understood their safety depended on predicting where each piece would fall. He marked a safe zone and So praised his quick reasoning. But our boy didn't move because he felt something was wrong. A shadow loomed over Bagan as a giant chess piece appeared in midair. So lunged to pull him aside. But the piece fell directly onto So. Silence filled the room, and Bagan screamed his name in horror. The captain stared, trembling, wondering where that black piece came from. Zipper's realization cut through the panic. That voice wasn't talking to them, it was talking about them. The tower itself was a battlefield between two invisible players, and they were just ants in their chess game. Baphomet's expression hardened, realizing that until now things had been too easy. The real challenge of the tower begins here. So's hand appeared from under the piece, and Bagan quickly tried to pull him out. He repeatedly told So not to worry because their office had excellent medical equipment. But when he pulled, only the arm came off, leaving Bagan in total shock as he screamed So's name in panic. Right then, the captain screamed out to Bagan. A hand dropped a chess piece on his spot while she grabbed him, pulled him to safety, and shouted at him to be careful if he wanted to live. The hunter Zipper also dodged the falling chess pieces as she noticed them, constantly lunging down with increasing speed. Suddenly, she realized she was almost directly under a chess piece. Right then, a hunter teleported her away to save her, so she thanked the hunter for that action. She then turned to our boy and asked if he knew how to get through this challenge room, and mentioned that everything happening so far made her feel like he had predicted it all. She warned him that if they prolonged this battle too long, they would run out of energy and die. He responded by calling this tactic terrible, and explained that they needed to dodge the attacks and survive until the game ended completely. If at least one person survived until the end, a demon would appear. Killing that demon would complete the room, and this was actually a trap. But before he could finish, a chess piece nearly fell on him. He wondered why they had to wait until the end. Then he jumped up and slammed into the chess piece, shattering it. His hands trembled from the impact, and the hunters stared in shock. Baphomet suggested just breaking everything in sight, explaining that if they destroyed all the pieces the enemy could use, they would force the game to end early. Then the dungeon master would have to reveal itself and face them directly. The hunter Zipper doubted the plan, but Baphomet insisted that it was actually a great solution. The leader lunged forward and began smashing everything, and instructed Bagan to make sure he stayed close to her. Zipper used her power to grab a chess piece, and muttered that this was harder than imagined. She could barely hold it, then used all her strength to slam it onto the floor to break it. That made her realize these actions consumed a lot of energy. Meanwhile, Baphomet also broke a chess piece that was already cracked. Then he launched a powerful attack on it, destroying it completely with his chain weapon. The boss just stood there silently. Baphomet smashed another piece falling near him and jumped into the air. shouting loudly, demanding the enemy show itself. He carefully looked around and jumped forward to dodge. As a giant hand descended in front of him, he dodged another hand while shouting questions about the enemy's location, reasoning that it couldn't possibly hide in this chaotic board. He sensed a strange flow of energy radiating as he jumped onto the giant hands. He readied his weapon and declared he had found the target. He threw his chain weapon forward accurately, and it pierced straight into the center of the branches. The entity manifested and condemned him as a fool who dared to destroy its domain, promising severe consequences. He laughed loudly and declared that it was time, activating his Lord Baphomet skill elsewhere. The editor thanked Akina for doing the interview despite it being late, saying it was very urgent. Akina responded by asking if she knew how to show gratitude properly. She assured her she would only post favorable stories about the art guild and told her not to worry. Akina signaled she would entrust this matter to the editor-in-chief. A girl suddenly appeared behind Akina, informing her of a call from the hunter Sinning. Akina wondered if Sinning had finished clearing the labyrinth tower since she had gone there earlier. She answered the call, and Sinning reported that Baphomet was currently participating in the labyrinth clearing mission. Meanwhile, our boy fought the monster, constantly throwing his weapon and slashing at it. His adrenaline skill suddenly auto-activated as his stress levels rose during combat, increasing all stat attributes by 30%. He lunged toward the entity while clutching his chain weapon. The entity asked him in confusion, reaching out to attack, but noticed something: that he seemed significantly stronger than a few moments ago. It focused its attention on the target, and the system confirmed that when fighting against a designated target, all damage received is reduced by 50%, while attack power increases by 30%. He stepped forward to attack. While the entity appeared confused about what kind of magic he used to become stronger, he threw the chain weapon at the creature, and it hit directly, piercing its shoulder, while he noted that wood tends to be flammable, declaring this target perfect for testing a specific skill. On the other side, Akina shouted into the phone, demanding they prevent any encounter between him and Vakiji. Sinning said Vakiji wouldn't want to be near him because he had pulled her hair. Akina explained that Sinning didn't truly understand what was happening. She then asked what the probability was of an S-rank hunter with superhuman strength falling into water and fainting. Sinning couldn't think of any other reason, and Akina calmly stated that the probability was 0. Meanwhile, our guy, along with Javan Diga's special skill, activated Blaze and directed the flames forward. The fire engulfed the creature. It called the situation stupid, as the flames completely surrounded it. Our foolish boy burst out laughing uncontrollably while Zipper forced a smile standing behind him. He declared that it finally felt like a real battle and urged the flames around him to burn brighter, wanting to vent all his frustration into this fight. The system mocked him, but he snapped back while enjoying this brilliant campfire moment. Zipper realized she had only heard of hunters who lived to fight, and she never wanted to face such a hunter again. After meeting one amidst the chaos, he suddenly remembered he had to roast sweet potatoes. Zipper was confused by his strange power, wondering how a warrior class could use magic so skillfully, assuming he was a magic swordsman. But the only person she knew with that kind of combined ability was Javan. Right then, the ground began to shake violently and cracks formed beneath their feet, echoing like thunder. Someone screamed, asking if the floor was collapsing, and Zipper spotted an exit in the distance, shouting for everyone to run toward it. They ran through the shaking area, but the ground cracked beneath Bagan's feet, causing him to stumble. He reached for So's hand, but it slipped from his grasp, and without hesitation he panicked and jumped after him. Before he could fall, Baphomet appeared above with the chain whipping forward, catching Bagan's arm in mid-air, catching him just in time while far away. Hunter Akina asked Cindy over the phone how long it had been since Vakiji entered the labyrinth tower. She checked the time and reported it had been about an hour and a half since she entered. Right after clearing another tower, Akina reasoned that with Vakiji's skills she must have reached the top floor by now, and if Baphomet went there too, they had probably met already. At that moment, looking down at Bagan as he held his arm, our guy could tell he had completely lost his will to fight. Even if he survived, he would never have enough strength to continue to the next tower, which only meant death would soon find him. Akina was still talking on the phone, saying something needed to be done, while our boy quietly reflected that losing the will to fight was the same as failing as a warrior. Akina went to her editor-in-chief and reminded her she mentioned knowing a few journalists, asking for an introduction. While still gripping Bagan's arm, he then loosened his grip, muttering that maybe he should just let him die here. Bagan fell and an explosion erupted below. Suddenly, Vakiji dived down and caught Bagan mid-air. She smirked, saying he seemed like a terrible person, and added that taming someone like him might be fun. Back with Akina, she requested a journalist who knew how to handle scandals discreetly. She explained the scandal, recalling how it started. In an interview, the reporter had asked Vakiji about her ideal type of man. She revealed she liked someone easy to talk to, and looks weren't very important, but right after that, Baphomet fell straight from the sky into the pool in an unconscious state. Vakiji rushed to him immediately, realizing he was her type. Before she could act, Akina ran over to ask if he was okay. Suddenly, Vakiji collapsed, saying she felt dizzy. Akina saw through the act, thinking this woman planned to use her body to draw attention, assuming no man could ignore her lying helpless on the floor. But her plan backfired as soon as Baphomet stepped in. He looked at Akina confused, wondering what she was doing and thinking it wasn't worth making a fuss over just a few hairs. Meanwhile, Vakiji, who intended to pretend accidentally, fell fast asleep, now in the tower. When Vakiji entered, the hunters began whispering about seeing her in real life, calling her attractive and their inspiration. She turned toward him and Zipper apologized for the earlier issue and joked about his code name, calling it Bold. He stared at her blankly without saying a word. She continued teasing, asking about the worst thing he had ever done, and guessed it might be what just happened, when he didn't react. She laughed again, admitting she always liked bad boys. He remained silent and expressionless. She asked if he missed her at all. He turned to Zipper to ask for her identity, and Zipper asked him back. Vakiji looked surprised, certain that she had left a strong impression last time. The girls nearby glared at her sharply, clearly annoyed. Zipper reminded her to keep personal and professional matters separate since everyone was watching. And Vakiji just laughed it off, reintroducing herself and apologizing for everything. They had gone through many problems to reach this floor and assured them they would soon enter the boss room to clear the tower. She explained that the Art Guild would take on the main battle while others should focus on defense. However, she warned them to stay alert because anything could happen inside. When she asked for a status update, a hunter reported that Teams A and B had only minor injuries and were fine. Vakiji asked about Team C, and someone replied that Hunter, so from the Nebula Guild, had died in the line of duty. Vakiji confirmed that everyone was ready, and opened the massive doors ahead. A brilliant stream of light flooded the room. Before they could move, a loud voice ordered everyone to get down. A slash cut through the air, followed by a massive explosion that shook the room. From the smoke stepped out Kagan, commander of the Labyrinth Knights. And he said it was impressive they had made it this far. He added that he hoped not to draw his sword again, but fate clearly had other plans. Then he asked who would fight him. One of them, the person beside them, or our boy whom he called the Strange One. Sazan then radiated his murderous intent, and Zipper shouted to Vakiji that something terrible would happen if this continued. Vakiji replied she was already aware of the danger. He called for his inventory, but Vakiji immediately appeared in front of him. Determined to make him remember her this time, she lunged at Kagan with full force. He found it interesting, calling her impatient because he hadn't finished dealing with the weaklings. She replied it wasn't necessary, and energy flared brilliantly as she activated the Blessing of Vanitas, creating a powerful shield, protecting everyone nearby from both physical and magical attacks. Enveloped in divine light, she stepped forward and declared herself his opponent. The Blessing of Vanitas increased her stats by 30% for 300 seconds. She launched an attack while Kagan countered with a powerful slash. Both attacks collided, before she unleashed countless lightning-fast strikes toward him. As she landed on the ground, he appeared angry at her audacity. She refused to stop and lunged toward him once more, pointing her finger to unleash a devastating attack, completely engulfing him. Meanwhile, the other hunters standing protected within the shield commented on the amazing S-rank ability, making the epic tier S-rank boss's skill look like ordinary demonic power. But Baphomet noticed something was wrong with the situation. Sazan lunged forward and stood before her, but as it advanced, she attacked from behind and shattered it completely. The system confirmed that Knight Commander Sazan had been destroyed. As she landed, all the hunters celebrated and praised her performance. However, she seemed preoccupied with something when asked what was wrong. She questioned the weakness of the tower's boss, noting the battle didn't even require her divine weapon. Others suggested she had recently grown stronger, but she disagreed, pointing out that in her previous tower, she found it strange to defeat a boss without a completion notification. They realized this observation was correct, and their eyes fell upon the defeated commander, as it suddenly began to release a terrifying energy all around, causing everyone to panic. He wondered what was happening. Someone asked in alarm if she had actually killed the boss, wondering if it had been a fake all along. Above Prince Kaizen's body, someone manifested and wailed, asking why the prince had to face this situation instead of her, begging them to leave them alone. Our guy realized this character was the true boss. The character created a magic circle around them, and suddenly multiple magic circles appeared above everyone's heads. Zipper shouted to move immediately, and declared she had been waiting for this exact moment. The other hunters screamed in worry for her safety. but she intentionally moved under a magic circle and began chanting. Our guy stood there motionless, and Vikiji immediately ran toward him, urging him to move right then. He disappeared without a trace. A moment later, Zipper woke up as something dripped on her. She looked up and saw herself in front of a massive structure. She suddenly realized and smiled with excitement, overjoyed that every coin she spent on this information was worth it. Then she glanced down and realized she was standing on Baphomet. He groaned, demanding she get off immediately. She stepped aside, asking what he was doing here. Baphomet scratched his head, trying to understand what happened. Then she hit him before apologizing, explaining the teleportation spell must have grabbed the two people standing closest to her as compensation. She offered to share her loot with them. He accepted emotionlessly and asked where they were. She explained they were inside the Labyrinth Temple, a hidden area that only appears after the true boss reveals itself. Baphomet realized she knew about this place and suspected she had her own motives for joining the raid, asking if there was rare treasure here. She explained it was worth much more than that. The temple held ancient records of demonic creatures, their historical architecture, and beliefs, just from the carvings. Scholars could learn that these creatures feared a god and yearned for a divine existence. This temple contained the complete history of the demon race. He stared blankly and asked if that was really what she risked her life for. No, she snapped back, saying he shouldn't belittle her discovery. She explained finding such a tower was like a needle in a haystack. With this info, she could finish her book, become a bestseller, and be recognized as a top archaeologist. He called her delusional, and argued the temple was nothing more than a realistic setting built by demons. To them, the only command that mattered was to kill. Zipper declared he missed the point, that from the demons' perspective they weren't monsters. They were protectors of their own world. She pointed to a nearby mural, saying it told their story, a story deeply tied to the boss. Strange ancient letters glowed faintly on its surface. Reading aloud, she explained that in the glorious kingdom of Beoatric, there was once a beautiful and powerful king named Jisan. His appearance was said to surpass the beauty of any woman, and his magic surpassed all others. He silently wondered if this was the name of the true boss. She continued that Jisan's reputation spread across nations, and his people admired him even as envy grew. Neighboring kingdoms invaded Beoatric, hoping to seize both the land and its perfect king. To protect the kingdom, Prince Kaizen, son of the previous king, accepted dark magic. The court's archmage Betelgeuse sacrificed his body to 3 spirits to gain immense power. Jisan broke down. He only wanted peace for his people, not endless war to protect them. He built a massive fortress that no enemy could reach. He realized that fortress must be the Labyrinth Tower. Zipper started to read further, but Baphomet interrupted, calling it stupid. He reminded her that So died because of the creature that created this place. Zipper shouted at him, demanding to know what he had done. He looked at her blankly, asking what she meant. She pointed frantically, saying they didn't know what might happen if he destroyed anything inside the temple, leaving him confused. Then he looked up and froze as streams of mana began flowing down from the ceiling. A dark shadow formed above them, transforming into a monstrous shape that concealed its face. A system notification appeared before him, tasking him to eliminate Jisan, the true boss of the Labyrinth Tower. Bagan stood before the creature with rising unease in his heart. His thoughts revolved around why misfortune always chose him. Zipper expressed disbelief at their situation as the monstrous boss materialized before them. The mission was supposed to end by defeating the boss, but now everything had become unbelievably absurd. Our guy questioned her awareness, wondering if she had ever considered such an outcome. She mentioned a plan to escape through a teleportation portal she had discovered inside the temple. Baphomet pointed out that the portal loses its function when a true boss occupies the same space, and the temple room had turned into an arena. A boss arena the moment that creature appeared. The boss raised its hand, creating a swirling vortex of energy and declaring the punishment for trespassing, reminding them that the chance to leave was given before they entered. Energy released with destructive power. He found this reaction childish, certain they had only broken a single wall. Zipper read the final line carved on the pillar. It spoke of a god of the Labyrinth Tower awakening as the savior of the world. The explosion threw both of them backward, and they realized this temple was once a shrine for worship. Their vandalism had naturally angered the god. Baphomet continued to wonder why gods behaved so sensitively toward such trivial actions. The true boss's gaze fell on him as he suggested that divine beings needed to relax more. She asked if he truly believed that while another wave of mana erupted, spreading fire throughout the room. Through the flames, Baphomet found himself lying with an unconscious woman resting her head on his lap. Confusion engulfed him as her face seemed familiar, but his memory offered no answers. The god appeared behind him, asking if regret filled his heart. That moment was like a glimpse into the past, showing the biggest mistake of his life, ending someone precious, perhaps by accident. Baphomet refused to accept this illusion. His thoughts completely denied the memory, asserting he never killed her. The true boss expressed sympathy, noting how difficult acceptance could be. It offered an opportunity to fix his mistake, declaring that its power could reverse everything and grant a new beginning. He wondered about the nature of this strange ability. The entity confirmed that time itself could be turned back, but he rejected the offer immediately. Cracks began to spread across the scenery as stone crumbled. He dismissed the entire setting as a joke, an awkwardly crafted illusion designed to test him. He realized this memory didn't even belong to him. The entity wondered how his human form then came to exist. Baphomet recalled that the power to transform was stolen, not something he had acquired on his own. This memory belonged to the previous owner of the body, not him. Starting over made no sense anymore, as he was tired of cycles. The god began to fade while Baphomet stepped forward, ready to fight. A battle seemed like the perfect distraction. Suddenly Zipper appeared and slapped him across the face. The sudden pain shocked him more than the blow itself, and she quickly apologized. Baphomet wondered why the slap hurt so much and what had happened while he was unconscious. Zipper explained that the boss had trapped them in a comatose state. She had just luckily broken free and didn't know where they had been sent. Her early awakening proved her mental resistance was strong. Bagan appeared next. His cheeks were red from her repeated attempts to wake him. He wondered if this was also the result of her efforts. She said he wouldn't wake up even after using all kinds of immunity potions. Only one untried method remained, one her uncle once described as a man's greatest weakness. She hesitated, unsure whether to do it, and instead suggested Baphomet handle it since men understood such issues better. He rejected the idea immediately. Zipper worried about Bagan's mental state, fearing the magic might have damaged his mind. He reasoned that simple pain wouldn't break the magical control, especially when created by a powerful mage. He explained the only way to dispel it was through another magic user of equal level, so waiting became their only choice. Zipper assumed responsibility for this mess, since the situation started with her actions. If he never woke up, guilt would follow her forever. Meanwhile, inside his comatose state, Bagan opened his eyes to a strange world. His surroundings changed rapidly, and soon he found himself at the moment of his birth in a hospital hallway where doctors rushed past. They discussed how the child's mother had died during childbirth, leaving behind a weak son with little talent compared to his older sisters. Later, when he had grown up, Secretary Kang approached him, noticing his sadness and informing him that his father was waiting. Bagan wondered aloud if he was a failure, a zero, just like his final test scores. He wondered why he lacked talent while his sisters excelled at everything. His thoughts returned to his mother, that she had died because of him. Secretary Kang comforted him, reminding him that his mother always believed he possessed a talent even if it hadn't appeared yet. Before more could be said, an explosion shook the scene. The scene changed again. Bagan watched news on his phone screen about the hunter Javan, who at only 18 had defeated the Asgard boss and cleared the Tower of Destiny. He realized they were the same age, yet their worlds were far apart. Admiration filled him for a moment before guilt consumed his heart. As So's final moments replayed before his eyes, his hands gripped his throat as the memories suffocated him. He blamed himself for everything: So's death, his mother's fate, and the pain that followed. Tears fell as he collapsed, whispering that none of these tragedies would exist if he were never there. The boss manifested behind him, declaring they shared a common curse. Her creations also suffered because of her mistakes. She granted him the same gift she had granted others: a chance to erase his sins and start over. Bagan's eyes glowed as a magic circle formed around him. Outside the illusion, Baphomet and Zipper felt the sudden change. Energy surged violently around Bagan's body before a massive explosion occurred, throwing both of them across the room. When the dust finally cleared, there was no longer a human in front of them. A demonic form stood in Bagan's place, its eyes burning with crimson light. Baphomet and Zipper stood frozen, realizing their companion no longer existed. The transformation concluded as Gan turned into a giant demon. Its tail slammed into the ground, shaking the area and startling them both. Zipper's mind could barely process what had happened to Hunter Bagan. Before the creature lunged toward her, Baphomet's chain whipped through the air before impact, wrapping tightly around the demon's tail. He dove down from above, gripping tight as he pulled the monster back. The demon slipped away and disappeared before his feet touched the ground. He attacked again with powerful swings, but the creature reappeared beside him unharmed. He backed away as the demon manifested right in front of him. He began to laugh as Zipper looked on in confusion while he admitted victory seemed out of reach in his current state. Zipper asked what he meant, and Baphomet explained that while dodging wasn't difficult, matching pure strength was still impossible. Bagan's magic had boosted his stats far beyond normal limits. He could only be defeated through cooperation. Zipper wondered if stopping Hunter Bagan was still considered feasible. Baphomet confirmed it was possible if killing became an option. He deactivated his weapon and noted that only another mage could reverse such spells. Unfortunately, this one came from the tower boss. Only mages with power equal to that boss could dispel it. Zipper asked if he could perform that reversal. Baphomet denied it. His expertise lay in other fields. As attacks rained down, she continued to dodge while realizing that killing might be the only remaining option. She considered whether defeating the boss would automatically end the spell. Baphomet said that might work, but finding the boss itself was still uncertain. Zipper decided that killing Bagan might be their only path. Baphomet then mentioned another possibility. He explained she wasn't the only one with hidden motives for entering this tower, while dodging attacks. He admitted there was still one final skill untested. Using it required reaching the top floor of the tower. He swung his weapon again, explaining the second condition was facing an undefeatable enemy. However, the final condition had to be fulfilled by her. The demon appeared behind him as he whispered something to her, and Zipper stood frozen after hearing it. She called the idea absurd and risky. He reminded her of her dream to become a great archaeologist. She hesitated as he continued, saying either this happens or he would kill Bagan himself. Killing seemed feasible if one had enough power, though it felt cruel to end Bagan's life when he was dragged here involuntarily. Her thoughts raced before settling on him again. She cursed him under her breath. Raising her weapon, her blade slashed across his chest. Sending him crashing to the ground, the demon drew closer. Blade raised high over Baphomet's body. Suddenly, a burst of red light flashed from him as he activated Kano Berserk. A massive explosion tore through the area, forcing Zipper to cover her face. System notifications flashed in the air, the first condition met by reaching the highest floor, the second condition by facing an invincible enemy, and the third condition by receiving a fatal wound from a hunter. The old body collapsed, replaced by a body, capable of containing much greater power. Zipper stared tremblingly, asking if he was still alive as a countdown began. Her voice grew desperate as the clock hit 3-2-1. She called his name over and over. Baphomet finally moved, telling her it was better not to watch what happened next, gently pushing her back. As she stumbled to the ground, his gaze shifted to the demon dark energy swirling around his body, declaring that their battle was not over and he would take an arm in exchange for forgiveness. A system message confirmed the activation of the demon god skill. Baphomet would remain active until the tower was completed. A voice rang out full of disbelief. It couldn't understand how he regained his lost power. Baphomet. Radiating dark energy, he admitted it had been a long time since energy like this flowed through him. His abilities had returned, though limited to the tower. The cooldown lasts 160 seconds, and all human skills were disabled. This restriction explained why the system kept everything a secret. He turned toward the demon bound in his chains, warning it not to move. His control seemed clumsy, and an accident could end its life instantly. As he checked the creature's aura, the spell around it seemed tangled beyond repair. He decided it was better to let another entity handle it. Raising his head, he ordered someone to appear, but there was no answer. He repeated the command more forcefully. He questioned the disobedience. His patience ran out as he shouted again. A dark shadow rose from the air, revealing a true demon form. The creature sighed, having finally thought freedom had come, only to meet Baphomet once again. He recognized the presence of the former final boss of the Abyss Tower, Beelzebub. Most people assumed he had always been the tower's ruler, but that throne originally belonged to Beelzebub. Only after a fateful day did their roles change. Our boy stumbled slightly, groaning about the exhausting climb. He wondered why Beelzebub was so high up, causing him so much trouble. He confirmed if this was truly Beelzebub the boss. Beelzebub looked back with interest, recognizing him as the gatekeeper, Baphomet number 18 from the first floor, and wondered about his ability to climb this far. Baphomet admitted his promotion was through brute force. He fought his way past everyone. He nearly dropped his weapon before gripping it tight again. Beelzebub called this performance pathetic and pointed toward a series of weapons, telling Baphomet to choose one for his own death. The battle then ended with victory belonging to Baphomet. As Beelzebub lay defeated, he warned that his death would completely collapse the tower, taking Baphomet with it. The structure now recognized him as its core. To avoid mutual destruction, Beelzebub offered another deal. Baphomet could become the replacement tower boss until the system accepted the transfer. Beelzebub would follow without question and even assist against tough hunters. Magic expertise could prove useful. Perhaps Baphomet could learn something new. Later, when Javan killed Baphomet, Beelzebub assumed he had vanished forever. Now Baphomet ordered Beelzebub to dispel Bagan's curse. Beelzebub sighed at the order, wondering why he had to help a mere human. Baphomet's gaze sharpened again, questioning the disobedience. Beelzebub raised his hands in surrender, muttering about how difficult a subordinate's life was. A flow of magic formed in his palm. He asserted that no spell was beyond his reach. Though the caster had put great effort into this spell, dispelling it was a simple task. He proceeded to completely remove the magic. Meanwhile, in the mid-tower palace, it was declared that no one could trespass in this domain. He vowed to rebuild his kingdom even more gloriously. But suddenly something fell from above him. He looked up, a crack spreading through the air, stunned that a structure made of magic could be broken before he could react. A violent explosion tore through the palace, destroying everything. In the chaos, Baphomet stepped through the smoke, praising Beelzebub's performance. He grabbed the tower boss and slammed him against the wall, announcing it was finally his turn, and the battle began. With his command for Jisan to attack, Jisan rose from the ground and moved toward Baphomet, while wondering about the reason behind the return of his power. Baphomet replied that sharing such information would require friendship, something they clearly didn't have. He warned him not to let his guard down and lunged forward. Jisan filled the area with magic orbs, causing consecutive explosions. Baphomet easily dodged them and remarked that avoiding such attacks took almost no effort. He rushed forward as Jisan raised his hand, creating a glowing circle that released magic focused directly at him. The attack hit its mark, but he remained unharmed. He asked if that was the full extent of Jisan's power. Jisan was shocked as Argai activated the Agris skill, creating a massive explosion that knocked him out of his safe zone. Baphomet urged him to fight seriously. He reminded him not to waste his effort. His smile widened as he demanded entertainment worthy of his attention. Explosions surrounded Jisan as confusion spread across his face at the sudden change in pressure. Our boy rushed in and knocked him aside with another blast. He appeared right behind him, demanding more power, then again in front, demanding stronger attacks. Attack followed attack, until Baphomet clenched his fist and punched Jisan in the face, slamming him into the ground with immense force. Smoke rose from the impact while he demanded even more action. Jisan wondered if this entire battle had turned into some kind of game. He lunged again, his speed increasing with every step. Baphomet welcomed the effort, remarking that true seriousness had finally appeared after a dull wait. He called Beelzebub, demanding a large, sharp weapon to suit the moment. Beelzebub informed him that nothing was left, explaining that when the tower collapsed, all weapons vanished completely. An attack from Jisan hit its mark as an explosion threw Baphomet onto the cracked ground. He assessed the situation, realizing everything he had collected over time was gone. Looking up, he saw Jisan riding a giant dragon soaring high above. Baphomet jumped away from the dragon's incoming attack, cursing the loss of the weapons he had worked so hard to collect. He blamed Beelzebub for the negligence. But Beelzebub argued the tower's mechanics caused this loss. It was inevitable, and certainly not his problem. Baphomet gritted his teeth at that answer. Beelzebub continued, explaining that the skill he used only worked inside towers, limiting their encounters to the brief moments between cooldowns. Before Baphomet could respond, chains wrapped tightly around him. As Jisan launched another attack, the ground shook from the impact. Seeing an opportunity, Baphomet gave up on finding his own weapons and decided to borrow one instead. He grabbed a nearby weapon for action, but it snapped instantly under his strength. The system announced the equipment was destroyed due to excessive power. He muttered in disappointment that ordinary weapons could never withstand his energy. They always broke too soon. The tower boss questioned the meaning behind his actions, asking if he truly viewed power as a toy for entertainment. Baphomet sensed a sudden change around him, feeling the place grow strange. The boss declared that power was truly not something to be played with, unlike how Baphomet treated it. In a flash, several magic beasts appeared, completely surrounding him. The boss called these creatures his vassals, releasing a storm of energy from their mouths. He declared that his people and kingdom were protected by the gods, and Baphomet's power was nothing against their unity. All the vassals launched their attacks together. As the god shouted glory for the kingdom of Beoatrich, Baphomet's blade sliced through the air, cutting off the head of a vassal. The god froze in disbelief as the second, the third, and the fourth also fell in the same manner. One by one, thousands of vassals collapsed near the glowing circle surrounding Baphomet. He explained how many times he had died to reach this level, being stabbed endlessly by the same hands, being crushed repeatedly, until his body turned into paste, and being resurrected over and over. He thrust his chain through the chest of a vassal. Another declared that his actions now mirrored what had once happened to him. He severed their limbs, crushed their bodies, and destroyed everything in his path. The ground shook as all the vassals vanished in his storm of attacks. He stood there, surrounded only by silence and blood. He declared that this pain and repetition forged his strength, not any divine gift or borrowed power. Every bit was earned by himself. The horrified boss stared, unable to comprehend what stood before it and wondering about the creature's true identity. Baphomet appeared before it in an instant, his eyes emitting an extraordinary red glow. He declared his identity clearly and certainly that he was Baphomet, who was once a boss in the past. Even he was just a low-level monster. Our boy repeatedly asked his companion if the tower truly had a summit and what was waiting there. The companion, slightly annoyed, reminded him that the final boss stood at the summit. The boy wondered if he could reach that height. As the companion warned that to climb higher, one must overcome massive obstacles, starting with defeating the gatekeeper Baphomet. He confirmed this was like the usual path of hunters, but noticed something unusual. Our boy's stutter had vanished. This change prompted him to challenge the gatekeeper. His companion immediately objected, certain he would almost certainly die because Baphomet's strength far exceeded his current abilities. He then explained the difference between regular demons and bosses. Bosses have only one life, while regular demons can resurrect endlessly as long as their boss is alive. He then revealed his plan. He would repeatedly fight the gatekeeper, growing stronger after each rebirth until his strength surpassed Baphomet's. Only then could he win and take the title for Baphomet himself. The scene shifts back to the present. Baphomet receives a system notification confirming he successfully cleared the tower after defeating Jisun. Jisun's body lay motionless before him. Baphomet reflected on how few hunters could actually challenge him, and the thought of opponents who could actually defeat him filled him with an excitement he rarely experienced. Suddenly, Jisun's voice broke the silence. Though appearing dead, he still refused to accept death and dragged himself forward, clutching Baphomet's leg at first. Baphomet assumed Jisun had survived even without a demon core, which showed remarkable determination. But a moment later he clarified the grim truth: the kingdom Jisun imagined he ruled never existed. Everything he believed in was nothing more than an illusion created by the tower. Jisun's confusion deepened when Baphomet confirmed the kingdom of Bao Trick never existed. The system never granted Jisun any real royal power. It simply created him as another combat tool meant to strengthen hunters. The truth shattered him, and he refused to accept that he was nothing more than a demon worm programmed for their growth. Two disguised figures appeared behind Baphomet just as this realization hit. A serious system error occurred without warning, and Jisun's data completely vanished. Bah! Baphomet barely understood the erasure when a sudden flash of light gleamed before him. Turning around, he saw a hooded hunter sitting nearby. Previously, he had sensed something strange, a presence beyond himself and the bosses. But he chose to ignore it because the newcomers posed no threat. Now the hunter looked startled under his direct attention. Baphomet stepped closer and realized the person was a member of Team C. The hunter remained still unsure why he was being confronted. Confusion and anxiety were evident at the labyrinth tower's core. The female hunter leader released snow flames from her hands. An escape portal formed behind the group as it caught everyone's attention. She wondered why a portal suddenly opened and why the system announced the stage was cleared. Akiji shared the same confusion when another escape portal appeared. Through one of the portals, Baphomet appeared carrying 3 disguised hunters, 2 in his hands and 1 in his mouth. The scene shifts to the Minug Medical Center, where Sangha arrived with her subordinates. She immediately demanded to know her brother's location. Her subordinate led her toward the VIP ward and updated her on the situation. Bagan survived, but permanently lost an arm. Sangha couldn't understand why the surgery hadn't started yet. Her subordinate explained that Bagan refused treatment, which she found absurd. She entered the room to confront him. Bagan lay there covered in bandages, brushing off her worry and insisting that nothing was serious enough for her to rush here. She replied that she would have arrived sooner if she hadn't been stopped, and she demanded to know why he was refusing surgery. His answer shocked everyone. So was dead, but Bagan only lost an arm. So had warned him about the tower's danger, yet Bagan pressed on anyway. He believed he was the one who should have died. Losing an arm was nothing when So had lost his life and his future. Bagan said that eventually he could restore his arm, but So can never return. He then asked about the hunter who nearly died to save him. The perspective shifts back to Baphomet, happily eating and drinking in his hospital room. Mr. Ma entered asking why he was here. Baphomet was surprised to see him, and heard Mr. Ma complain lightly that someone in a luxury VIP room should at least keep their mouth shut while eating. Baphomet explained he wasn't injured, but the hospital staff insisted he stay. Mr. Ma asked for details. Baphomet mentioned the royal Gogo who informed him he saved their young master and arranged everything for his comfort. They asked what he wanted, so he asked for food. Mr. Ma was stunned that the royal Gogo group was involved. Baphomet said he initially disliked their attitude, but now finds them okay, noting that people who provide high-quality free food rarely have bad intentions. He then asked how Mr. Ma found him. Mr. Ma explained that clearing a tower automatically notifies the government system. High-level officials, including himself, received the info immediately. Upon hearing the labyrinth tower was cleared, he checked and saw Baphomet's name. He leaned closer to the food, skeptical that Baphomet had actually cleared the tower. Baphomet responded defensively, wondering if he was being accused of deception. Mr. Ma clarified he wasn't calling him a liar, just that clearing the tower usually required a skill level Baphomet shouldn't possess yet. Baphomet offered to show proof through the demon crystal he obtained by defeating the boss. Mr. Ma suggested showing even stronger proof the achievement granted for clearing the tower. Someone arrived at the reception outside the room, apologized for being late, and entered. He expressed surprise that a government official arrived first and questioned Mr. Ma's presence. Baphomet was even more astonished when the newcomer introduced himself as the head of the Hunter Training Department. A flashback returned this same man once looked down on him from above, labeling him a failure and a fraud. Now he greeted Baphomet with that same contempt. Baphomet gritted his teeth as the man spoke. He had rushed here upon hearing of the tower clearer and was more curious to discover Baphomet's identity. He demanded to know how Baphomet did it, noting Mr. Ma's presence and speculating about involvement in a secret government project called the Cleanup Crew. Both Baphomet and Mr. Ma remained silent. The man continued, remarking that hunters often have to get their hands dirty to survive, but warned that Mr. Ma operated at a much more dangerous level. He mentioned an incident where Mr. Ma had killed 7 innocent S-rank hunters. This claim confused Baphomet. While Mr. Ma suddenly threw a punch, the man easily blocked it. His subordinate shouted for him to stop, warning that a battle would destroy the entire hospital. Mr. Ma called him Yozuka and warned him to know his place. He ordered him to focus on the real task, confirming whether Baphomet truly conquered the tower or not. Baphomet smiled and agreed. He opened the system window and took out the tower's core. He admitted he didn't understand its function before, but now found it quite convenient. Holding it close to Ha's face, he asked if he still looked like a fraud. Ha stared at him, gritting his teeth and insisting that Baphomet was still a failure. A voice interrupted, asking who was truly the failure. Ha turned and saw Bagan entering in a wheelchair with his sisters. Ha's subordinate recognized them as members of Royal Gogo. Ha immediately changed his attitude, greeting Sang-ah with a polite smile. He called her the future president of Royal Gogo and addressed himself as director. Sang-ah called his name with cold anger. He explained he intended to contact her soon for business and expressed pleasant surprise to see her here. He asked what brought them here. Bagan asked if he held a position in the government. He finally noticed the boy and realized it was the youngest heir of Royal Gogo. He expressed regret over the injury and knew Bagan had been in the Labyrinth Tower. Bagan pointed toward Baphomet, introducing him as the benefactor who saved his life and emphasizing Ha's insulting behavior. He looked confused. He turned to Sang-ah to ask about their company's dealings with him, and she explained that he managed training and recruitment operations. Bagan remarked that someone unable to recognize the one who cleared the tower was unfit to be a partner. Sang-ah agreed and canceled all scheduled meetings with his department. Ha's subordinate anxiously pulled at his sleeve. Another sister stepped forward, politely asking him to leave as they wanted a private conversation with Baphomet. She gently added that their family followed one rule: an enemy of their friend is also their enemy. Ha forced a smile, casting one last bitter glance at Baphomet, then turned away. Baphomet returned his gaze. With a smirk of pure satisfaction, Mr. Ma discussed the situation with Baphomet, noting everyone suddenly seemed to be taking his side. Baphomet wondered if this was good news. But Mr. Ma pointed toward Ha's trembling expression, warning that just one more mocking smile might drive him mad. Outside, Ha sat in the car, punching the seat and cursing uncontrollably. The subordinate begged him to calm down, but the humiliation of being insulted by someone he once considered a failure, especially in front of Royal Gogo, hurt more than anything. When the subordinate asked if Baphomet could have awakened after their first evaluation, the thought made him uneasy. His pride was wounded at the thought that his instincts, the foundation of his career, might have been wrong. Gritting his teeth, he ordered an investigation into Baphomet's entire past. Something was wrong, and he intended to find out. In the hospital, Bagan thanked Baphomet, surprising both him and Mr. Ma. Bagan admitted Baphomet had every reason to abandon him in the tower after he treated him poorly, yet he still saved him. Baphomet's expression remained blank. In truth, he had intended to let go and walk away. One sister quietly suggested giving them space, and Sangha agreed. She turned to Mr. Ma and switched to business, wanting to discuss government-linked welfare projects. Mr. Ma accepted and they left together, locking the door alone. Baphomet admitted saving people was never his intention. He only intervened because Zipper blamed herself for getting the group trapped and begged him to save Bagan. He had agreed after making a deal, never expecting that Bagan would survive. Bagan replied that surviving wasn't his concern at the time. He was just relieved the others escaped safely. That way of thinking confused Baphomet. He couldn't understand risking oneself for others. His instincts in the tower revolved entirely around survival. When he asked if Bagan came just to apologize, Bagan refused. Saving his life demanded repayment, and he offered anything within his power. Baphomet replied that Bagan had already repaid him through the hospital arrangements. Though he still wondered if he could finish all the food before leaving, Bagan reminded him the food was his. Baphomet then mentioned the armor he broke in the tower, but Bagan said Zipper had explained it wasn't real. When Baphomet asked if Bagan had a lot of money, Bagan looked confused. The story shifts to another hunter struggling against a demon, wishing for teammates to go along. Suddenly, Mr. Ma's voice rang out from an advertisement introducing a new matchmaking system, Hunter Loans, equipment rentals, and government-funded welfare services for hunters and their families. The ad ended with glowing text, sponsored by the central government. Baphomet grimaced at the advertisement. He felt second-hand embarrassment. Mr. Ma appeared behind him, pretending to be offended, saying the ad took a lot of effort. He asked if Baphomet was here to supervise today. When Baphomet said no, Mr. Ma laughed and revealed he was just visiting. He mentioned the idol who starred in the ad, a hunter and K-pop star with terrible acting skills. A girl gasped and accused Baphomet of insulting their beloved June. Mr. Ma was startled before realizing the voice belonged to Duong Han. She greeted Baphomet warmly, assuring him they met at orientation. Mr. Ma informed him that Han would supervise today, and then asked if he had seen the news. When Baphomet appeared clueless, Mr. Ma lightly scolded him and showed him various articles, vindicating him. The fraud allegations were finally resolved, likely thanks to Bagan. A flashback confirmed this. Baphomet had asked Bagan if money could influence the media. Bagan explained that Royal Gogo didn't need to bribe anyone, as journalists came to them on their own. Baphomet requested a news report to clear his name, but avoided revealing that he had cleared the Labyrinth Tower. He didn't want to draw attention while dangerous enemies were still searching for him. Back in the present, Mr. Ma smiled and said the story was spreading very fast. Baphomet worried about the potential backlash against the department. But Mr. Ma brushed off that concern. They were used to taking hits, and this time the target was someone else. He put Han in charge. Han watched him leave and noticed that Mr. Ma seemed unusually protective of Baphomet. Wondering why Baphomet didn't answer, she shifted the conversation to the upcoming tests. Baphomet expressed surprise that the building had testing facilities. Han explained that her team shared responsibilities with the training department. She led him to the elevator and introduced him to the doctor. Chaos filled the testing room. The doctor was swinging his arms wildly at a bug. It escaped just as the door opened. He chased after it. He accidentally knocked Han down. She scolded him, and he apologized repeatedly, explaining that bugs in the wiring could crash the entire system. Turning to Baphomet, he remarked that Mr. Ma had warned him about Baphomet being a strange person, and muttered that Mr. Ma insulted him everywhere. The doctor introduced himself as S.L. Kim, and explained that today's test would determine Baphomet's true rank through combat instead of stats, since he had cleared a tower even if it was a low rank. Stage 1 was waiting, and he asked if Baphomet was ready. Stage 1 was activated. Blue and red orbs filled the room. Baphomet was only allowed to touch the blue orbs, and he moved immediately, weaving through the red beams, and jumping high to grab an orb hovering near the ceiling. Stage 2 followed, loading, projecting a virtual landscape full of monsters. The doctor proudly called it the Night Hunt of the White Walker. Baphomet drew his weapon and slashed through the beasts with brutal precision, slashing, counterattacking until every creature fell. Stage 3 began. The doctor announced the summoning of a boss to measure destructive power and promised to end the test if it became dangerous. A massive hand tore through space, followed by a towering monster. Baphomet froze for a moment, recognizing it instantly. A slow smile appeared. This was the enemy that had once crushed him when he was weak. Raising his blood-stained weapon, he prepared to show the creature how different the ending would be now. Han watched the battle and immediately recognized something familiar in Baphomet's movements. His attacks exploded with sharp precision, each strike heavier than the last. As a fiery aura burned around him, he plunged his sword into the monster's core and triggered an explosion that engulfed the area. The demon turned to ash, leaving Han in awe. SL. quietly noted that recovering the boss after such total destruction would take time, while Han still wondered why Baphomet fought exactly like Javan, recalling the rumors of Javan's death in the Abyss Tower and wondering if there was a real connection. After the test, Baphomet returned home, recalling the strange looks everyone had given him. And realizing he could no longer act the way he did in the towers, he decided to maintain a cautious attitude until he found out who was targeting him. Mr. Ma called to check on his status, and explained that the results would take time due to manual evaluation. He also reminded Baphomet about the Crux reward he had received. Only now did Baphomet learn what it did and activated it. The system announced that using the Crux of the Labyrinth Tower would increase all his skills by 1 level. He checked his status and saw a total of 11 level-ups, finally understanding why guilds fought so fiercely to complete towers. Mr. Ma explained that the Art Guild had monopolized these rewards for years. Baphomet secretly joked that if he had known sooner, he would have tried to become human earlier. Another message caught his attention. Cannon Berserk now had a cooldown of 27,734,400 seconds, with a hint that something special would happen when the timer expired. He suspected the cooldown had shortened after the skill leveled up. Mr. Ma considered this a lucky development and promised to assign him tower missions whenever possible. Before Baphomet could respond, a massive commotion broke out on Mr. Ma's end of the line. At the same time, a sharp pain flared in Baphomet's skull. His phone slipped from his hand as his vision shook. His body weakened and his lungs felt as if they refused to work. A girl holding a flower appeared in his blurred vision, and a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. His body convulsed, then suddenly. As Baphomet's vision cleared, he recognized the familiar energy, and realized the child was Beelzebub. The demon panicked over his transformation now that his perfect body, golden eyes and flowing hair were gone, replaced instead by a helpless human child. Baphomet questioned his priorities, but Beelzebub blamed him for everything, claiming the Crux had forced him out of Baphomet's body. He also admitted he didn't know why he appeared in this form, assuming it was simply the most compatible shape in the human world. Beelzebub added that with his power lost, he remained by default under Baphomet's control. Baphomet happily accepted this and prepared to use him freely. Causing Beelzebub to complain that he had suffered enough, Baphomet recalled Beelzebub's earlier arrogance about never seeing him again after the tower and approached threateningly. The child panicked and ran, forcing Baphomet to give chase. Their pursuit ended abruptly when several elderly neighbors greeted Baphomet warmly, calling him by his human name, Minucha, and insisted he come with them. Confused, he froze as Mrs. Kim stepped forward and asked him to fix her broken scooter. He tried to refuse, but a system window appeared with a mandatory quest requiring him to help his neighbors, warning that refusal would lead to death. The system maliciously reminded him that since he once called it a cheating tool, it decided to act accordingly. It emphasized that this mission would help him learn emotion. Baphomet argued that he didn't need emotion and viewed all humans as enemies, but the administrator rejected this mindset and threatened death again. Finally, Baphomet gave in and turned back to Mrs. Kim, exhausted, asking how to fix the scooter. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a cat licked something on the road. Before headlights flashed, a car stopped and 2 people stepped out. They examined the area, noting that this neighborhood full of elderly people was one of Seoul's last undeveloped areas. They discussed how long it would take to evict the residents and demolish the area, confidently assuming nothing unexpected would delay the slum project. There was a restless man who was once known as the boss of a tower, and that man was the former demon lord who now spent his days helping old ladies whenever they needed. Sometimes he was also asked to rescue kittens, as well as digging backyards and moving furniture. Any trivial errand you asked, the former demon lord would do diligently. His diligence won the hearts of many old ladies who always asked him to run errands or fix things. Beelzebub imagined a dramatic timeline where Baphomet continued doing errands for decades, growing old and finally dying peacefully. This twisted story made our guy furious, and he chased after Beelzebub. Later that day, Baphomet entered the house carrying a box. He saw Beelzebub reading a novel and realized the little demon was now fascinated by human stories. Beelzebub declared he finally understood why Baphomet wanted to live among humans, but Baphomet ordered him to help with housework. Beelzebub refused, insisting that children shouldn't carry heavy objects. Mrs. Kim walked in, smiling as Baphomet returned a book and asked to borrow more to read. The system quietly observed that Beelzebub was adapting quickly to human life. Baphomet found this sudden adjustment strange, since Beelzebub was crying about being a helpless child just a few days ago. He asked the system about the reason behind the transformation. The system admitted it didn't know, and explained it only hacked Earth's structure, while the system's true master would know the cause. Baphomet requested the system stop assigning meaningless emotional quests, but another one appeared immediately, instructing him to help residents to learn about emotions. He complained about the system's inconsistent attitude. Later, after fixing a scooter for an elderly lady, she praised his skills and gave him the vehicle for his personal use. The lady mentioned her broken hot water system and suggested finding someone else to fix it. This annoyed Baphomet because residents kept asking him for help despite knowing other options existed. Then she told him a story about a young man who once lived in his house. This man drank heavily and avoided everyone. So Mrs. Kim made up many excuses to approach him. Over time, he softened, became willing to help, and drank less, and finally left the neighborhood after finding meaning elsewhere. Before leaving, he asked the residents to treat the next tenant with the same kindness. Baphomet silently cursed the anonymous man, believing he was the reason the neighborhood gave him so much work while they were eating. Suzanne, the lady's granddaughter, walked in. She said she had already eaten and planned to study in her room. Her grandmother proudly introduced her as a top student. At the same time, Mr. Jisan ordered his subordinates to gather all the captains. Someone who owed them money lived in the slum, and he wanted to recover that debt. Back at the slum, Baphomet fixed the hot water system and completed a small shelter, deciding that this area wasn't as bad as it first looked. He thought about getting a dog and wondered where Beelzebub had disappeared to since the child never helped. A system message arrived containing his test results, matching what he expected. He remembered he still had unfinished business waiting. Meanwhile, Susan sat in her room smoking next to a board, where Baphomet had warned her not to touch his paint. Her grandmother walked in shocked and angry to see her smoking again. She warned her about school and university, but Susan argued university was useless when they couldn't afford tuition. The girl didn't want to let her grandmother sink deeper into debt and blamed her late father for only leaving behind loans. She said she should go to work instead of studying. Two men interrupted their argument. One greeted Mrs. Song and explained they came early to collect the debt because their financial situation had changed. Mrs. Song insisted she couldn't gather enough of the required money so soon. The man suggested selling the house since the property had enough value. When she asked where they would live, then he said it wasn't his problem. He noticed Susan and suggested that the girl could easily earn enough money in certain professions, thanks to her looks, which would allow them to afford a small apartment. His accomplice warned that she was still a minor, but he brushed off the concern. Susan grabbed the man's head and declared she would take the job if it meant earning enough to survive. The man demanded she let go. Then he pushed her away violently, causing her to hit the wall while her grandmother screamed her name. At another house, Mrs. Kim asked Beelzebub if he liked the book. The boy confirmed it. Just before a loud banging on the door echoed, Mrs. Kim was startled, and a few seconds later, two thugs burst into her house, the dog belonging to Mr. Baker started barking outside, and he suspected someone was loitering in the neighborhood. Baphomet grabbed his weapon, angry that the intruders had ruined something wet, referring to his unfinished painting. The intruders noticed him and commented on a young man living here. He ignored them, annoyed that they had interrupted the final part of his project. One thug signaled his accomplice to attack. A moment later, the large thug went flying through the air after Baphomet's counterattack, leaving the other shocked. He looked down and saw Baphomet already standing right in front of him, moving much faster than a normal human. Later, the injured thug spoke on the phone with Mr. Jiang, insisting that Baphomet was definitely a hunter. Mr. Jiang confirmed that he himself was once a hunter, but quit due to fierce competition. Memories flooded back of the day he witnessed the massive gap in ability between himself and a teammate that pushed him out of the profession. He returned to reality and agreed that the mysterious man was likely a hunter. He ordered his men to further investigate Baphomet elsewhere. The elderly neighbors gathered to discuss the recent disturbances. Several reported that masked men had broken into their homes, destroying repaired floors, vandalizing property, and even ruining a vegetable garden. Someone mentioned rumors of redevelopment plans targeting this area. Fear spread as they wondered where they would go if forced to leave. Baphomet overheard part of this conversation before returning home. Sue then stopped him, revealing she knew he was a hunter. She knew hunters worked for money and offered him everything she had. She begged him to protect their home because they would have nowhere to go if those people returned. She thrust her savings toward him. Baphomet refused to take the money. He already intended to punish the troublemakers regardless of payment. In his mind, these intruders had crossed a line by violating what he now considered his territory. Our guy then put on his hat and coat, having anticipated the situation. He had prepared for this exact moment because Beelzebub had also placed one of his minions on the attackers when they broke into Mrs. Kim's house. Now it would lead him straight to their den. Taeyong stopped him before he left, reminding him that killing people outside of official missions was strictly forbidden. Baphomet wondered if this rule applied even to worthless thugs. But Taeyong confirmed that civilians could not be killed under any circumstances. After some negotiation, Taeyong allowed him to beat them as long as no one died. Baphomet dashed off immediately. Taeyong contacted Mr. Ma by phone, reporting that Baphomet had just left the house. Near the electronics center, the thug who had broken into the houses was paying a man for his services. The man received the money gratefully and offered support for future jobs. He noticed the injuries on the thug's face, but the thug brushed it off as nothing. Their conversation ended politely. But chaos erupted behind them as someone attacked the group. Baphomet grabbed his face and slammed it into the ground with terrifying force. His knife flashed, severing the man's arm. The remaining thugs were frozen in shock and horror at this display of brutality. The leader ordered everyone to attack Baphomet together. Several men lunged at once, drawing their weapons. But Baphomet flashed through them with a single sweep, severing all their arms at once. Blood splattered everywhere as he continued the assault, moving through the group and severing the limbs of anyone who approached him. The leader realized Baphomet was the hunter who had defeated their rookie earlier. His realization came too late as Baphomet instantly appeared in front of him, severing his arm as well and reminding him they had met before. Our guy threw a large bag at the man who was stunned, ordering him to stuff all the severed arms on the ground into it. The man fearfully complied, collecting the arms while wondering about his misfortune. Baphomet noticed an arm was missing and pointed out the man had forgotten to put in his own arm, leaving him horrified. Then Baphomet went to the rookie's place. Their boss received a silent phone call that seemed like a joke. But seconds later, the rookie went flying through the air like a bullet and crashed heavily onto the ground. Baphomet walked in and dropped the bag full of hands onto Mr. Jiang's table. He suggested Mr. Jiang could reattach them like puzzle pieces, warning him to be careful not to mix them up. In the process, Mr. Jiang smiled, commenting that the slum hunter clearly enjoyed violence. He interpreted this as a territorial warning. Baphomet confirmed this was just a light punishment for trespassing on his area. Jiang laughed at the concept of territory coming from a hunter. He mentioned sending people to investigate Baphomet's background and discovered a child at your residence. He speculated about the child's identity. Assuming it was perhaps a younger brother, as the age gap ruled out the possibility of a son, he revealed that his men had likely arrived at that house already. Our boy began to laugh uncontrollably at this news, leaving Mr. Jiang confused. Stepping closer, Baphomet advised him that he should be more worried about his own men instead. At the residence, Beelzebub sat reading while his magic trapped all the intruders. Thin, compressed magic threads surrounded them like lasers. A man lay on the floor screaming about his severed legs. Beelzebub explained the magic system to them in simple terms, comparing the deadly threads to lasers. He warned them that any movement would lead to injury. As proven by the legless man, Beelzebub admitted this magic technique required tedious effort and lacked efficiency. But it was necessary because Baphomet would be angry if they ruined the house. He told the immobilized intruders not to move until he finished reading his book. Mr. Jiang tried to call his team, but the phone remained unreachable. He drew his sword and blocked Baphomet's attack, revealing his experience as a former hunter. He had planned to gather more information before taking action against the slum hunter. Their brief exchange convinced him that this situation could escalate dangerously. He weighed the risks of fighting without knowing Baphomet's exact rank. His phone received a message revealing Baphomet's rank. He immediately dropped his weapon and surrendered completely. He promised never to interfere with that neighborhood again, and offered to forget about his men's severed arms if they could part in peace. Our boy smiled and severed his arm anyway. Blood sprayed out. Mr. Jiang realized the negotiation had failed completely. Later in a phone call, Mr. Jiang explained to his subordinate that he couldn't continue the job after learning the target had a high rank. His arm was wrapped in bandages. The subordinate asked why rank mattered so much. Mr. Jiang explained that starting from A-rank hunters receive special government management due to their potential to reach S-rank. More importantly, hunters A-rank and above are no longer human, but monsters in human skin. One wrong move could bring disaster to 3 generations of a family. He mentioned his critical condition due to the severed arm and ended the call. The subordinate kept trying to contact Mr. Jiang, but the call was disconnected. Another person named Jiang asked if terminating the deal would cause problems. He replied that continuing meant certain death. He wondered who sent the warning message. He believed that same person had made the prank call earlier to warn of the hunter's approach, and noted the voice sounded familiar. Clearly someone knew that hunter very well. The mysterious messenger turned out to be Mr. Ma, currently visiting Mrs. Kim's house. Mrs. Kim greeted him, wishing she had known he was visiting so she could have prepared food. Mr. Ma politely declined, explaining he had already eaten lunch and just wanted to drop by for a moment. Mrs. Kim asked if he had been drinking too much lately. He reassured her he only drank on important occasions or company dinners. She praised Minu-cha for his skillful hands and reliable work, though she wished he complained less while working. Mr. Ma found the word reliable surprising, but agreed after thinking. Our boy discovered his quest was completed, but there was no reward. He complained that even the old ladies in the neighborhood gave him something for his effort, wondering what kind of god operated so cheaply. Mr. Ma's real request to Mrs. Kim was to take good care of Baphomet from now on. The scene shifts to a man staggering back after being stabbed in the stomach. He tried to remind the woman beside him that they had agreed to share the tower rewards. He couldn't believe she broke their agreement so casually. She remained unmoved and treated his death as an accident simply so they could take his share. The injured man cursed her and lunged forward in desperation. She raised a finger and the dog behind her reacted immediately. The creature lunged at the man, tearing him to pieces as blood splattered across the ground. At the Hunter Association, Baphomet arrived at the reception and heard he owed double the rental fee. Before he could get annoyed, the receptionist explained she was only joking. Breaking a rental weapon for the first time never required payment. She just wanted to emphasize that hunters should buy their own weapons because future breakages would require both rental and full replacement fees. Baphomet silently agreed that owning equipment would avoid unnecessary trouble. He took a crystal from his inventory and offered it for sale. The receptionist froze upon realizing it was a Jisan boss crystal. She briefly explained their system crystals from tower bosses are usually put up for auction so hunters can bid online. Those who want immediate cash can request a direct purchase after appraisal, but auctions usually bring higher profits. Baphomet decided an auction would be more beneficial for him. She prepared to send the crystal to the auction department and told him the system would notify him once the auction ended. Curious, Baphomet asked about the price of the Baphomet boss crystal that had been sold. He expected a staggering figure due to the mythic rank. She surprised him by saying it sold for less than Jisan's. This information stunned him. She explained that a crystal's value depends entirely on mana content. Jisan was a magic-type demon, so his mana level was extremely high. The Baphomet boss was a pure physical type with almost no magic potential. Some physical demons still accumulate massive amounts of mana, but investigations proved Baphomet's mana was almost non-existent. Baphomet recalled Beelzebub telling him his magic aptitude was practically zero and he should focus on his strengths. Even chain magic had taken him an absurd amount of time to understand. The receptionist continued explaining that high-level equipment requires crystals with strong mana density. She also mentioned that the crystal from Baphomet's corpse never appeared after the Abyss Tower raid. This observation made no sense to him. He assumed Javan must have taken it, but his memories showed Javan had left without touching anything. Crystals never disappear after a tower collapses because they serve as an immortal energy source for demonic creatures. Its disappearance felt completely impossible. She concluded she had no more information to provide and asked if everything was clear now. He said it was, and she moved on to syncing his personal inventory with the official system. He approved the connection and began organizing the items. While deleting unnecessary things, he noticed Javan's Dao in the inventory. It was locked and marked as bound equipment even though he didn't remember binding it. Before he could take a closer look, a ball rolled to his feet, and a small dog chased after it. He observed it thoroughly, sensing something unusual about this creature. Someone called the dog named Canine. A woman approached along with a man who blamed himself for losing track of it while she was away. He picked up the ball and suggested they go outside to play. Baphomet continued to study the strange dog. The receptionist noticed his confusion and asked if he knew anything about hounds. She explained that after the gate shock, some pets awakened powers becoming unusually intelligent or supernatural. The first recorded case involved the cat of a famous Hollywood actress. No one knew the exact cause, but theories suggested the emotional bond between pet and human reacted to the global energy surge of the gate shock. Then Baphomet slammed his hand on the desk and declared he would leave the guild immediately. He refused to stay in a group with such a ridiculous name. The female doctor responded by saying the name Sweet Pink Angel only annoyed him because the bright color contrasted with his gloomy appearance. She handed him an envelope full of cash he earned during tower trips, asserting she had carefully protected every cent. She wrapped her arms around him from behind and begged him to stay, emphasizing that operating without a guild was now impossible. Baphomet declared that the money already belonged to him and finding another guild was a small matter. She argued that very few guild masters matched her strength with her looks and physique, implying he would be missing out. He still refused. Taeyong arrived just in time to block his path. Baphomet mocked him about the constant surveillance. Taeyong called it observation and presented a new mission: 3 hunters who lured individuals into tower reward agreements and killed them after completion, robbing them of everything. 2 of them were B rank and 1 might be A rank. The female doctor asked why the rank was still uncertain. Taeyong explained the group had stopped reporting progress long ago. Their behavior patterns suggested it was very likely there was an A rank among them, making them extremely dangerous. Their methodical operation required careful infiltration. He also added there was another complication. Baphomet took the file and immediately recognized the group: the same woman, the same man, and the same dog he had seen at the central office earlier. Inside the Paradise Hotel, the woman burst into her brother's room and found him surrounded by drunken women. She slapped him and asked if he was going to use drugs and waste their money again. He brushed off her worries indifferently. She reminded him that their payment deadline was next week. He suggested entering another tower to settle everything. She mentioned rumors of vigilante hunters killing criminal hunters. He found the idea bizarre. Though she reminded him that they themselves frequently killed hunters, he admitted that was true. She asked where their Hoshian dog was, then switched to calling it Canine, seeing the dog near her. She stroked its head and mentioned their next tower job. The dog barked, she warned, that they would likely have to kill again. It barked at her again quietly, promising that their group of 5 would soon be reunited. The dog seemed satisfied with that statement. Outside the Moonlight Tower, the siblings stood with their dog. She questioned the quality of her brother's preparation. He defensively repeated that the target was unfamiliar and his check found no threat of retaliation. She asked about the rank. He estimated the target was just below A rank while the dog was sniffing nearby trees. He reported that the target had entered the first floor alone. She found it absurd that someone would enter a floor without support. She checked if he had explained their usual 50-50 split agreement. He confirmed he had. Going deeper, she kept wondering why the victim worked alone. He explained it was gullibility, making it easy for them to finish the job once the target obtained the loot. She accused him of pretending he would be the one to do the killing. He laughed and looked at the dog for confirmation. The dog barked as if in agreement. She decided the amount of loot would determine whether they killed the person or not. He complained that working in a group meant sharing everything fairly and sparing the target if the haul was small. She touched the entrance of the tower. He kept insisting they would gain nothing unless someone died. The entrance suddenly swung open from the inside. A giant demon stood before them. She corrected her brother's complaint by saying he would get nothing, not everyone. Blood sprayed across the entrance. Back at the agency, Taeyong reviewed Baphomet's previous interaction with this group. Imyon mentioned that the dog possessed unusually strong scent-tracking abilities, making Baphomet's participation extremely risky. Taeyong agreed that the dog could remember Baphomet's scent perfectly, and Baphomet's public exposure had complicated the matter. Using someone else would be safer. The receptionist chimed in saying disguises and changing appearances could solve the problem at the tower site. Baphomet now appeared in full disguise armor. He confidently approached the pair and introduced himself as a fellow raider named Builder. He declared they would clear this place together from now on. The armored demon smirked with confidence. Our guy then engaged a demon, leaping high as it attacked and landing precisely on top of it. His sword split the creature neatly in 2. He immediately moved to the next target, thrusting his blade straight through its eye, one by one. The opponents fell as he systematically slashed through them. Blood splattered with every strike. An octopus-like monster appeared before him. Baphomet's body glowed as he lunged forward, unleashing rapid attacks that severed every tentacle of the creature. He aimed precisely at the monster's face before diving straight into its core. Activating the exploser skill, he incinerated the entire creature in a sea of fire. The siblings witnessed this scene from their position. The brother watched Baphomet's efficient slaughter in awe. Turning toward them, Baphomet told a lame joke about ice cream and church on Sundays. Both siblings stared blankly. The sister had no reaction at all. This caused Baphomet to burst into laughter at his own joke. Earlier, the receptionist had advised him to pose as a middle-aged man, saying the targets wouldn't recognize him if he acted contrary to his usual self. The female doctor wondered if Baphomet had any acting skills. He admitted he had no talent for acting. She suggested he just keep telling dad jokes to convince them he was middle-aged. Back in the tower, the sister told Baphomet to stop because his jokes made no sense at all. The brother defended him, saying he was just trying to make everyone feel comfortable, and told Baphomet to continue. Inwardly, Baphomet wished he could stop pretending. As they moved forward, the hound approached Baphomet. He realized this was the first time he had encountered a hound. The brother explained that these dogs live nearly as long as humans, about 70 to 85 years, and they can even eat chocolate safely. He asked if he could pet it and reached out his hand. The dog suddenly backed away and avoided his touch. The sister immediately noticed the dog's strange reaction. Earlier, the female doctor had given Baphomet a special perfume made just for him. Humans couldn't smell it, but animals with a keen sense of smell found it terrible. She said this perfume would prevent the dog from recognizing him. The dog's reaction showed the perfume had worked. The sister looked worried and called the dog's name several times. The group continued together through the dark area. Suddenly, our guy drew his weapon and attacked. The brother turned to his sister and asked what she thought of Baphomet's strength. He wanted to know if Baphomet could defeat Canine in a fight. The sister looked surprised and reminded him they had agreed not to fight today. The brother said Baphomet seemed stronger than they thought. When she asked him to explain what he meant, he smiled and revealed he had a good idea. Later, they sat together by a campfire. Baphomet listened while they explained their plan. They wanted him to join their group to raid more towers. The brother suggested this deal would benefit everyone since they couldn't clear towers on their own. Their plan was to collect resources until the halfway point and then leave safely. The brother told him skilled hunters like him were rare. He said it would be foolish to end the partnership after just one raid. The sister offered Baphomet 60% of the loot while they took 40%. In her head, she recalled her brother's plan to initially give him a large reward to gain his trust. Once he started trusting them, they would make him do the dangerous jobs that Canine usually did. She began to argue, but he stopped her and pointed out that he hated putting Canine in danger anyway. Baphomet now agreed to the deal without hesitation. The sister added one condition: he must show his face. She explained that teamwork requires trust, and she felt uncomfortable working with someone who hides their face. Baphomet observed her carefully, and Taeyong had told him that his true mission was to infiltrate their group, not kill them. His first mission after training was similar to an instructor's. The government wanted him to gather info on these 3 criminals, and joining them was the only way. Back in the present, the brother told Baphomet to take his time deciding. Baphomet stated that showing his face was no problem and even surprised them. The sister laughed and joked that maybe he was very handsome. He removed his mask and revealed a face covered in burn scars. The sister gasped in shock. Baphomet said a tower boss burned him 7 years ago. He added that hunters don't depend on looks, so the scars didn't bother him. He continued the story saying he got these burns while protecting his son during that battle. His son's face was completely ruined, and they had tried every treatment, even meeting famous healer hunters, but nothing worked. He let them know he would do anything to make his son better. Everyone went silent after hearing this. Baphomet put his mask back on and wondered if he had overacted. The brother finally declared that meeting Baphomet was destiny because they knew a cure for his son. He explained he and his sister worked hard because their parents also had a disease caused by the gate shock years ago. They searched everywhere for a cure but found nothing. Then he revealed their parents got better after they met someone, and partnering with that person again could also help cure his son. Then, while Baphomet was still masked, 2 women appeared as a door opened. They radiated powerful energy and flew across the floor with spinning masks. Then a man in a cloak stepped out from the chaos. People screamed and ran toward the figure, calling him father. The system informed Baphomet that the main quest condition was met, and the new objective was to eliminate the target. The cloaked man tilted his head back, revealing a mask on his face. Baphomet found this sight strange, and the system identified the man as the Apostle of Lust. In a flashback, Beelzebub gave Baphomet a book listing the 7 deadly sins, explaining that Javan once held the title of Apostle of Wrath. He reminded Baphomet of the goddess's previous vision, where 6 blurry figures appeared as future threats. Baphomet realized Javan and the others completed the set Wrath, Pride, Sloth, Envy, Greed, Gluttony, and Lust. Back to the present. The Apostle of Lust stood before him. A mother approached with her daughter in a wheelchair, explaining the girl's leukemia had worsened despite all treatments. The girl quietly admitted she had accepted death, but feared her mother's lifelong grief more than death itself. This caused the mother to sob in despair. The man gently touched the girl's head, emitting a brilliant light and butterfly-like shapes that stunned the crowd. The girl's hair rapidly grew long, and the mother embraced her in disbelief while the crowd celebrated the supposed miracle. The man explained he only realigned her energy flow and instructed them to continue treatment at the chapel. The believer's brother quietly told Baphomet that if anyone could cure Baphomet's son, it was this man. Baphomet agreed to meet him. Birds chirped outside as they entered the meeting room, where the healer introduced himself as Chisu, the leader of the BA cult. Baphomet used the name Builder, thanking him while pretending that the bandaged Beelzebub was his sick son. A flashback interrupted. Beelzebub asked why Baphomet insisted on infiltrating such a dangerous place. He found it contradictory that Chisu appeared weaker, yet belonged to a group capable of killing Baphomet. Baphomet admitted this contradiction was exactly why Chisu worried him. Beelzebub accused him of planning to push him into a trap and reminded him that he was now human, fragile and killable. He explained Baphomet only resurrected after being killed by Javan, because the system still counted him as a magic beast then. Since the tower vanished and that loophole closed, death was now final for both of them. Baphomet brushed off his worries, forcing Beelzebub to cooperate reluctantly. Back to the present, Chisu examined Beelzebub and sensed what he considered a severe curse. He compared it to the darkness he once sensed it on Baphomet. He explained that treatment requires time, money, and attending weekly prayers. Baphomet was too busy. He suggested an alternative, letting the child stay at the facility full-time. He summoned 2 teachers, a pair of identical twins. They immediately stepped toward Beelzebub. Beelzebub panicked, clinging to Baphomet and promising to be obedient, to eat well and go to bed early while inwardly begging not to be abandoned, and silently threatening to curse him if he was left behind. Baphomet remained unmoved, allowing the teachers to take him, as Beelzebub was led away. Baphomet silently thanked him for his sacrifice. Chisu concluded the meeting satisfied with the arrangement. But while shaking hands goodbye, he commented on Baphomet's soft hands and unusually long fingers with unsettling interest. This sent a shiver down Baphomet's spine. Chisu's sister intervened, reminding her brother that they had to go visit their parents. And she gave Baphomet private advice. She told him he should only focus on curing his son and avoid getting involved in the religious aspects of the cult. She warned him directly not to get too deeply involved with this organization. Elsewhere, the teachers informed Beelzebub that reading was not allowed as it interfered with healing, and he was encouraged to play naturally with the other children. A feast was laid out in his honor. He introduced himself as Jinsa to a girl nearby, but immediately felt something was wrong. The teachers radiated a strange aura, revealing through his perception that the twins were not human but Shikigami serving Chisu. He activated his magic eye to gather information and immediately discovered that all the children around him were slowly dying. This truth horrified him. Meanwhile, Chisu received a group of grateful parents who were bowing deeply, praising him for healing their children. When they asked how to repay him, he told them to show their passion and affection for one another. Confused but obedient, they embraced as Chisu burst into a trembling laugh while his mask slipped, revealing the true monstrous face beneath. The holy appearance. Snake-like forms coiled around him as he reveled in their submission, and the pleasure he derived from their performance exposed the true nature of the Apostle of Lust. At the Hunter Affairs Central Agency, Minister Sang Jin-wook reviewed the rookie's file. Baphomet. He evaluated Mr. Ma's report and noted that Baphomet displayed extraordinary talent and was ranking up at an incredible speed. Mr. Ma described him as hard-working, but secretly hoped he wouldn't do anything unpredictable. The minister warned him that over-restricting unstable hunters could backfire. He advised maintaining control while giving enough freedom, trusting Mr. Ma would balance both. During the subsequent car ride, Mr. Ma asked Taeyong for new information. Taeyong reported that Baphomet had infiltrated the enemy base and was progressing at an alarming rate. He also revealed he was monitoring the mission more closely than Mr. Ma expected. When asked who would oversee the next phase, Mr. Ma declared he would handle it himself. Elsewhere, Beelzebub contacted Baphomet via an insect and reported the next target. He explained that Chisu was an illusionist who had cast a massive spell covering the entire mansion, hiding all traces of the truth. Chisu appeared weak, only because he spent most of his power maintaining this illusion. He lured desperate families with promises of healing and killed them all without their knowledge. As Beelzebub continued to observe, he sensed the death of a child inside the illusion and rushed to investigate, promising to contact Baphomet again once he understood the situation. Just then, Hunter Haiti arrived to join Baphomet. She explained her delay was due to urgent work and was ready to proceed. As they walked, Baphomet asked about her brother and her dog. She said they had gone to visit their parents and added that the patients made an exception for the dog since most disliked animals. While climbing the stairs, she asked if it was okay that only the 2 of them were going. Baphomet told her it would be easier to manage since they only planned to go halfway before heading down. Inside the illusion, Beelzebub witnessed one of the twin sisters, announcing that a little girl named Jia Kang had fully recovered. Everyone clapped enthusiastically, and Beelzebub only joined in to blend in. His vision pierced through the illusion. The girl was dead, and her limp corpse was being moved like a puppet. He realized the humans involved in this were as cruel as beasts. Her parents arrived. Overjoyed at their daughter's supposed recovery, the twins greeted them politely and mentioned preparing a farewell party. The grateful mother offered to help. The twins asked her to help with heavy labor. The illusion immediately turned into a horror. Beelzebub watched them emit a black aura and decapitate both parents in a single strike. The heads flew off as he stood frozen in shock. It turned out the twins were monsters worse than any magic beast he had ever met. One sister picked up a headless body and asked the other if she wanted to eat. Her form was distorted. Her neck stretched unnaturally long as she crawled closer to him. She licked his face, mocking him for not smiling, fully aware that he could see reality. The eerie proximity made him extremely uneasy. Meanwhile, Haji was fighting fiercely inside the tower. She slashed through a beast, dodging its counterattack and landing heavily on the floor. When she looked up, Baphomet was already ahead, calmly pursuing another creature. He told her they would clear 2 more floors before heading down. As they climbed, he mentioned her warning about the Bibilio cult. She explained it was far from a normal religion. She supported them only for her parents' sake. The cult claimed that the more money one gave, the more effort they put into the cure. She asserted Chisu truly had power, and his abilities gave her hope that her family would be whole again. She considered herself lucky to work near someone like him. Baphomet asked what Chisu expected from those who couldn't pay. Tai explained that such followers had to entertain him with items that met his standards. Baphomet realized these demands were excessive, and Haji agreed. She added that ordinary people couldn't legally earn the necessary money, so many ended up offering their bodies. Baphomet reacted visibly, appearing disgusted. She noticed and questioned his revulsion. She reminded him that he once claimed he'd do anything to cure his son. She challenged him not to judge unless he intended to abandon his child. She pushed open the door to the next room as she finished speaking. They entered together. Baphomet responded sharply, pointing out that she was disgusted with herself, not him. Her confusion grew and she asked what he meant. Before she could process it, Baphomet launched an attack. She barely dodged, and his strike cracked the floor. She was shocked. She demanded an explanation. He stood tall and declared that her brother was still ignorant. But she knew exactly what crimes she was supporting. Her conscious participation disgusted him, and he wondered how she could continue without guilt or self-respect. She stared in disbelief. Baphomet stepped forward and warned her to defend herself or die. He pinned her to the ground and tightened his hand around her neck. Sweat poured down her face as she struggled to breathe. He removed his mask, revealing his true identity. She was frozen in shock. He coldly commented on her surprise and told her to cooperate. His mission was to eliminate the one called their father at Kyungdu's mansion. The parents welcomed Hakseon warmly, thinking the dog remembered them. They called it closer. Hakseon stood still with tears streaming down his face. The brother noticed and assumed he was just being emotional. Hakseon shattered the illusion, revealing the truth: their parents were already dead. He saw their true bodies slumped lifelessly in wheelchairs. The brother demanded clarification in disbelief. Hakseon cried and pointed at Chisu, blaming him for the deception. Chisu calmly explained that an illusion cannot deceive a hound. He admitted he invited Hakseon for this very reason and refused to let a dog ruin his fun. He declared he had received enough payment from the family and needed nothing else as Chisu removed his mask. Hakseon transformed and lunged forward with massive force. Its body turned into a towering monster, radiating ferocity. Light exploded across the room as Chisu's illusions collided with the animal's attacks. Chisu ordered one of his subordinates to attack. A violent explosion hit the brother. The monster lunged from another angle, tearing him apart with its claws. The brother could not comprehend the disaster unfolding around him. Chisu laughed with delight, protected by a snake-like creature, forming around him. And then, transforming into one of the twin sisters, she whispered news into his ear. Chisu realized their enemy had prepared a trap. His amusement only increased. He coughed up blood from his injury, but still enjoyed the situation. He declared they would not lose and must respond with a spectacular surprise afterward. During the ceremony, Chisu announced that today's event focused on 2 individuals, Beelzebub and Baphomet. He dramatically described them as the cursed son whose face was stolen and the desperate father, ready to sacrifice anything. He spoke of the tragedy of parental devotion and announced that their father chose to personally bless them. He hinted at the miracles to follow. He entered the ceremonial hall as the followers chanted his name. He went straight to Baphomet and stood beside him, commenting on the intense devotion surrounding them. He grabbed Baphomet's face and remarked on how easily these people give their trust without knowing what he hides. He ordered Baphomet to watch carefully. Then he exposed his knowledge by calling Baphomet by name. He signaled beside him. Baphomet sensed danger immediately and cursed. Beelzebub appeared before him. Behind Beelzebub, a massive magic orb gathered, glowing with destructive power. Beelzebub's eyes glowed red as magic energy radiated from him, unleashing a powerful attack aimed at Baphomet. The crowd cheered in awe at Chisu's display, while Hunter Haiti watched in horror, unable to comprehend the sight of their clash, causing a massive explosion. Earlier, Baphomet faced Haiti. She revealed that the warm, genuine experiences she thought were real in the chapel were all elaborate illusions. He pointed out that she had only ever seen her parents inside that place, never outside. linking this deception to her past wrongdoings. He admitted to intentionally letting the hound visit so he could kill it later, because its keen sense of smell detected death beyond the illusion. He shocked Haiti further by implying her brother was likely dead, and while secretly working for the government, warned her of heavy casualties ahead. He urged her to help him as a chance to partially atone. Back in the present, Haiti gritted her teeth watching the match. Beelzebub gestured an empty word, activating a technique that trapped our guy in an endless prison of magic circles within a starry void. Confused, he dodged a series of weapons controlled by Beelzebub, who sat on a throne in demon form commanding the illusion with his eyes. Beelzebub realized he had returned to his past self, living in the tower where he once lived as a demon. Cursing Baphomet for his hardships, he found himself in a true time loop, a motif he never expected. Laughing nervously, he recalled the wisdom of knowing both the enemy and oneself to eliminate fear. Armed with future knowledge in his past form, he vowed revenge and refused to lose again. He unleashed massive energy and countless attacks on Baphomet. The summoner summoned his equipment in response. The space behind Beelzebub cracked under their collision and shattered, shocking all the followers and Chisu. Baphomet landed, his mask broken to reveal his true face, lunging forward to slash at Beelzebub. The latter erected a defensive ice wall, but it cracked and shattered into his face. He counterattacked with a barrage of ice, which Baphomet skillfully deflected and evaded. Beelzebub was amazed that despite the advantage of time travel, Baphomet was still invincible. A calculated misstep, a determined match. Beelzebub went all out, activating his ultimate vision and surrounding the area with nature magic and green smoke. He summoned swarms of flies and creatures from his extinct sanctuary, all calling him Lord as they lunged at Baphomet. Baphomet switched between demon and human forms, asking a strange riddle about why ice cream goes to church, confusing Beelzebub. Repeating the question, Baphomet broke the concentration of Beelzebub, who answered, "Because it's Sunday," revealing the activation phrase influenced by the spell. Beelzebub was locked in a shed, thinking the plan had failed. Baphomet contacted him, discussing whether to execute him, but then suggested using Beelzebub's power as an asset, controlling him with illusions. Beelzebub asserted their illusions would not work because he had permanently blocked them with his demon eye. Baphomet advised pretending to be controlled by them, but Beelzebub objected, fearing capture. Our guy suggested instead that Beelzebub create his own illusion when triggered by a signal. They agreed the ice cream church question would serve as the trigger phrase. In his swarm demon form, Beelzebub admitted Baphomet lacked magic skills or strategy, but acknowledged his raw fighting ability was worthy of his throne. Before the crowd, Beelzebub cast the self-illusion spell, energy surging as the followers covered their faces. During this moment, Beelzebub revealed that Chisu's source of power lay deep underground. Suddenly, a massive earthquake cracked the ground with violent explosions. A glowing circle with complex layers appeared. Baphomet approached the magic formation, activating adrenaline to increase speed, Chisu observed, struggling to understand Baphomet. Baphomet used his spear to strike the glowing circle, causing a massive golden explosion that engulfed the entire building. The massive explosion shocked all the gathered followers, causing widespread chaos as glowing energy flooded the area. Haji urgently ordered everyone to evacuate immediately, urging the panicked crowd toward the exit. An alarmed woman asked what to do, and Haji demanded to know why everyone was hesitating when fleeing was urgent. A man explained his child was trapped inside, while a woman added that their child was being treated by Chisu in the chapel. Haji recalled the hunter's oath that civilian lives must always come first. Committing herself to find and save the children, she ordered the parents to evacuate quickly. The twin sisters screamed in panic about the mana stone filled with their master's power, apologizing for not recognizing the threat sooner and blaming themselves. Chisu admitted he had been completely fooled by his opponent's tactics. Meanwhile, Baphomet fought against the fear of the glowing energy, revealing this was Chisu's true source of power. He knew dispelling it would weaken Chisu and felt disappointed at missing the chance to fight him at his strongest, but refused to die after struggling so hard to gain his current body. Our guy began to destroy the energy orbs, triggering more glowing power to erupt. He looked up and spotted Beelzebub falling through the cracked ceiling, urgently calling his name. Beelzebub replied that he was exhausted, having drained his mana. Baphomet cursed the useless mage, but noticed the twins swirling around Beelzebub. Mid-fall, Beelzebub screamed anxiously about his situation. Baphomet jumped in front of Beelzebub, swinging his sword to block the twins behind him. Beelzebub continued to fall and called out in desperation. Baphomet turned toward him, but before he could react, Beelzebub hit the ground hard. The twins aggressively pursued Baphomet. He slashed at them and hurled his weapon between their positions. Both women glared and extended their legs. They transformed into snakes that coiled around and tightly bound Baphomet. Beelzebub lay exhausted on the floor, watching helplessly and realizing he would die if this continued. He glanced at Baphomet fighting desperately, noticing all the combatants had landed on the ground. Approaching closer, as Chisu confirmed Baphomet had landed safely, despite being bound, the women tapped their feet menacingly toward Baphomet's position. Chisu appeared behind them, removing his mask, and admitted he had misunderstood Baphomet's skills. Meanwhile, Hunter Haji felt the tremors shaking the building, wondering if they were caused by the previous shockwave. The darkness made it difficult to see, making her anxious for the children's safety. A terrified little girl stepped out from behind a wall, trembling and pleading for help. Haji rushed to the girl and realized she looked constantly sickly. The illusion had deceived everyone about their true condition. Haji asked the girl if she knew where the others were. The girl pointed in a direction and Haji agreed. To rescue them together, she took the girl's hand. Haji was shocked to find all the children sitting on the floor ahead. Sighing in relief that they were safe, she promised to take them back to their parents. Suddenly, Hyuxian appeared before her in full demon form, causing her to burst into tears as she wondered if he survived. A memory flashed by. A couple at a pet store argued about adopting a puppy that looked cute but would grow large. Nearby, a little girl begged her mother to bring the puppy home but was refused because there wasn't enough room for a big dog. Later, another woman suggested going to a pet store, and a man came looking for a small puppy. Sometime later, Haji went to the Meow Meow Wolf puppy shop to adopt a dog. The shop owner commented on Huckle's large size and that no one would adopt him. Surprised, Haji smiled and gently called him home. Huckle caught her eye with a glint, beginning their close bond. Back to the present, Huckle stomped in front of Haji. Her tears fell as she looked at him. His eyes suddenly glowed bright red, shocking her as he attacked a child nearby. Meanwhile, Chisu spoke to Baphomet, claiming that a person's eyes reveal hidden thoughts and the life they've lived. He sensed a familiar scent and asked if Baphomet's actions were truly justice-accusing, his eyes of containing more darkness than light. Baphomet denied any similarity to Chisu, calling him a filthy show-off. Chisu rebuked him, declaring his purpose was righteous deeds. Baphomet mocked him as a noble pretender. Chisu warned him to stop the insults, and Baphomet responded that he'd love to wipe the smile off Chisu's face forever. Baphomet boasted that his evil was pure and perfect, unlike Chisu's filth. He promised to prove it and lunged forward with his spear ready. Chisu remained calm with a slight smile. Suddenly, Canine appeared behind Chisu in a giant form, letting out a roar that stunned Baphomet. A weak voice urged Baphomet to kill the monster. He turned back and saw Haji trembling, wounded, and pleading for the creature's death. Haji admitted her greed had led her to murder countless innocent people. She realized it was her responsibility to fix everything and begged Baphomet to release Huckle from suffering. She leaned against a rock while pleading for him to free the transformed creature from its agony. A massive explosion erupted between them. Canine bared its sharp claws and lunged straight at Baphomet. The hunter dodged the attack by stepping to the side. He bounded away to create distance. Canine leapt after him with powerful force. Baphomet timed his counterattack perfectly before grabbing the monster's head. He slammed it straight into the ground so hard the floor cracked. Baphomet threw a punch toward the creature's gaping maw to finish it quickly. Instead, Canine lunged up and sank its teeth into something. Baphomet flew higher and grabbed his sword. He aimed precisely at the monster and drove the steel into its hide, but the attack had no effect. The boy understood that a shadow shield automatically activated to block the damage. Canine responded immediately by activating a barrage of shadow needles to counterattack. Razor-sharp spikes erupted from its body and surrounded Baphomet from all angles. Canine lashed its giant leg at Baphomet. Cracks began to spread across the sword's metal, leaving him stunned. He recalled the receptionist's earlier warning about destroying equipment. She had made it clear that breaking a borrowed sword twice meant paying its full value plus the initial rental fee. Right now, before his eyes, the steel snapped in two. Baphomet cursed his terrible luck. Canine crashed into Baphomet with brutal power, causing another massive explosion. Beelzebub observed this disastrous impact and anxiously shouted Baphomet's name. The twin sisters suddenly appeared behind him with a dangerous presence. The explosion temporarily drew their attention. After glancing back, they saw other creatures had taken Beelzebub into safe arms. These two creatures trembled while confirming their master's safety. Beelzebub explained he had just managed to summon them with his last drops of mana. He ordered them to take him to a protected place immediately. They accepted his command, but worried about abandoning Baphomet in battle. Beelzebub shouted that Baphomet always finds a way to survive regardless of the circumstances. He accused Baphomet of being the one who caused this whole disaster in the first place. Mid-sentence, crimson liquid spilled from Beelzebub's lips and darkness swallowed him. His servants panicked, calling his name and quickly carrying him away. Chisu looked toward the barrier ahead as cracks multiplied upon it. Canine shook with raw power and manifested to face Baphomet once again. In its mind, it could see the illusion of its master saying that this sacrifice ensures their entire family of 5 can truly reunite. She implored K9 to understand why this was important and asked it to destroy Baphomet. K9 charged toward Baphomet with murderous intent. Baphomet braced his feet and landed a precise blow to the center of the monster. The force of the impact made K9 stagger back for a moment. K9 struggled to keep its balance after taking the punishing blow. Tossing the shattered sword aside and raising his bare hands, he signaled to K9 and declared that he would now fight using only his pure strength. He challenged the creature to come and test him directly. The monster growled at this challenge. Our guy pulled back his fist and delivered a destructive punch to the approaching K9. It seemed confused to see the human completely abandon his weapon. The creature moved forward to exploit this apparent weakness. Baphomet delivered another blow with his leg striking K9's throat area. He unleashed multiple consecutive punches without stopping. Observing the results carefully, Baphomet noticed the creature was trembling from the mounting injuries. He roared in fury and lunged at K9 with all his might and rage. He relentlessly landed endless blows on the monster's body. His eyes burned with iron will throughout the attack. K9 stared back at Baphomet despite the continuous strikes. He could still see Haji screaming from where she stood. Ordering K9 to finish Baphomet, the creature leapt up and created a massive surge of energy enveloping its entire body. K9 activated its ultimate skill called Shadow Forest. Baphomet braced himself for whatever was coming. Behind Baphomet's position, K9's pupils dilated with intense focus. 3 slashes appeared instantly, carving 3 bloody wounds on Baphomet's arm. Countless other cuts appeared around him from various directions. Baphomet struggled to understand what was happening before K9 closed the distance between them. He successfully dodged another incoming attack. Other slashes grazed his body dangerously. He dodged once more with sharp instincts. Continuous slashes brushed past as he advanced through the storm of death. Baphomet charged toward K9 while thinking the creature would soon tear his arm apart. He concluded he had had enough fun from this clash. Baphomet activated his adrenaline ability to boost his physical limits. He locked onto the target and lunged straight at K9. The creature also lunged toward him instantly. At that exact moment, our boy raised his weapon just as he lunged toward the meeting point, declaring his plan to end this battle. He activated the Blazing Guard skill. A massive hellfire explosion erupted and trapped K9 inside the flames. Baphomet screamed for the creature's death while the flames engulfed its form, burning it alive. K9 recalled Haji, who had instructed it to destroy Baphomet. Memories flooded its mind, showing every moment leading to this final command. Without warning, Baphomet discovered something horrific was happening. His entire arm was torn from his shoulder and went flying into the air. Now K9, engulfed in a sea of fire, held our boy in its mouth. Our boy thought of his days in the Abyss Tower where he fought with only basic tools like claws and teeth. He recalled the moment a demon begged for mercy, but his weapon was too dull to finish things cleanly. Now he understood that natural weapons wear down over time, making fights a mess, since enemies would resurrect anyway, so the whole thing felt wasteful and disgusting. That experience showed him how important good equipment was for fighting properly. His mind returned to what was happening right now. He felt confused as to why old memories kept surfacing while he was trapped in K9's mouth. It was strange to think about random things from the past at such a dangerous moment. Earlier, he had used Javan's skill and landed a critical blow, but the damage was nowhere near enough. The attack did not take down the opponent as he expected. Fear crept in as he realized how much he had relied on Javan's abilities to settle everything. K9 shook him violently, making matters worse. He recalled Beelzebub talking about how death could be real and the final end. The person at the reception kept emphasizing the importance of buying your own equipment. Suddenly, that advice flashed in his head. He focused on the idea of having the right tools for the fight. Javan's image flickered through his thoughts while the creature growled and bit down on him. He used both legs to push against the monster's teeth, using all his strength to pry its jaws open. This created enough space for him to fall out and hit the ground hard. With only one functioning arm, he opened his inventory immediately as another attack landed where he was standing. He couldn't believe he was stupid enough to fully depend on Javan's skills when his entire fighting style used to revolve around actual weapons, not borrowed power. Inside the inventory was Javan's Dao. It was the very Dao that had defeated him when he was at his strongest. This weapon had blocked his strongest moves and finished him because Javan used it as his primary tool. So it had to be top quality, much better than the trashy rental items he was using. But he noticed the item failed to activate, and he grew even more frustrated as K9 lunged at him again. He kept trying to unlock it over and over while jumping out of the way. K9 stood dead still right in front of him, looking him straight in the face. He issued a warning about what would happen if it finished him off, then fired off a long-range blast. Something brilliant appeared out of thin air, a weapon, hovering in the air before him. A voice spoke from it, half joking about threatening him and noting that he seemed more interesting than its previous owners. The object introduced itself as a sentient weapon, and decided to let him use it, albeit sooner than planned. This surprise caught him completely off guard. His frustration automatically directed toward the goddess, imagining her lounging around eating snacks, and casually approving this entire situation. The voice corrected him, explaining it was actually a demonic Tao that changed shape based on what the wielder wanted. The weapon mentioned it had been observing to see if he was worthy of using it. At first, he didn't quite understand the part about choosing a shape. The voice asked him what form he preferred. He replied bluntly, not caring about appearance as long as it was big and powerful. K9's giant paw slammed down, shattering the ground everywhere. He stepped out from the rubble holding the glowing weapon, now fully charged with energy. A skill called Weapon Master 3 automatically triggered, followed by another ability that made him stronger the more he used this type of weapon. He lunged straight at the target, focusing as he raised the blade. His first slash cut the creature's neck cleanly. He continued to apply pressure as the monster tried to fire needles at him in defense. He leapt over the spikes and delivered a brutal slash. He didn't stop there, severing K9's front legs one by one, splitting its torso and cutting off its tail. K9 collapsed from all the trauma. He leapt onto the fallen creature and drove the weapon straight into its center, causing it to howl in agony. A flash of light showed Hades' hand appearing in the dying monster's vision. Then her whole self appeared, calling its name. He backed away for a second as K9 trembled and leapt into the air for one final attack, with its mouth wide open. The image of Hades appeared again, ordering the creature to stop. The monster paused just long enough for him to slash it to pieces. As K9 dissipated, it saw itself as a puppy standing with its family. They invited it to return home with warm voices, and the puppy happily ran toward them, understanding that it could finally be with them again, bringing comfort before everything faded into darkness. The next moment, an explosion erupted as everything in the background cracked and crumbled. Our guy looked around at the remains and shifted his focus to the next opponent. The way of that show-off bastard. Later, Mr. Ma stood where our guy was supposed to be. Looking around at the destruction, he slapped his own face, wondering what had actually happened there. Then he spotted our guy covered in blood and asked him the same question. A few hours earlier, our guy prepared to challenge Chisu, who mocked him, asking if he was calling him a show-off. Baphomet lunged at him with murderous intent. One of the twin snakes, worried for her master, attacked Baphomet, but he used the blade to block her bite. With trembling strength, he pushed her away, causing her body to slam into the wall. Her sister immediately stepped in to replace her, but she was also struck down by Baphomet, who warned them to stay down before turning back to his true opponent. He leapt into the air and slashed at Chisu, cutting his body in half, but butterflies flew out from the wound, revealing it was only an illusion moments later. Multiple illusory forms of Chisu appeared around him. One of them sighed with regret, saying that if he had known of Baphomet's existence sooner, he could have had more fun, but now it was time to end it. With that, all the illusions raised their hands toward him, activating a magic circle. One of the illusions urged him that it was not too late to surrender, promising that if he did, they could share pleasure instead of pain as Baphomet glared at them. Chisu changed his appearance, now taking the form of a woman, teasing that perhaps Baphomet preferred girls. Baphomet pushed him away, clearly annoyed. While Chisu laughed loudly, enjoying his reaction, Baphomet repeatedly tried to attack them. But another illusion once again enticed him to seek comfort and pleasure instead of continued bloodshed. He added that this opportunity was only for Baphomet to become his slave, but in the next moment his eyes widened as our guy attacked him. He couldn't believe Baphomet had found his true self among the illusions. At first he thought it might be a coincidence, but then looking into Baphomet's intense eyes, he realized it was pure instinct that helped him find his exact location. Our guy slashed at his body again. Meanwhile, Chisu's slaves writhed on the ground, calling out their master's name, as they transformed into snake forms. An explosion erupted in front of him, and one of the snakes lunged to attack him, opening its mouth wide, ready to swallow him, but Baphomet leapt into the air, landing on its head. He raised his sword to strike, just as its twin sister lunged to attack to save her sibling. He looked back at the twins, annoyed by their persistence. Both growled and opened their mouths to attack him, but in the next moment, they were slashed by our guy's blade and collapsed to the ground. He then shifted his gaze toward the wounded Chisu. Meanwhile, one of the twin snakes, worried for her master, called out to her sister. Receiving a weak response, she quickly told her sister their next move. As Baphomet pointed his sword at Chisu, flashes of memory sparked in his head of when Javon killed him and the unbearable pain that he had to endure. With one final blow, he prepared to strike, determined to make him suffer the same pain. But just then one of the snakes lunged at him, annoyed. He slashed it with an explosive blow, but in the next moment, his eyes widened as he saw its twin sister take Chisu into her mouth and carry him away. Rage burned within him as he watched all his efforts vanish along with his prey. He rushed forward to attack, but the remaining snake blocked his path. She told her twin to escape while she held him back, buying time for her. The two faced each other, and in the next moment, an explosion erupted as he stood up. One of the twin sisters stood behind him, mocking that he must have prepared very carefully for this battle. It warned him that someone like him could never disrupt its master's plans. But instead of answering, our guy began to laugh in confusion. It wondered if he had gone mad. The next moment, he lunged at it and killed it instantly, blood splattering all over him. Back to the present, he was being interrogated by Mr. Ma, who didn't believe his story that he was caught while infiltrating and had to fight. He didn't care whether Mr. Ma believed him or not, but Mr. Ma pointed out the destruction he had caused. He reminded him that Taeyong had instructed him to retreat and report if he sensed danger. Baphomet calmly replied that things had spiraled out of control before he could detect anything. However, Mr. Ma refused to believe that someone with his skills could fail to sense danger. He recalled his superior's words about restraining Baphomet, but now wondered if he had been too lenient with him. He thought that if Baphomet continued to disobey, he wouldn't be able to use him as a bargaining chip anymore, as a hound that doesn't obey its master must be eliminated. On the other hand, he couldn't ignore Baphomet's growing strength. He decided to remove the threat before completely losing control over him. But at that exact moment, the goddess appeared behind him. She looked down and patted his cheek with a smile. Outside the door, Juneseon and her assistant urged Taeyong to open up. He informed them that he couldn't allow unauthorized personnel in as Baphomet was under investigation, but the female doctor protested, emphasizing that Baphomet was her patient and needed care, which made her authorized personnel. She added that Baphomet was also a member of her guild, and she had rights as the guild leader. Taeyong reminded her that it was Mr. Ma himself who placed him in her guild. This immediately silenced her. With no other choice, she stopped threatening him and instead decided to use the media, saying she would turn him into a news headline and give him a performance right now. This tactic finally got her into the interrogation room. Inside, she found a truly terrified Mr. Ma who claimed to have seen a clear ghost. The ghost he claimed to have seen was a system spirit, which the female doctor pointed out was often mentioned in Hunter urban legends. Mr. Ma revealed that he had seen her with his own eyes, something filled with an inhuman presence. The female doctor teasingly asked if the spirit was pretty. Mr. Ma, still in shock, admitted he was confused, but yes, she was pretty. However, Jin Yun was more concerned with whether the spirit was prettier than her, which Mr. Ma didn't find important. Instead, he added that he had seen the same red system window she once saw. The female doctor, now intrigued, asked if the system threatened him. He explained it wasn't exactly a threat. The system warned him not to kill Baphomet, saying it could harm him, because Baphomet would be useful to both of them. They looked at him, and Lucian asked him to tell her the whole story. Mr. Ma recounted everything, describing it as if the system itself tried to persuade him. This confirmed the female doctor's theory that Baphomet was truly special. Meanwhile, Baphomet had returned home and was looking at Beelzebub, who felt relieved to see him and glad his arm was okay. Beelzebub had even cleaned the house as instructed. When Baphomet walked past without saying anything, Beelzebub felt guilty and apologized for not helping him when he ran out of mana. He tried to comfort him, saying they would have another chance when they faced Chisu again. Baphomet was about to tell him to shut up when just then, the self-falling sword decided to appear because both had unfinished business. The sword revealed it wanted to test his strength since it had lent him power once before. It was excited to see the limits of his power but was startled when our guy grabbed the hilt, spun it, and threw it to the ground. Then, he checked its quality with a magnifying glass while completely ignoring its insulting protests. Next, he dipped it into cold water, making the sword scream in anger. He continued to put it through a series of tests until it finally gave in, screaming that was enough. When it surrendered, he coldly ordered it to call him Sir. The trembling sword obeyed. Beelzebub witnessed the whole thing and mocked the sword, saying it chose the wrong person to challenge. Then he tilted his head and wondered how a sword could actually feel pain. The sword weakly replied that it could only feel pain when inflicted by its master. Baphomet then asked if the user could influence it. The sword admitted that yes, the user's personality stats and even strength could affect it in return. Beelzebub remarked that its previous owner was Javan. The sword confirmed this, acknowledging Javan's strength, but claiming he was boring because Javan never utilized its special attributes and only used it purely as a sword. It found him tedious. On the other hand, Baphomet liked experimenting with various weapons, which made them much more compatible. The sword admitted it looked forward to working with him, but Baphomet curiously asked which of them, he or Javan, had a higher compatibility stat with it. The sword had clearly anticipated this question. It replied bluntly that the stronger the user's stats, the more satisfied it was, and Baphomet should have known this since he was once defeated by Javan. Then it mentioned his battle with Chisu, causing Beelzebub to immediately warn it to stop, but the sword continued saying if it were Javan, he would have easily sliced the twin snakes in half and Chisu would be nothing but dust by now. Beelzebub braced for Baphomet's rage, but instead Baphomet calmly admitted he was currently quite weak. He added that once he became stronger, killing Chisu would be no problem. Beelzebub sighed and called him a battle maniac for being able to admit his weakness so casually. Baphomet then declared that his defeat was a stain on his pride, a stain he was determined to wash away. He swore to become much stronger than he was now. Right then, the goddess noticed that Baphomet's stats had reached an abnormal level due to his sudden surge in ambition. In a dimly lit building, several blindfolded men lay on stretchers while their blood was being drained. Staff patrolled around them quietly and efficiently. In another room of the same building, a girl was soaking in a bathtub full of blood. Suddenly, she sensed someone's presence and immediately killed the intruder, only to realize it was Chisu. He appeared right next to her, calling her the mediator and praising her sharp senses. She narrowed her eyes and demanded to know his purpose for being there. Chisu laughed and replied that he came here with a special request right after. She stood up from the tub and grabbed him by the neck. Sensing his power had weakened significantly, she demanded to know who had wounded him or where his power had gone. Loki, as she called him, simply replied that he was handsome. Hearing that, she snorted and stood up straight. He then informed her about Baphomet while she checked his data on her system. Chisu intended to ask her to capture Baphomet alive, but his words were cut short. When she saw the photo of the boy with olive skin, greed flashed in her eyes. She was eager to taste his blood. Someone went online as another person posted a photo of Vakiji in an online chat room. As soon as it was uploaded, a flood of messages poured in. Soon the conversation shifted to clearing the Labyrinth Tower, something everyone expected Vakiji to do. But instead, Baphomet was the one who did it. That person commented that the final boss of the Abyss Tower had turned into a human. Others took it as a joke. The person insisted they were serious about Baphomet being a magic beast, but no one took him seriously. That person turned out to be the hooded character in Baphomet's team who had personally witnessed our boy transform into a beast form. He knew it well, because he had seen Baphomet's original form in the Abyss Tower. Meanwhile, Beelzebub was excited to have a smartphone that helped him access thousands of web novels. Our boy warned him about buying things online. He protested that he had earned a lot of money already. Baphomet reminded him that he was the one risking his life while Beelzebub stayed home. Beelzebub countered that he never even bothered to spend money. When he told Baphomet to buy an air conditioner because it was hot, Baphomet refused. They argued for a while Baphomet remained determined to continue tracking Chisu with the help of the phone. Just then, he received a message from the Hunter Affairs Central Agency. He checked it, and the message was about the auction for the Yasiol crystal. The item had been sold. Their eyes widened when they saw the amount. It was sold for 800 million gun. They were quite happy to see the money, and Baphomet still wanted to use it to buy lots of pork stew. However, Beelzebub urged him to buy an apartment in the building. But Baphomet pointed out that the money was never enough to buy a house in Seoul unless he ripped the crystal out of his own body. Beelzebub reminded him that his human body couldn't hold the crystal. They decided to save the money first and then decide what to do with it. Meanwhile, in a restaurant, everyone was staring at Vakiji and her group. The photo she shared on social media was beautiful and currently trending. The girls around them talked about plans to go for coffee, but Vakiji's eyes remained glued to the screen. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and complained about a guy she recently dated. He was a nasty, arrogant jerk who only talked about himself. Hearing that, it kinda pointed out that Baphomet had already rejected her. And Vakiji argued back that she hadn't even invited him out yet, so rejection wasn't even an option. All she did was invite him to dinner to celebrate the clearing. He thought for a moment and then declined, saying he was busy with rank recalibration and house repairs. She comforted herself by saying she didn't mind dining alone. The girls looked at her with annoyance, wondering if Baphomet even understood what dating was. They made different guesses about our boy, including his sexual orientation. Akaina stated clearly that perhaps Vakiji simply wasn't his type at all. This made her gloomy. Perhaps he had already started dating someone by the time he first met her. Meanwhile, our boy was approached by Zippo later on. They sat down at a table full of food. Zippo even urged them to order more if they wanted. Baphomet asked what the occasion was, but Zippo explained she wanted to express her gratitude because he had saved everyone. When he left the hospital, she didn't know how to reach him, so now she was taking the chance to thank him. He didn't understand why she was being so friendly toward him. She claimed that since they were the same age, they could be friends. He reminded her that she didn't even know his age. Then he asked seriously if she had conducted a background check on him. Instead of answering, she asked if he was the one who cleared the tower as she had investigated. But no one gave her a clear answer, which led her to conclude it must be him, even though she still lacked proof. After a moment of silence, she offered to hire him as her mercenary. She explained she had gone to the central agency to find someone, but now she had found him someone with extraordinary abilities, combat skills, and knowledge of clearing towers. She assured him he would be well compensated for his work. He asked about the danger of the tower if she needed a mercenary. She admitted it was a dangerous tower comparable to the Labyrinth Tower. She urged him that they could discuss the details of payment and other things later. But suddenly he told her he wanted 800 million. This caused Beelzebub to choke on his food. She stared at him. He said this was the price for his life since he would be risking it for her. She easily agreed, which he didn't expect, and he asked if she was really that rich. She was about to answer when several men rushed in, asking why she hadn't informed them of her arrival. They recognized her guest and apologized for the interruption. They informed her their chairman was in a meeting, and she brushed it off, saying she always saw her uncle at home. Now, she turned to him and revealed that her family owned this hotel. This immediately created an image in his mind of a girl surrounded by dozens of golden spoons. She then announced they would raid the Sanctuary Tower. Meanwhile, Mr. Ha and his assistant were also discussing the Sanctuary Tower. Apparently someone was trapped in that tower, and they suspected the person was still alive. They had investigated that hunter thoroughly. The man asked about the message from the Nebula Guild. She informed him that 3 members of the guild were also trapped there, so the guild leader would personally come to rescue them and clear the tower. But Mr. Ha insisted that the hunter they invested in must be the one to clear it to secure their investment in him. He then ordered her to contact the Nebula Guild and tell them to stay away because they would handle the situation themselves. He also ordered a ban on any hunter approaching the tower except for those they would send. She had anticipated this order, so she had already carried it out. She then asked about his preference for the hunters sent. He requested an A rank who could be discarded after the mission. Meanwhile, he heard someone demanding entry to the Sanctuary Tower while our boy was still worried. About his 800 million gun? The receptionist tried to explain that it was due to their policy, but they demanded she explain that policy. Just then Mr. Ha appeared behind them, ready to explain the situation while calling our boy a loser. He then assigned them to join his support mission since both were A-rank hunters, and they were looking for hunters who would have the chance to enter the tower. But our boy could smell something fishy in this offer. The cunning man claimed he was just a department employee, not a trained hunter, and that he respected all hunters. Baphomet still cursed him. Zippo, unaware of the man's intentions, thought he must value hunters if he was trying to hire them. She asked about the hunters they had to support. He replied that one of them was an S-rank hunter nicknamed Chill, who was the right hand of the Nebula Guild. Another hunter was Nelia, an A-rank summoner, and the last one was Javon's younger brother. This caught Baphomet's attention, as the man revealed Javon's value as a hunter. The scene opens with a dream recalling a gate burst where monsters wreaked havoc. A little boy calls out for his older brother. The older brother checks if he is injured and tells him to stay put while he looks for their parents. The younger brother begs him to stay, but the older brother runs away. The dream ends as Gary Phim wakes up wondering if he overslept and is reassured that he is still on time. He prepares for his remaining mission. Meanwhile, Baphomet tests his arm while June Sion checks his condition. She takes credit for treating him for free, though he notes the government covered his medical expenses. She urges him to stay in her guild, but he replies that entering the tower leaves him no choice. Their conversation shifts to the newly appeared Sanctuary Tower. She hopes he won't fight even though he is participating in the mission. Julian mentions they have no information about the tower and asks about Ma, whom Baphomet hasn't met, assuming he is cleaning up his own mess. She senses something unusual but doesn't comment and wishes him luck. Then she takes his hand to cast magic, revealing small spirits that are helping his arm recover. She explains she is a spiritist, a supporter rather than a warrior. In another part of the church, a pastor is preaching about faith, emphasizing gratitude for life over personal gain. A girl among the crowd asks about his origins. It turns out the pastor is Chisu with dyed hair, who previously enchanted a mother and daughter to take over the role of the old pastor. She reassures that Baphomet is not being interfered with, and everything is going according to plan. At that moment, Zippo is angry because he arrived late. He points out he arrived 10 minutes early, but she wanted him even earlier. Looking at her face, he points out she is just excited to explore her inner archaeologist's curiosity inside the tower. She admits it because they are the first hunters to enter besides the vanguard. She expresses her excitement at exploring a tower that has never been explored before. He is quite annoyed by her excitement. Later, she informs him about the preparations she made beforehand. As she prepared basic necessities along with some scrolls and equipment for combat support, she even bought an inventory expansion item because she stuffed too many things inside. When she mentions she brought a 3-year supply for each person including the vanguard, he loses his temper asking if she plans to live there. She explains she wants to be thoroughly prepared, especially since 2 A ranks and 1 S rank entered the tower and couldn't clear it. She would prefer a long-term stay, but she is still there to support the vanguard in clearing the tower. Then he mentions the condition they agreed upon, in which he will not use any active or passive skills. The scene shifts to when he told her this condition, which she found strange, since he always loves fighting. He explains he wants to become stronger and wants higher quality battles. He concludes he cannot get stronger if he keeps relying on skills. Back in the present, she crossly asks if he should prioritize her safety as his client. He comforts her that for the money he will keep her alive at all costs. Then he wants to enter the tower, but Zippo informs him they are waiting for one more person, which annoys him at that moment. The third member of the group has arrived. It turns out this person is Ji-hoon, the assistant of a superior who wants her to accompany Baphomet's team. As the third member, she hesitates, but her superior reminds her she needs to keep an eye on our boy, since she still hasn't found any information about him. Sensing her hesitation, he asks if it's because it's been so long since she entered a tower. She denies it, saying she's confident in her strength, but worries Baphomet will sense their true purpose. Her superior isn't worried about that because he wants Baphomet to be busy thinking about himself. He might also show off his strength in front of her, and eventually let his guard down. That's their way of gathering information about him. Now she introduces herself as Z and greets them. Zippo greets her enthusiastically, while our boy already suspects she is here to monitor him. She doesn't deny it, adding that her strength can also contribute to the team. Zippo agrees with her while our guy is unconvinced, but they decide to move forward anyway. They discover the tower is floating in midair. Z points out a device like a teleportation portal to help them move inside the tower. Both girls looked at the device and then at our guy, who got the hint and irritably agreed to go first. He was launched toward the tower as soon as he stepped into the device. Zippo couldn't believe it shot people out like a spring in the next moment. Baphomet returned with information that he had been teleported to a waiting room, and it was safe as long as they landed properly. After hearing this, went straight ahead without hesitation, but Zippo looked clearly terrified when asked. She explained she was afraid she'd land on her head. Deciding to help her, he hoisted her onto his shoulder and teleported them both. Finally, they were at the entrance of the tower. Noticing the silence, they discussed being unable to find the entrance to the next floor, other than the strange button device in front of them. Both girls discussed what might happen if they pressed the button. Our guy walked to the front and pressed the button without much thought. Both girls froze at his action. As soon as he did, the first trial of the sanctuary tower began. There was a pink vortex, and from it several magic beasts appeared. They had 10 minutes to eliminate them to proceed to the next door. Baphomet was the one who immediately drew his ego sword, while Zippo was tense due to the situation. Liz also drew her weapon and opened her eyes to look at the monsters. With a quick, clean movement, she killed it and moved to another. Baphomet also lunged in to wipe out his group of monsters. Both hunters were killing and slashing the monsters relentlessly. His ego sword turned into dual blades, killing 2 monsters at once. Just like that, they killed all the magic beasts and advanced to the next floor. There they found a button looking similar to the one at the entrance. Before Baphomet could press it, Zippo grabbed his hand and asked him to at least discuss it first. He didn't understand what there was to discuss since they were proceeding to the next challenge. She pointed out they also needed to rest, and perhaps Z did too. Z reassured them she was fine and they could move up to join the vanguard. But Zippo argued that he always does whatever he wants. Baphomet pointed out the waste of time since they had been informed by the system window. In the system window, they were warned that if they didn't eliminate all magic beasts within the time limit, they would have to retry the cleared room. He pointed out that if they had to retry, they would waste more time. They should understand that if this condition applied to every floor, they'd know why the vanguard with 1 S rank and 2 A ranks couldn't clear the tower. Liz replied that it was because they couldn't complete the mission in time. He agreed. Therefore, they needed to advance quickly to join them. Zippo protested that they also needed to consider their safety, because if they were in danger, they couldn't help anyone. He silenced her by reminding her of her failure at the Labyrinth Tower. She apologized and explained that she didn't want a repeat of what happened at the Labyrinth Tower. Meanwhile, Z was observing our guy, who had good judgment in the tower and even showed combat efficiency. She wondered how he could progress so much in such a short time. When he looked back at her, she noticed he wasn't showing his full power, After that, they reached the next floor. And finally, after a few attempts, they made it through. But it took much longer than the previous floor. Z agreed because she could sense stronger magic beasts swarming in, and they should avoid having to retry. Meanwhile, Baphomet had the feeling that this was the first time he was climbing this tower, but he was still itching for stronger opponents. Additionally, he could feel Z's gaze watching his strength, but his skills were turned off, so he couldn't show her much. However, he wanted her superior to get on his knees and beg for not recognizing his value before. Not to mention, as he stepped forward, he also had a suspicious feeling as if someone was watching him. He looked upward to see someone. Suddenly, he sensed something that made him shiver, and he immediately turned to Zippo. However, she was quite happy to find a strange structure in front of her, and was ready to take pictures. He annoyedly thought that she had shown no interest in anything until now. She explained that this tower was like every tower she visited, but this spot was quite different. Then she asked him to take a photo of her with the button in the background. He was annoyed by it even when she explained it was for her book. As then commented on the button's distinct structure, he indifferently replied that this tower was quite different from the ones they had cleared so far. She pointed out that this room was named after a demonic beast. After finishing the photo, he tossed the phone to Zippo and ended her sightseeing tour because they were going to the next floor. He pressed the button and activated the 20th trial of the Sanctuary Tower. This time, they needed to eliminate 2 demonic beasts within 10 minutes. However, this time they would have to start over from the first floor if they failed the trial. Knowing this, Baphomet commented that he loathed the master of this tower for his games. He glanced at the creature lunging at him, but our guy threw it back. Now the monster attacked him with its whip, but he dodged the blow and jumped away, parrying every attack with his sword. He climbed onto the monster and tried to drive his sword into its skin, but it was protected by a golden shield. He landed on the ground, and after thinking about the shield, he ordered his teammates to attack the monster with everything they had, because they wouldn't be able to kill it without breaking the shield. They tried their best to pierce the shield as time continued to tick away until only 10 seconds remained. Then suddenly the shield cracked at one point. Zippo desperately called out to him, and he asked them to stand aside because he would take it down in one blow. Then he threw his weapon at the monster, but just as it was about to hit, someone intervened and crushed the monster with a punch at the last second. With that, the elimination was complete, though our guy was unhappy because that should have been his finishing blow, and the golem had ruined it. He noticed the golem didn't look like a demonic beast. They were then transported back and saw someone beside it. Z recognized her as Hunter Nelia, a member of the Vanguard. However, Baphomet was still angry because she had stolen his kill. Before she could say much, she collapsed to the ground. This made Zippo worry and accuse him of not catching her. Then she stepped closer to him. Nelia stammered that she was hungry. They were taken aback by this revelation. Afterward, Mr. Ma was meeting 2 people and apologized for not evacuating the Hunter training room for their visit, saying they were quite busy. Then he happily informed them of the recruitment of 2 A-rank hunters, but these 2 were unhappy with his decision. He explained they were very talented and one of them was a government agent, an unusual person who had progressed in a very short time, referring to our guy, but he reassured them that his skills were lacking as no one but his guild members would clear the tower. It turned out one of those people was the guild leader of the Nebula Guild in San Vango. He reassured him that everything was under their control. He added that they had probably met the Vanguard by now. At that moment, Grizzy Fim bared his sword against our guy. He hissed that she couldn't possibly understand what was happening. A few hours earlier, when they found and fed Nelia, she was quite happy to finally eat some carbohydrates after a long time. When asked, she explained they had arrived here a month ago and had been without food for 2 weeks. They were shocked to hear this. Nelia knew that normal people couldn't endure such hunger, but since her body was that of a hunter, she could bear it. Zippo didn't understand why they hadn't left the tower to replenish supplies, but she pointed out that she wanted to finish it first as leaving would hurt the team's pride. So she had gone back alone to find some supplies and happened to run into them. Z questioned her, saying she should have been able to teleport using a device. She was about to answer, but Baphomet intervened, saying that teleportation devices do not work in this tower. She agreed, adding that some towers disable teleportation devices. Z also agreed, mentioning that the government was trying to create better teleportation devices. It then turned out Nelia came from the 49th floor, which they assumed meant they had cleared half of the tower. Nelia reminded them that they didn't know if they had cleared half or not. It could be much more. They were shocked to hear this. Nelia informed them that they heard this tower has over 100 floors, and they were stuck on the 49th floor. Then our guy groaned as Nelia bombarded him with questions, from his name and height to his weapon type. This made him quite annoyed. Finally, She dropped the matter and thanked the group, saying they now had a good chance to clear this tower. She was full of confidence as she asked them to gather around. When asked, she explained she had a unique O-rank skill, which alone was enough for her to reach A-rank. Then she asked them to hold hands, and they complied, forming a circle. She told them to imagine the place they wanted to go. Before Baphomet could protest the magic, space was activated. They felt the portal invert, and there was a flash of light. Meanwhile, Giffen was standing in front of the gate thinking about Mr. Ma, who had said that Giffen's stats hadn't improved at all. This would make it difficult for him to pass the S-rank test. He explained that hunters like Giffen, who are outliers, usually have a special motivation that drives them to reach their strongest point. He pointed out that Grizzy seemed to have lost his motivation. He needed to find it again, or he would be stuck here forever. Now, in the present, he was thinking about his problem. Then suddenly he became alert as he sensed an evil force. He looked around to find its source. Turning back, he bared his sword and saw our guy standing there. He recalled Baphomet's words that he needed to be stronger if he didn't want to be killed by him. He didn't understand why our guy was here, then looked over at Nelia, who was coming down to find supplies. She explained she was on her way when she met them, the support team sent by Mr. Ha. As they greeted each other with hostility, Melia realized they already knew each other from before. That moment was interrupted by the third member of the Vanguard, Hunter Chill. However, this man turned out to be quite talkative, laughing loudly upon hearing the whole story. He was very happy to have food since he was also nearly out of stamina, and he thanked them for the support. Zippo whispered that she heard Chill was Van Gogh's older brother, and she felt the age gap was quite large. Z replied that Van Gogh was born later, adding that they belonged to a famous hunter family. Since all siblings were renowned hunters, but Van Gogh was the most prominent. Now that they had support, they decided to start the raid once again. Nelia suggested sending Baphomet into one of the doors. Baphomet asked if he was going alone, but she explained he would go with GZ Fim, as GZ Fim would enter the opposite door over there. To clear this floor, they needed to clear both demonic beast rooms at the same time. He didn't mind going in, but wanted to know why she specifically sent him in. She appeared confident that he would have no problem fighting demonic beasts and told him to just head in. She would explain the rest when he returned. Then he entered and immediately began fighting the monster. But when he stepped out, he was grumbling about how weak the monster was. He was shocked to see Grizzy was already there. Nelia explained that Grizzy had come out a minute earlier than him. This made Baphomet want a rematch. She reassured him that he would have a... But they didn't understand why they hadn't been transported to the next floor yet, despite killing the demonic beasts. Hearing that, Nelia guessed that both rooms were connected by identical monsters. She explained that time affects the clearing of the floor. Chill added that they likely needed to take down the demonic beasts precisely within milliseconds of each other to clear it successfully. Now Baphomet understood she wasn't flirting when asking those questions earlier. She agreed, saying he needed to be in sync with Giffen to increase their chances of success. With that, she declared that both Giffen and Baphomet would have a cooperative mission. Zippo was surprised to see Baphomet finish all his rations, though she had anticipated it since she saw him eat at the hotel. That's why she brought extra food. What shocked her even more was how much Giffen had eaten. She reasoned it was due to his growing power and being starved for 2 weeks, and now wondered if she should have brought even more food. Z offered to help Zippo clean up, and while doing so, she asked if both hunters could overcome this floor's trial. Zippo explained that the trial required them to succeed simultaneously. Perhaps that was why they were stuck. Z noted they were relying on Baphomet, which made Zippo suspect she was here to keep an eye on him. Z didn't deny it. Zippo explained Z wasn't good at lying, and having studied Mr. Ma, understood the hostility between him and Baphomet. That was why she was assigned the task of monitoring him. Zippo admitted that working under a boss with someone as gentle as Z was exhausting, but Z countered that their goals were the same, and anyone who opposed him also became her enemy. When they finished packing the trash, Z wondered where to throw it. Zippo revealed a void cube, a mythical item that can erase anything thrown inside. Z was surprised Zippo possessed such an item, and Zippo smugly explained she used it to erase secrets. Z asked to borrow it, and Zippo agreed. Meanwhile, Baphomet was discussing how to defeat the monster at the same time as Giffen. He suggested setting a timer, but she objected, saying there was a special condition preventing them from using electronic and digital items. Then he suggested they should attack the monster as soon as they entered. Chill objected that it was impossible since each had different skill levels. He then suggested they just beat the monster to death. Giffen chimed in that he should only do what is necessary since the Vanguard knows more about this tower. Baphomet grumbled, asking if he should just shut up and follow orders. Giffen asked him to do exactly that. For a moment, both were ready to lunge into a fight, but their teammates asked them to calm down. Chill then took off his gloves and commented on their temperaments, adding that they all needed to cooperate as allies. He challenged them to fight him to vent their anger. Giffen disagreed, saying they should focus on retrying instead of wasting time fighting him. However, his next words hit a nerve when Chill provoked them by calling them cowards. Both of them lunged toward Chill. The girls were shocked to see them fighting like this. On the other hand, Chill provoked them further, asking if this was all they had. As famous A-rank hunters, Baphomet, already provoked, took the bait, declaring that he hadn't even started. With that, he leapt toward Chill and tried to strike and kick him, but he couldn't even touch him when Chill kicked back. Chill commented on his fighting style, saying it resembled a street fighter's, but his movements lacked purpose and precision. With that, he punched so hard that Baphomet was sent flying and coughed up blood. The next moment, he closed in again and slammed him into the ground. Giffen appeared behind and tried to punch him, but he couldn't land a hit either. He lunged at him again, and Chill remarked that Giffen had good technique while throwing him to the ground. He complained that Giffen had too many redundant and unnecessary movements while fighting. Both were now lying face down on the ground while the girls were shocked to witness the power of an S-rank. Chill laughed happily at finding such talent in them, and even offered to spar with them in the future. However, Nelia doubted that any of them would want to do that. Days passed as Zippo recorded everything in her journal. She wrote about her experiences since Nelia had informed them that even the waiting area would be raided by magic beasts, so they often took turns fighting them. Zippo wrote that it felt like the tower itself was fluctuating, and then they got stuck on the 49th floor. Chill instructed them that magic beasts usually use the same fighting patterns. To increase their chances against them, they had to create their own patterns instead of just depending on different combat styles and skills. Now their victory depended on the success of Baphomet and Grizzy. Since only one person could enter each death room, Baphomet finally admitted he would adjust his fighting style to Grizzy's, which shocked the latter. He reasoned that Giffen had fought magic beasts hundreds of times, so he must be the one who knows when they will die. Therefore, he asked him to show him the match so he could learn to follow his movements. With that, he lunged toward him and threw him a staff. While clarifying that he didn't need to copy the movements exactly, he didn't even think Baphomet could do it, however, in the next moment. Baphomet's eyes turned red as he displayed movements identical to Giffen's, which shocked everyone who saw it. Zippo hoped they would make progress with this. But even the next time, Giffen still took a bit longer than Baphomet afterward. They made several attempts until they were exhausted. When Nelia noticed, she asked them to rest for a moment. When Baphomet was about to leave, Giffen teased him, saying he thought he could do it, but he would be faster if he adjusted his moves to Baphomet's. He cursed, but was interrupted by Zippo, who handed him water, and said that even if he gave up now, she would still pay him his full wages as her mercenary. However, Baphomet was determined to clear this tower even if he had to die there. He then commented on her generous payment offer and wondered if her archaeological work was truly that valuable. But she clarified that wasn't the only reason she was here. She added that she wanted this war to end soon. She explained her perspective that magic beasts are devils from a human point of view, but humans are also enemies from the perspective of magic beasts. She wondered how long this loop would continue, a year or perhaps 1 or 20 centuries before that. He said the only purpose of magic beasts is to kill humans, but she disagreed with this logic. She thought they had their own stories to tell, and for this purpose they needed to go deeper into the abyss to find answers and seek a final peaceful solution. Hearing that, he commented on how annoying she was. This shocked her because he actually had the nerve to say it straight to her face. She agreed that they were here to fight magic beasts, and she shouldn't overcomplicate things. But she added they needed to dig deep into everything to find clues, not understanding why this floor was actually so hard to clear. Then she remarked that they couldn't even communicate via telepathy, which ruled out the possibility of killing the magic beasts at the same time. Suddenly he stood up as an idea struck him. Realizing they had been doing it wrong from the start, they were then ready for another attempt. Nelia turned to both hunters to ensure they were ready. Looking at Baphomet, she assumed he was exhausted but comforted him, saying the gap between them was narrowing so he needed to keep trying. As they left, Nelia suggested turning back if it didn't work this time. However, Chill was certain it would succeed. Nelia thought he was just hoping for the best, but he could be sure for some reason. Just as he said, they suddenly received a notification that the elimination was completed simultaneously, and they could now move to the 51st floor. Earlier, when they were discussing Baphomet's idea to overcome the floor's trial, he learned from Nelia that the two doors shared information with each other. She had even tried to break the long mana thread between the doors but failed because it was an impossible task. Then Baphomet came up with the idea to use this communication channel to their advantage at first. Chill didn't understand and thought it was impossible, but our guy pointed out it would be useful to them. However, Giffen wasn't sure because from his perspective, the tower is a lair of magic beasts, so everything is designed to give them the advantage. Even the rules are created to disadvantage hunters. But successful hunters break those rules. Baphomet disagreed because, to him, this was a misconception. In reality, the tower is a common battlefield for both hunters and magic beasts. Taking advantage of it is up to both opponents. He pointed out that if magic beasts had such an advantage, then why were they stuck here instead of going out to hunt humans? This made Giffen comment that Baphomet was looking at things from the perspective of a magic beast. Chill then asked them to share their proposals regarding the communication system between the gates. Giffen suggested using the same system that the magic beasts were utilizing. Chill was skeptical. Giffen agreed that theoretically it seemed logical, but they didn't know if they could use it to their own advantage. He then pointed to Baphomet, who might have a solution, though Baphomet himself wanted them to help him figure it out. Back to the present as they returned victorious. Nelia wanted to know what they had discovered. Baphomet said she was right to assume they needed to defeat both magic beasts at the same time. Furthermore, the timing of taking down the magic beasts had to be identical. For example, both of them went to rooms A and B. In reality, the two monsters did not move at the same time. If the monster in room A moved, it would send a signal for the monster in room B to move like a puppet on strings. But mana doesn't always travel with the same rhythm. Sometimes it's slower, sometimes faster. That's why he didn't match his pace with Giffen's. So this time he entered the room in an unconscious state. As a result, his entire body was enveloped in mana. This way he began to move exactly the way Giffen moved in the other room. Hearing this, Nelia collapsed in disbelief, because all of this made her feel like a failure. Her role was to devise the strategy, yet our guy was the one who solved the problem. She apologized to everyone, saying it was her fault they had wasted so much time and effort. Baphomet was about to comment on her admitting her mistake when Zippo covered his mouth. Chill comforted her, saying her health was their top priority. Then he turned to Baphomet and praised his judgment, even though he had only recently ranked up. They advanced to the next floor, and Chill thought about how amazing he was. Despite being just a newly ranked A-rank hunter, not to mention he fought like a veteran when they sparred. Giffen commented that he probably had more tower experience than anyone else here. As soon as they entered the 50th floor, they froze in shock. The ruins of destroyed buildings surrounded them. Nelia wondered if they were still inside the tower, or not. The system announced they were in a virtual reality and needed to complete a mission to advance to the next floor. They didn't know what the mission was. But in the next moment, a large monster arrived. They immediately took action and began to fight. Stepping on the monster, he asked what these creatures were. Several magic beasts lunged and attacked each person, forcing them to fight. However, Nelia froze while observing the ruined city, the monsters, and finally a person begging him for help. Even Zippo was trembling, but the only one completely oblivious to the situation was him. Giffen pointed this out, especially since he was usually so knowledgeable about towers. It was strange that he didn't know exactly what was happening around them. Finally, he revealed that this was a virtual reality reenactment of a gate shock. Meanwhile, in the real world, that gentleman was reassuring someone over the phone that he had also sent his agents to the Sanctuary Tower. He also assured them that the tower would only be cleared by members of the Nebula Guild. As soon as he hung up, his expression became annoyed because of the constant nagging from the Nebula Guild leader, especially since Van Gogh's older brother was also there, someone he was quite attached to. However, he decided to move on and seek the information he needed. At that moment, he spotted Mr. Ma. He was startled to see Mr. Ma also heading in the same direction as him. Meanwhile, the person on the other end of the line was a member of the Nebula Guild, Neptune, who was annoyed with that gentleman constantly trying to reassure him. Then he turned to this guild leader and asked if he trusted that gentleman as a government agent, which the guild leader immediately denied. However, the guild leader expressed a bad premonition about the tower. Neptune assured him he would hire more people and prepare them as a support force. Van Gogh doubted if they were reliable, but Neptune reassured him they were experts in their field. Those experts appeared in hooded figures, as Neptune revealed they could do anything. They received a message from the guild and waited for the third member of the group. Then that person arrived, known as Hunter Dokeb. Actually, it was Chisu's accomplice in disguise. The team leader informed her of their mission. They mentioned the Vanguard and expressed concern that they couldn't do much if the support team had already met the Vanguard. This caught the girl's attention, and she asked if Baphomet was part of the support team, but the others didn't know who he was, so she urged them to move on. In reality, this was the first time they met this special hunter, so they didn't know she had killed the real member of the group to take that person's place. Beelzebub's neighbor came over to borrow a ladder so she could climb into her house after locking herself out because her door lock's battery died. Instead, he gave her a 9-volt battery and showed her how to open it by touching the terminals to the control panel and entering the password. She was amazed, and he proudly admitted he had learned it from the internet. Inside the house, she noticed he was reading and asked why he didn't go to school. He casually replied that he just didn't go. She insisted he should go mostly because it's the law and because he could make friends. Beelzebub didn't care. Then she decided she would talk to Baphomet about it when he returned. Suddenly, Beelzebub became alert, eyes glowing red. He said that while helping her, someone had broken into his house. The intruder, a hooded hunter, had found Baphomet's address and entered his home angry because Baphomet was pretending to be human and planning to expose him. The hunter had no idea Beelzebub was hovering right above his head. Inside the tower, everyone was doing their best to complete the mission. Chill saved the girl. They were about to drop straight down 1,000 yards. Nelia spotted a safe point, and he jumped into the air to reach that place, saving one of the 10 people. Now that they had finished the first part of the mission, Nelia asked them to gather so they could save the others from the center. At that moment, both Giffen and Baphomet had killed a monster. He complained about his new equipment being soaked in blood. Suddenly, both spotted a rainbow. This confused them, and then they saw Nelia, who had arrived to reduce the threat, though it was clear they didn't need it. Meanwhile, Chill noticed Z's demon suppression device. She confirmed it was used to emit pulse waves that prevent monsters from detecting them. This way, they could have time to plan their next move. He praised her preparation, but she pointed out that Zippo was the one who prepared so thoroughly. They looked at the girl who was feeling depressed and checked the notification screen. They needed to save 9 more survivors to reach the next stage. Giffen was also curious about the phrase, next stage, and Nelia replied she had never seen anything like it before. He guessed it referred to the next floor. She pointed out that if so, it would simply be called the next floor. Baphomet suggested that perhaps the next floor was also part of the same virtual reality, especially since they didn't know how many floors existed inside this virtual gate shock. He added that from the tower's final boss perspective, he would want to use this environment for more than one floor. Especially if they copied the gate shock scenario exactly, it would naturally come with swarms of magic beasts at that time. Nelia observed him closely and commented on his calm attitude, even though he had probably experienced a gate shock. On the other hand, the rest felt uncomfortable in this gate shock scenario. Nelia herself felt as if her psychological trauma was about to resurface. But looking at him, it felt like he had never experienced it before. He didn't tell them, but of course he had never experienced a gate shock. Then she approached Zippo, who seemed quite distant. Nelia shared her own story from the gate shock, especially since Zippo was feeling ashamed as a hunter for not being able to cope with the situation. Nelia comforted her, saying everyone has their own experience and different levels of endurance. In her gate shock, she was newly married and was on a date with her husband after a long time when the disaster occurred. Her husband was injured, and she used all her strength to get him out of the building. That was also the moment she awakened her powers, which helped her save her husband and find out she was pregnant. However, at that time she wasn't happy because she felt she should have saved more people with her strength. But her husband comforted her, saying she had started by saving their unborn child. That was the day she decided to become a hunter to save others. That day was traumatic for her, but it strengthened her resolve. She told this story to strengthen their resolve as hunters, so that they could clear this tower and save people from the gate shock. However, Zez became curious about her age because she was married and pregnant during the gate shock. When she revealed she was 40 years old, they were shocked because she didn't look like it. She thanked her skincare routine in Gangnam and even promised to show them once they got out of the tower. Finally, after a while, they completed the mission by rescuing the last survivor. The system moved to the next stage. They were transported to another location from the gate shock just as he had predicted. This time, they needed to save 9 people. As they progressed, the number of survivors decreased, but they faced stronger magic beasts. To get through, they split into 3 teams, Z and Zippo as one team, Chill alone, Baphomet and Giffen as another team, while Nelia stayed behind as support at a safe location. Finally, they reached the stage, where they only needed to save 3 survivors to advance to the next stage. Baphomet was eager to save those last 3, so they could escape this gate shock. However, Giffen monitored him very closely, which Baphomet immediately noticed and commented on, saying he felt like Giffen was glaring at him. Giffen retorted that it was just his magic beast instinct. Baphomet found it interesting that he was being so openly suspicious. Then he reminded Giffen of what he had said during orientation, that if Grizzy exposed him, he would kill him. However, Grizzy expressed confidence that Baphomet was indeed a monster. He even threatened that if he were killed, no one would be able to tell if he died by Baphomet's hand or by some monster. Baphomet took this as a life-and-death challenge. Before Grizzy Finn could confirm it, they heard a survivor's scream, and decided to settle this later. Our guy immediately rushed toward the sound, but Gatsby immediately recognized that voice. He stepped forward just as Baphomet killed the monster and saved the child. Gatsby was stunned to see the childhood form of Javan, his older brother. Meanwhile, Z and Zippo were fighting large monsters at their location. Ez pulled the strings around the monster and bound it. Then she called Z for the next move, and Z immediately jumped onto the monster to stab it with her sword. Immediately after, there was a large explosion. After finally killing the monster, Zippo breathed a sigh of relief. Ez expressed that she didn't expect the monster to appear out of nowhere, which showed this truly was a depiction of a teleportation gate shock. Zippo then apologized. But she tried to comfort Z, saying everyone there had their own experiences in a teleportation gate shock. Then they decided to move forward. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound behind them, but neither girl noticed. Zippo was worried she was making others anxious and was about to say something to Z. But Z suddenly shouted her name as a monster appeared right behind her. A moment later, she arrived at the safe area with Z and let Nelia check on her. Nelia analyzed that she had been infected with an extremely rare paralyzing venom that couldn't be cured by any normal medicine. Z apologized for the inconvenience, but Nelia comforted her, saying she was here to support in situations like this and assured her she would take care of Z until she recovered. She also summoned a small creature that would help heal Z and decided to replace Z in searching for survivors. At that moment, she saw Zippo giggling, who commented that Nelia's summons were as cute as she was. Nelia revealed it was all because her son wanted to play with her summons. When she first summoned them, they looked like monsters and scared the boy, so she made them look cuter. Normally, hunters who use weapons don't know that summons and summoners have a bond, and the stronger the bond, the more powerful the summons become. As they moved forward, Zippo asked about something she heard, that for certain summons, the summoner needs to bet their life. Nelia confirmed it because she had once seen a young hunter determined to do so. She revealed that the person is now a famous guild leader and an S-rank hunter. Then she changed the subject and asked about Zippo's well-being. Zippo assured her she was fine, though she was confused about her own condition since this was just virtual reality. She feared she wouldn't be useful if a teleportation gate shock occurred in reality. Nelia reassured her that wouldn't happen because they would clear all the towers starting with this one. They then noticed they still hadn't found any survivors, even though they should have found a few by now. Then suddenly, they noticed a little girl. Nelia approached the girl and assured her she would be rescued. The little girl showed Nelia her injured leg, and Nelia offered to carry the girl on her back because she reminded her of her son, who was the same age. She planned to spend 2 weeks with her son after clearing this tower. That made Zippo smile, but suddenly, her smile turned to horror as she saw the little girl transform into a monster that killed Nelia. A loud splashing sound echoed from the floor. Baphomet heard it too. He looked down at the boy trembling at his feet. A few hours earlier, when they rescued this boy, Grizzy revealed that the boy was none other than Javan. Remembering Javan's silver hair, he guessed Javan had dyed his hair. But then he doubted himself. Grizzy's own hair had changed color at that time. Javan desperately begged them to save his family. They received a notification to protect him from the upcoming wave of monsters, an urgent mission. Shortly after, a swarm of monsters appeared before them, leaving them no choice but to take cover. Because these monsters were high-level monsters, he wondered if this place was harsher than other areas. Meanwhile, GZF still couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the safe zone. With no other choice, they decided to head back to base. But they had to take Javan with them. Javan protested and begged them to at least save his younger brother, whom he had left behind to find their parents. If he had known this would happen, he would have brought him along. Hearing that, Grizzy gritted his teeth and reminded him that he told him not to go. Suddenly, Baphomet questioned why this boy was so lucid while other survivors only begged for help. To comfort him, he made up a story that they were from the future, introducing Giffen as his younger brother. When he mentioned his younger brother was a hunter, Javan became even more worried about Grizzy Finn's silver-dyed hair. Grizzy Finn explained that the hair color was a result of albinism, a phenomenon occurring in some areas of a teleportation gate shock that turns people's bodies white. In their case, only the hair changed. After killing the monsters and moving forward, Baphomet wondered if they were among the survivors in his area. Grizzy Finn corrected him, saying both brothers were the only survivors from that area. Hearing that, Javan became even more worried about his parents. Before Grizzy Finn could reply, monsters swarmed in again, causing our guy to curse them for never resting. They then threw a device to Javan and instructed him to hide. He remembered this device could save him from monsters if he installed it, so he immediately decided to install it. Suddenly, there was a large explosion and blue flames engulfed the area. Both hunters realized it as they looked at the child. Javan transformed into adult Javan, determined to kill them all. A moment before Javan installed the device, he saw the stabbed bodies of his parents. That made him burst into tears. He remembered that he and his younger brother were the only survivors. Suddenly, blue flames erupted everywhere, devouring the monsters behind Grizzy Finn and Baphomet. Looking at the flames now, Giffen recalls how they survived back then because Javan had awakened his powers, and told him to come to him because it was very dangerous on the other side. Now they can't believe they are seeing an adult Javan standing before them. Giffen is worried. But our guy smirks because they received another urgent mission. They must eliminate this new Javan. Meanwhile, Zippo is horrified to see Nelia, with an open wound on her body, and immediately tries to save her. Then a large monster appears behind her, and she receives an urgent mission to eliminate this monster Goliath Q-17. The area will be isolated until she completes the mission. The monster mocks her for running and warns that she will never reach their king because it will destroy her first. Saying so, it leaps into the air and fires a laser. Zippo immediately uses Vega's shield to protect herself from the attack. This causes the monster to scoff at the shield. She uses every kind of high-grade healing potion, painkillers, hemostatic drugs, even regeneration potions, but they have no effect. At that moment, Nelia weakly tells her she is okay. This brings back memories of Zippo's mother during the teleportation gate shock, who comforted her in the same way. She was fine as long as she was alive. Zippo repeats those words now and urges Nelia to hold on. Nelia tells her to run away. But Zippo scolds her and reminds her not to lose hope. She is a hunter who fasted for weeks, and a small wound like this can't kill her. She points out that the monster didn't hit her brain or heart, so there is still hope to save her. Meanwhile, the monster continues to attack the shield from the outside. Zippo then asks Nelia if she wants her son to grow up without a mother. She pulls out a legendary item, Calix's pocket watch. She temporarily freezes time around them. She stands up and tells Nelia to wait here because she cannot let her die like this. Meanwhile, the monster reminds her that she cannot stay there forever, that she is trapped. She steps out and challenges it back, declaring that she is not trapped at all. The monster wastes no time attacking her. She has her wires ready and jumps into the air to dodge it. With the help of nearby debris, she pulls them toward the creature. But her aim misses as the creature dodges and taunts her, saying she can't even aim properly. She tries again and again, but every time the monster blocks the attack, it seems to be playing with her, constantly mocking her for her slow strikes. It taunts her again, saying it feels like she isn't even trying to hit it. It then stops when it realizes her silk thread trap is all around it. She confirms that her intention was never to attack it. That was the necessary condition to activate her skill sanctuary of Arachne. Suddenly, the monster finds itself trapped in a void. She appears behind its back, admitting she isn't good at direct combat. And every time she enters a tower, she hopes to find a way to end the war between humans and magic beasts. Hearing that, the monster calls it nonsense in anger. It declares that they can never coexist, and one day they will rule over humanity. That is their reason for existing. Then it realizes it is bound by silk threads everywhere. Its body crackles with lightning. Zippo admits she anticipated this reaction and still respects its opinion. The monster doesn't understand why it cannot move. She calmly says it will be a good sacrifice as she pulls the silk threads tied to her hair. In the next moment, the silk threads cut through the monster, and Zippo coldly declares it a sacrifice for peace. As soon as Zippo completed the mission, the isolated area returned to its original dimension as she stepped out of the void. Someone called her a hypocrite, saying she wouldn't be able to erase what she had done. She turned around but saw no one there. Then Nelia called her and praised how she defeated the beast on her own, saying it showed her potential. As a high-level hunter, however, Zippo was more worried about Nelia's wound, knowing she couldn't heal here. Nelia admitted that Zippo had to go down for emergency aid later. Zippo noticed the blue barrier around them and guessed it couldn't be a natural phenomenon. Nelia guessed it must be a partitioned area. Zippo worried it shouldn't be here since she completed her mission, but then her eyes widened as she realized each area had its own urgent mission in a flashback. Beelzebub teased our boy that he was in love with Javan because of his obsession with searching for information about him on the internet. He protested that Beelzebub couldn't just check his search history like that. Beelzebub understood if he was studying an enemy, but Javan was already dead, so there was no reason to keep searching. Baphomet admitted that was true, but he still wanted to fight him one more time. Now in the present, our boy has the chance to fight this virtual version of Javan. Javan swung his sword as the two brothers faced each other, and Javan slashed his younger brother's shoulder without hesitation. He attacked again, but Giffen finally snapped out of his daze. He was determined not to let Javan treat him like a sidekick anymore in the next moment. Javan knocked Baphomet's whip blade back toward him, and our boy grabbed the whip blade with both hands. He was truly happy to see Javan again, despite knowing it was just a virtual version. He understood he would never be able to meet him again anymore, so he gave him his respect. Once he activated his passive skill. Not only that, he also activated his locked active skill because he wanted to go all out in this battle with his ultimate rival. He immediately lunged at him, and Javan ducked to dodge the chain. Baphomet appeared in front of him and their blades clashed. For a moment, the only sound was the clashing of swords, while Baphomet experienced a sense of déjà vu because this had happened before in the tower. Both landed on the ground together. He attacked Javan again with the chain blade, and Javan dodged another blade flying toward him. He blocked it with his sword. Then he jumped in front of our boy. Baphomet was ready as he attacked again, and once again Javan dodged as he attacked Javan's leg, and Javan jumped up to save himself. At this point, Baphomet's ego sword had returned to its original form. Javan froze when he saw his own weapon in our boy's hands. Baphomet smirked and cracked the ground beneath his feet. He threw the debris toward Javan, who slashed every piece with his sword. Then Baphomet appeared in front of him, urging Javan to entertain him even more. He attacked again. The two exchanged blows for a while. One attacked while the other parried. They backed onto the ground, but now our guy was panting heavily. Looking at his opponent, he felt something was blocking his path. He lunged at Javan again, but as he got close, Javan simply pushed him away. He was sent flying. Realizing how weak his body was, this was his obstacle. Then Javan noticed Grizzy Finn was about to attack him from behind. Meanwhile, Baphomet thought about the battle in the past that brought him to this moment. This was his golden once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A chance he would never have again, however. He wondered if even with this opportunity, could he actually defeat Javan? No, in the tower battle. He only managed to kill him by exploiting a loophole, otherwise Javan would have torn him apart. He regretted being so joyful about this chance when his body was so weak. Watching the two brothers fight each other, he reminded himself why he acted this way. When it comes to fighting, he fights because it is his nature, regardless of who the opponent is. Then he opened his eyes. His body was enveloped in red energy. Meanwhile, Javan pointed his sword at his younger brother. But suddenly he trembled as he sensed the presence of a magic beast. Looking back, he recognized Baphomet on the other side. The Tower Master was actually furious with our boy for using the tower system to bypass the stage. He was enraged to know Baphomet dared to hack the system and wondered if he intended to seize his tower. Meanwhile, our boy received a notification that his special skill Conqueror had been activated, allowing him to access 15% of the tower system. He agreed to proceed with the system. The skill was activated, but its range was limited, not to mention that due to low proficiency, the activation was unstable and the results uncertain. Even so, his stats increased, allowing him to claim the system throne. The system urged him to climb higher. With that, he transformed into his magic beast form, and Javan turned toward him. Clearly terrified, on the other hand, Giffen was confused, because he had never seen his brother like this, ever since he awakened his powers during the gate shock. Even after clearing the tower alone, Javan always carried a sense of rage. But now for the first time Giffen saw his brother trembling. His rage was replaced by fear. Now he understood that what Javan feared was Baphomet, looking at our boy's true form. He couldn't believe this was the same Baphomet who killed and was killed by Javan. Staring at him, he exclaimed that he always knew Baphomet was a magic beast. Javan finally snapped out of it and realized Giffen was his brother. Looking at his body, he couldn't believe he was alive or how that was even possible. However, Giffen was stunned, realizing this copy of Javan was actually acting like his real brother. On the other hand, Baphomet was laughing like a madman because the system had restored Javan's data, making this battle completely fair. He was ready to enjoy the battle to the fullest. But in the next moment he froze, realizing he was trapped inside the magic beast form as his form attacked both brothers. Javan jumped up and said he wanted to figure out what was actually happening. But he couldn't think straight when Baphomet acted so aggressively toward them. He warned his younger brother that Baphomet was a myth-tier final boss. He couldn't be defeated by someone like Giffen. Giffen interrupted him immediately, saying first of all he could take care of himself, and second, Javan was the real enemy of the tower they needed to defeat, so Javan should remember his place. Now Giffen knew he had to fight both Baphomet and Javan. He thought he could do it if he made the right moves. But he recalled Mr. Ho's words that he hadn't improved enough to surpass S rank. Even so, he jumped into the air and attacked Baphomet with a wind slash. He attacked again, but Baphomet blocked his sword, grabbing one of his blades and threw him away. He lunged again and tried to slash through Baphomet's body, but horror struck when he realized he couldn't even leave a scratch on him. The next moment, Baphomet roared, terrifying him and reducing his stats by 50%. Paralyzed by fear, he couldn't move. Baphomet was about to attack him, and Giffen finally understood the true power of a myth-tier boss, but before Baphomet could strike, Javan stopped him and saved his younger brother. However, he bluntly said that he noticed no progress in Giffen. That meant Giffen's goal had died along with him. Giffen's eyes widened in shock as Javan lunged toward Baphomet. Meanwhile, our guy's human consciousness was cursing because he couldn't control his demon body at all. Then he received a reminder from his system that the results would be uncertain due to his low-level skill. Javan and his demonic beast body engaged in battle, but within his consciousness he was frustrated. Realizing Javan was now stronger at the peak of his power and he couldn't fight him back, both Baphomet and Javan erupted with power as their blades collided. Javan realized something. It felt like someone was watching him, instead of attacking Baphomet. Javan turned toward a small camera-like device and destroyed it. Baphomet also realized this was the presence he had been sensing. The Tower Master didn't understand how a ghost like Javan could do this. On the other hand, Javan felt strangely alive. He understood the Tower had taken his data to use him as a demonic beast. He hated the feeling of being treated that way and looked toward our guy, because he knew there was only one way to end this. As Baphomet's demon body pointed a sword at him, Javan let the blade pierce through him, knowing he had to die once more to stop it. After Javan's defeat, the system confirmed the mission completion and successful floor clear. Our guy looked at the notification, gritting his teeth and cursing Javan, who stood drenched in sweat. And unsure if he still felt pain, the skill was deactivated. Baphomet pressed the bloody blade against Javan's chest as he drove the sword in. Javan grabbed him curiously, asking why he was a demonic beast with a human face, wondering if a quest had caused this. He suspected Baphomet had lost his original power upon entering a human body, and muttered that quests could make anything possible before disappearing, leaving Baphomet confused and alone. Afterward, Chill noted a named demon appeared in each room. Zippo recounted the battle with the demons disguised as twins. Grateful there were no casualties except for Nelia, who was seriously injured and couldn't continue despite receiving emergency aid. Nelia insisted she could manage, but Chill decided to pause as her health took priority over finishing the tower. Our guy refused to give up the mission or go alone. Zippo protested, questioning his plan to go by himself. She sensed his foul mood and wondered what had happened earlier. Giffen broke the silence. Also choosing to stay, wanting to investigate something, his eyes locked onto our guy. Chill asked if the others wanted to stay. Z chose to return with Nelia. She blamed herself for Nelia's injury, but was reassured it wasn't her fault. Zippo agreed to continue with Baphomet, Giffen, and the others. The mediator girl volunteered to join. Confirmed as Hunter Dokeb, she was very excited to participate. Chill went down with Z and Nelia, promising to return after Nelia recovered. Z warned Zippo to stay alert. Zippo pledged to take care of Nelia. They stepped through a glowing door. The others continued to climb, moving forward. Zippo doubted managing alone given the tower's difficulty, suggesting they be careful until the captain returned. Suddenly, a massive explosion forced them to scatter as the monster's metal hands attacked. In a panic, Zippo begged for her life. The hunters prepared for battle as metal creatures swarmed in. A platform appeared. Our guy and Giffen jumped up to counterattack. Zippo called for a stop, feeling dizzy, and asked for a rest while using the golden sensor. She healed herself, and the whole team began to recover. She noted with relief that they had passed the 89th floor. Progress was good. She asked about GZF's plan as he sat there. He said staying in one place was pointless, and they needed to be active. Looking at our guy triggered a tense confrontation. Zippo sensed the tension from the past and wondered about its cause. Breaking the silence, she introduced herself to Dokeb, saying Baphomet and GZ Fim were waiting for her. Dokeb explained that she had joined through the Nebula Guild to clear the tower safely, and met Chill while climbing the tower. Our guy asked how she got here alone and about the missing hunters. Dokeb admitted a demon trap wiped out the others in a surprise attack. She was lucky to escape. Our guy found the support team's poor coordination strange. Zippo defended her. She reminded our guy that she survived despite the losses and rebuked his cold words. She noticed something strange about Dokeb suddenly. A monster attacked Dokeb. She dodged but was knocked down, struggling to block its weapon aimed to pierce her. In a panic, she fired a blast of energy that destroyed it. Zippo thanked her while trembling, but sensed Dokeb's contempt, which made her uncomfortable. Dokeb praised Baphomet's strength, doubting his A-rank status because he seemed much stronger. Zippo noticed Dokeb was always close to Baphomet, suspecting potential feelings, and wondered if that caused Dokeb's hostile glares toward her. She dismissed the thought, but remained vigilant. They reached the 99th floor with two massive doors blocking the way. Our guy noticed only one door leads further, requiring a choice. He realized both he and GZ Fim were melee fighters. and pairing them wouldn't be effective, suggesting a mix of melee and long-range warriors. He noticed the frustration and pleas in Zippo's mind, wanting to be chosen, even though she denied her feelings and grew angrier. He chose to take Dokeb with him through the left door. Zippo was surprised and demanded an explanation. He explained that her near-fatal threads made dodging difficult, and wondered if she suited Giffen better due to speed. Teams were formed. Baphomet urged everyone forward and moved with Dokeb. Zippo looked disappointed. Doc, EB threw her a smug look. Zippo suspected something was wrong. Using her identification ability to scan Dokeb, she was stunned. Our guy and Dokeb entered an empty hallway, wondering if it was a fake door. Dokeb asked if Zippo was his girlfriend. He denied it. She guessed he was dating someone else, and apologized for being curious. He mentioned the presence of no one else but them, causing Dokeb to blush suddenly. He drew his weapon and lunged at her, exposing her fake rookie act. She backed away in surprise. He advanced with pure strength, praising her courage for not hiding her killing intent, saying it suited him, since he was frustrated from taking his anger out on machines, and warned her to protect her neck to survive. A moment earlier, Zippo held Baphomet's arm tightly as everyone prepared to leave while Dokeb watched them from nearby. Zippo opened a private chat that Baphomet quickly accepted. The message pointed out strange things about Dokeb's hunter identity. Zippo thought she operated entirely outside the normal government system all real hunters must join. Our guy let her know he had noticed something was wrong with her by the way she acted. She asked about it in shock and confusion, so approaching her, Baphomet mentioned going out to eat after they left this place. Back to the present, Dokeb suddenly lunged forward with her gun. He was ready to fight. This made Baphomet head straight for her with his weapon ready. His blade tore through the air with immense force, creating a deadly strike aimed right at her. Her reaction was incredibly fast as she created her own attack, clashing violently with his in midair. He observed her from behind his weapon and launched another wave of attacks at her, but she moved gracefully to dodge them. Multiple consecutive strikes all tried to target different points to make dodging harder. She ducked low to avoid the blows sweeping over her head, but another one came instantly, so she jumped while simultaneously counterattacking. Both raised their weapons at the exact same time, and a large explosion occurred right at the point where their attacks met, creating strong gusts of wind everywhere and pushing him back while she landed firmly. Both stood up at the same time. The ego weapon provided Baphomet with important details on how she fought and handled weapons. She constantly switched between different types of weapons during combat, displaying skills that most hunters couldn't match. It also pointed out that she didn't have a special ego weapon like his, making her rapid weapon switching even more impressive. Illegal hunters often used altered programs and banned software to hide from government tracking and bypass mandatory registration. Her true stats showed she had been fighting for years and likely killed tons of targets during her work. Baphomet confronted her about whether it was he who had caused her to hide her true self. She admitted it immediately and explained that she came here to kill him, and said she was very picky about her jobs. She decided to accept or reject regardless of who the target was. But now she considered this situation a waste, and she began to wonder aloud if she really needed to kill him. Perhaps just cutting off a few body parts would suffice instead of killing him entirely. Her grandmother's old advice echoed in her head, that toys that could still move were always more interesting than those that had stopped responding. That memory brought her to his side, looking at his broken body struggling to function. She considered a way to keep him alive but completely helpless. Cutting off his arms and legs would make him unable to run or fight. In the meantime, she revealed her identity as Bitsy Marker. Throwing her coat aside, she lunged toward him with terrifying speed. The weapon urged him to decide immediately, and he realized the large weapon in his hand wouldn't help in this tight space. He needed something solid enough to block bullets. The weapon agreed and warned him again about her strength. He jumped over her next attack. At that moment, the shattered image of Javan flashed through his mind. Taking advantage of the dodge's momentum, he lunged forward to attack her. She didn't give off the same overwhelming terror as Javan. After experiencing the battle with Javan, he felt certain he could handle her. His surge of energy rushed toward her. Forcing her to quickly duck and roll away, the explosion narrowly grazed her eye. She flipped away and landed while he stood up with his weapon steady and ready. She sensed something entirely different about him. He corrected her misconception, stating clearly that she was the toy in this game. He stepped forward and swung his weapon. She dodged by pressing herself to the ground. He launched another strike that she could only block by raising her weapon. At the last second, their eyes met for a second, before she disappeared and reappeared at a distance. Creating space between them, she wondered when his power had skyrocketed and decided to stop playing. Her weapon spun. As she launched a chain toward him, he slashed through it as it tried to wrap around his head. Another blade whipped toward his legs. but he jumped over it and continued to advance. She lunged after him, swinging chains from every direction. He blocked every attack while thinking of Javon. In his mind, he batted away the chains and charged forward. A sudden explosion enveloped everything in thick smoke, and she completely lost track of him. He reappeared behind her, moving too fast for her to keep up. The difference between this battle and Javon's terrifying pressure became clear in his mind. His weapon slammed hard into her hip. She reacted with excitement and threw her chains again, creating more explosions that tore through the floor. Traces of water spread behind him as he dodged her spinning chains. He raised his weapon, lunged down, and confronted her attack head-on, shaking the ground. She quickly drew her guns and fired multiple rounds. He deflected them and unleashed another powerful slash against her. She dropped down on one knee. A deep cut appeared on her arm, blood dripping continuously as she pressed on the wound. Despite being injured, she still wore a twisted smile right then. Her laughter burst out, echoing across the floor. She refused to deny that he was her toy, and asked why he kept resisting a childhood memory flashing in her unstable mind. As she called him a fool for making everything harder, she raised her hand, insisting she didn't want it to come to this. A giant gun appeared from her inventory, much larger than before. She placed all the blame on him and unleashed a massive blast. The stream of energy rushed toward him at a terrifying speed. For a moment he thought she wasn't even on par with Javon. At that instant, a clean slash cut through the attack and blood splattered into the air. His blade sank deep into her abdomen as blood flowed profusely down her body. What happened earlier was her releasing energy toward Baphomet, warning that he had brought this end upon himself. And the explosion spread across the area, shattering everything. She felt something was wrong and was confused, watching him charge straight at her at maximum speed. She couldn't understand why he chose to confront such a destructive attack head-on instead of dodging. He raised his weapon while closing the gap, and she was stunned because surviving this strike should have been impossible for him. His attack hit her cleanly and sent her flying backward, until he crouched on the ground. While her mind struggled to understand how he suddenly gained such overwhelming power, he created 2 magic orbs and launched them forward, and she realized he had moved behind her back before she could turn around. He appeared in front again and drove the attack deep into her chest. She couldn't process what had just happened and collapsed in shock, screaming in pain. It was unbearable, wailing over and over while calling for her grandmother. He placed his foot on her stomach and noticed no quest notification appeared, concluding she wasn't an apostle. She panted weakly and asked what he meant by apostle. Raising his hand, he asked if someone sent her to kill him, and guessed that Central wanted him dead so badly they interfered in his quest to eliminate him. She confirmed Loki was the one he was talking about and quickly offered to provide information on Loki's hideout in exchange for her life. He asked for a reason why he should trust her, and she tremblingly explained that she couldn't escape anyway since he knew her face and could easily hunt her down if she lied. She begged him to spare her life, but he looked at her for a moment and then refused. He explained that he didn't need her help to track Loki because he already had many ways to find him. And he pointed out that he wasn't chasing Loki right now because he had to accumulate enough power to finish him off in their next encounter. He pulled out his shimmering weapon and made it clear she only served to increase his power. She suddenly jumped up and drew her gun while screaming in panic. But he stepped forward and delivered the attack. Her thoughts raced as she wondered if this was truly where her life ended. A memory of her grandmother returned a moment from childhood when she saw herself injured and helpless watching a cold man kill the old woman. She wondered who that killer was as Baphomet's face filled her fading vision before death claimed her. The weapon asked if killing her this way was acceptable. He replied that someone once told him that when a hunter dies in the tower, no one can tell if it was caused by a magic beast or another hunter, and he admitted he needed to release some pent-up frustration. The weapon accepted this reason, but still remarked that killing her wasted the chance to reach Loki through her. He replied that Mr. Ma would likely find Loki since Ma had given him this mission in the first place. He started to mention Beelzebub when a beep interrupted him. The sound came from her corpse. He turned back and noticed a red light glowing in her chest, and the system identified it as a tracer bomb. He realized it was triggered upon her death and cursed the nuisance. A massive explosion erupted instantly at the same time. A drop of water fell on Zippo's head and she flinched while calling for GZF. She apologized and explained that the water drop startled her. She mentioned using a firefly for light, though the darkness still made the path unclear. She felt relieved that the ground beneath their feet remained solid as they moved. She wondered if Baphomet and Dokeb faced a similar situation after stepping through that door. Her thoughts shifted to him, and she recalled her previous warning. She assumed he intended to reassure her that he would handle everything when he mentioned eating together after escaping. She briefly wondered if he implied something romantic but dismissed the thought as he wasn't her type. GZF opened a system window and asked if this screen displayed the Sanctuary Tower's records. She confirmed it and noted that the details suggested they might be near the top of the tower. He acknowledged this, and she glanced at him while thinking about how calmly he handled everything, and how well he understood the tower's structure. She wondered why he hadn't reached S-rank yet. They continued following the Firefly. Both abruptly stopped. She asked what he had sensed, and he explained that an exit appeared ahead and advised her to stay alert, as they didn't know what trap might be waiting. They focused on the doorway, and shock hit them as they saw a space resembling a bustling amusement park. Workers were operating various stalls while children played, and swings were swaying back and forth. They wondered if this was another simulation and what kind of tower would create such scenes. A girl ran toward them shouting that there was a misunderstanding. The two hunters watched blankly as she stopped near a boy who insisted he had seen it with his own eyes, so there was no misunderstanding. She claimed nothing happened with the other person, but he grew more frustrated and decided he needed time alone, then walked away. Zippo suddenly appeared nearby holding popcorn and a drink. Grizzy Finn appeared bewildered by her serious tone as she ordered him to communicate properly with the girl, since clearly the girl wanted to resolve the issue. The boy left while this girl remained. Zippo complained about how dramas always prolong conflicts that could be solved with a simple talk, then admitted perhaps the whole purpose was just to create chaos. She suddenly wondered why she used the word drama. Both hunters felt something was wrong. Before a heavy box fell on the boy, blood splattered everywhere and screams rang out. Horror spread throughout the area. Laughter echoed above them, and a giant female demon descended. Zippo observed it and noted it looked like a named demon, then commented on its strange appearance while wondering if the amusement park had planned some event. The demon declared that everyone board it now and ordered them to disappear. Light flooded the entire space and everyone vanished instantly. As the area turned black and white, Zippo sensed something and turned around. An invisible force threw her backward through the air. GZF reacted in shock and rushed forward with his weapon while calling her name. He realized he could no longer track her presence, and then she vanished as well. The demon called them performers, and a simple gesture raised a cage from the ground. Zippo found herself locked inside and screamed at the situation. The demon complained that human stories were uninteresting and decided these hunters would provide better entertainment. At that moment, a notification appeared ordering them to eliminate Zippo. The demon asked them in a casual voice about their favorite entertainment genre, listing horror, noir, action, comedy, and fantasy as examples. However, it made clear they never had a real choice, as romance remained its favorite genre. Zippo used all her strength to escape the cage holding her, but the demon ordered her to stop resisting. Zippo demanded to be released and asked what the demon intended for her, putting all her strength into the iron bars, only to find the cage didn't budge even an inch. She immediately tried to open her inventory, and a system error window appeared before her. The demon laughed at her failure and mocked that casting the right actors always requires a background check. It revealed it knew Zippo could use a large number of items, so it adjusted the system to block that ability. It called Giffen the co-star, and recognizing him as the younger brother of the legendary hunter Javan, it commented that his technique was lacking, and pointed out how it's always difficult to live up to a brother's reputation. Zippo recalled what the virtual reality simulations had proven, that the creatures here possess information about the outside world, and the real issue was finding out exactly how much they knew. She decided acting hastily would only make things worse. A sudden slash struck the demon's face, and Zippo turned in confusion toward Giffen, who had launched the attack while glaring. Enraged, the demon smirked at them both, and assumed they seemed ready to begin. It raised its hand and snapped its fingers while announcing the start of the show. Zippo watched in confusion as the demon began telling a story about an ugly girl living in an ancient village. It identified Zippo as that girl. Zippo protested immediately, but the demon continued describing the girl reaching marriageable age without receiving a single proposal. Zippo tried to argue she was still young, but the demon ignored her and continued the story about how no man wanted to marry the girl. Zippo countered by claiming her wealth, and her own looks attracted many suitors. The demon continued and introduced a single exception, the most handsome boy in the village. Zippo called the idea crazy, but it continued asking why such a handsome man would choose someone ugly with a terrible personality. GZF listened with eyes closed, and the demon called the man a fool despite his good looks, and continued the story of the girl who was jealous of the most beautiful maiden in the world named Zezeber, and because of that jealousy she was locked in a cage. The demon then questioned whether the foolish boy would save the ugly girl so they could enjoy a perfect ending. Grizzy suddenly lunged at the demon. It easily dodged him and continued the story while the boxes floating around began to fire energy beams at him. The explosion knocked him to the ground, and when he raised his head, he saw every box was glowing with power. He jumped between them and raised his weapon while charging toward it. Countless boxes formed a circle around him, and another explosion erupted, filling the area with thick smoke. Before he fell again, he nearly landed directly on one of the boxes, but slashed through it in midair, then continued attacking as more boxes surrounded him. A beam of light shot out from one of them, and he narrowly dodged it. He thought about how their speed increased the longer he fought. He fell hard to the ground, and Zippo shouted his name from inside the cage. She watched the boxes moving faster than before and wondered if they were studying his movements and adapting to counter him. He jumped up from the cracked ground while thinking that the number of enemies around was overwhelming. He rushed forward and smashed every box in his path while slashing through others as he jumped over them. He realized he would run out of stamina before finishing them off while he fought. Strange weapons appeared from the center of the boxes. The weapons disappeared instantly. Both hunters froze, for a moment thinking about the possibility of invisibility. Giffen realized he couldn't detect any sound or presence and confusedly scanned the area. A beam of light streaked past his face, and magic crystals appeared around him. He immediately gripped his weapon while glaring at the threat. He clashed his weapon against an incoming attack, and a massive weapon swung toward him, followed by many others. He slammed them to the ground, and the impact force cracked the earth beneath his feet. He sensed a large box falling on him at the worst time and was hit by the blow. Zippo screamed his name and thought he couldn't keep up with their speed anymore. The problem stemmed from the light disappearing and dulling his senses in the dark. She tried to explain that the light itself was the problem, and using a flare gun would help him target them easily. Her voice was cut off as a piece of tape suddenly covered her mouth. The demon approached her and ordered her to be quiet and watch. Giffen shook with frustration while following her instructions and chose a flare gun from his inventory. The demon interrupted him again, reminding him it said the story had an unhappy ending. It flew into the sky and told him to hate his own weakness despite his handsome looks. It pointed at all the boxes simultaneously rushing toward him, while it laughed, and Zippo screamed in fear for him. Grizzy Finn was severely injured and sank into his own thoughts. He recalled everyone telling him that reaching S rank with his speed would be very difficult. Others mentioned that living in the shadow of a famous older brother would always be painful. Some acknowledged he had reached A rank at the youngest age but was still inferior to Javan's power. He admitted these points were all true. His thoughts shifted to our guy, and surprise hit him again. He never expected someone to achieve such terrifying power in such a short period. He wondered if the reason was because he was a magic beast, but that idea collapsed immediately because it didn't explain this level of growth. He wondered why he himself couldn't break through. Right then, a voice reminded him that he hadn't grown at all since Javan died, asking about his goal as he turned around. It was Javan, and he froze while looking at him. Javan continued to explain that abnormal hunters don't grow like normal hunters. They grow under special conditions, and Giffen's condition was Javan. Since Javan died, the system that allowed Giffen to grow could no longer take him past this point. Blood dripped from Javan's wounded body and splattered onto Giffen's face. Javan leaned in close and asked why Giffen believed he couldn't get stronger. Our guy's face appeared clearly in Grizzy's mind. A voice echoed within him, reminding him that anyone who needs motivation just needs to set a goal. The answer was simple. He was the one who killed Javan. Grizzy could now use him as that goal. Right then, all the boxes around him split apart as lightning exploded throughout the space. Lightning formed a shell enveloping him, and Grizzy Finn stepped out from within it. His aura surged with power as he declared he would use Baphomet as his new goal while lightning spread around in a powerful wave. Trying to understand Giffen's intention while he focused only on gathering more power, Zippo remained locked in the cage, worried about him. Giffen visualized Javan, and then decided that eliminating Baphomet was the only way to move forward. That thought sent an intense current of electricity through his body, strong enough to crack the boxes scattered around. Zeziber was astonished, watching the growing stream of energy. She tried to stop him, but the power diverted toward her before she could react. The force hit her directly, bringing her to her knees as her body trembled under the overwhelming current. GZ Fim appeared before her with lightning forming around his hands. Having understood how this new power worked, Zeziber flew into the air confused, but still warned him that this path would end badly. She threw every remaining box at him and screamed for him to die, but the moment they hit, she realized she could no longer sense him. A small spark appeared among the boxes, then spread into an electrical storm. Giffen shattered the debris and blew away the boxes with sharp bolts of lightning. Zeziber watched him in shock as he stood there unharmed. Giffen concentrated more energy into the palm of his hand, stepped before her core box and cut through it with a single precise bolt. More lightning followed, tearing apart all remaining boxes with perfect control. And then he turned toward her. Zezubur refused to accept what she saw. Her weapon form returned as she screamed at him. She was furious that a human had ruined her plan. She lunged straight at him, but Grizzy Finn asked where she thought she was aiming. He appeared behind her before she could process the movement and delivered another blow. Zezubur turned around with wide eyes, unable to comprehend his speed. Giffen flashed a cold smile and ended the battle with one final attack that completely submerged her. Zezubur realized her fate as the explosion swallowed her. A massive explosion spread throughout the space, and the system confirmed the mission completion with her elimination. Zippo was surprised. She ran to him, amazed by the level of power he was holding. She observed his back and noticed blood flowing from his mouth. She worriedly asked about his condition. He wiped the blood and explained that adapting to this power had exhausted him, but he would recover soon. Lightning still flashed from his body as he raised his hand and advanced to the next floor. Zippo remained silent, unsure what to think of his transformation. She thought he might have surpassed Javan, which would aid her plans. She wondered why they hadn't reached the boss room yet, and hoped Baphomet's group was moving safely on their path. They finally reached the next point and found our guy waiting for them. He asked why they were late. Zippo felt relieved he was unharmed, but noticed Hunter J.K.'s absence. Our guy casually explained she died on the way up. She asked for more details while Giffen studied Baphomet's new power. He observed Giffen's changed strength. Zippo repeated her question about her, and he gave a vague confirmation. Our guy stepped forward and placed his hand on the giant door, admitting he couldn't open it alone. Zippo checked the device next to the entrance and identified it as a biometric system. She found another one on the opposite side and concluded both must be activated at once, meaning at least 2 survivors had to reach this point. They stood before the massive triangular door, and Baphomet explained that he sensed the boss behind it. Zippo became uneasy, knowing that even 3 normal A-rank hunters usually failed here. She suggested waiting for Hunter Choi since he climbed fast and might arrive soon. She tried to argue for caution, but a beep interrupted her. The gate announced it was opening to challenge the king. As the group stepped forward, she protested and asked what GZ Fim intended to do. She understood their confidence, but emphasized clearing the room with only 3 hunters was impossible. Her words stopped as the scenery around them distorted. They entered a vast space surrounding a strange object enveloped by rings of light. A voice welcomed them to the final destination. They looked up as an explosion erupted. The boss appeared and commented on their slow speed, appearing annoyed at having to wait. Fan revealed himself as the master of the Sanctuary Tower. He approached and acknowledged GZF and Zippo as strong opponents. Fan admitted he anticipated them destroying his subordinates, and explained he used those battles to collect perfect data on each hunter. From his perspective, they now moved exactly as he predicted. He mentioned the human ranking system and noted all 3 of them were still just A-rank hunters, making the outcome obvious to him. He gave them a chance to abandon human limits and join him through advanced technological transformation. Our guy interrupted him and mocked him as a useless tin can. Fan froze for a moment, startled by the insult. Our guy raised his hand and concentrated energy while teasing Fan's appearance. He wondered if diamonds protected Fan's core and declared they would test his durability. GZ Fim prepared his own power beside him. Our guy ended the challenge by declaring they would find the answer through a direct battle. Fan accepted, pointing forward and launching a wave of flying weapons. A massive explosion signaled the start of the battle. At the Hunter Association office, a female employee was handling night shift work at her desk. A colleague approached, surprised she hadn't gone home yet, and invited her for coffee. The employee hesitated because she couldn't miss the tower completion notification or she'd be in trouble. The colleague offered to bring coffee back for her, and she gratefully accepted. She continued typing until something on the screen caught her attention. The colleague noticed her reaction and asked what happened. The employee explained that she couldn't understand why the Sanctuary Tower had been completed when it had only appeared recently. Meanwhile, the tower was destroyed. Afterward, citizens gathered on the streets, chatting happily until someone noticed a hooded figure approaching. Someone pointed toward the newcomer, and the excited crowd rushed over. They surrounded the hooded figure and mentioned hearing news of the hunter who completed the Sanctuary Tower. The government had ranked the tower as Legend Class, making everyone eager to know how an A-rank hunter achieved such a result. The hooded figure began to answer, but only said she was the one who dealt. The final blow then ran away. The crowd called after her as she escaped, revealing Zippo panicking and fleeing from the attention. Elsewhere, Beelzebub was eating ice cream while discussing the situation with Baphomet. The system credited Zippo for completing the tower, but Baphomet asserted that he and Giffen fought the boss until the very last moment. Our guy explained the story as the scene shifted back inside the tower. As an explosion rocked the battlefield, Fan praised both warriors. While his damaged body regenerated instantly, he explained that his body could recover infinitely, leaving both hunters stunned and realizing there was only one choice left. Baphomet called Zippo and reminded her of the Void Cube's special effect. This item erases anything placed inside, and he urged her to throw it at the boss. She processed the instruction, lunged forward, and threw the cube straight at the demon. The collision caused a massive explosion. While watching, Beelzebub analyzed the situation and concluded the demon crystal inside the item collided with the crystal in the boss. He regretted losing such a precious resource because a demon crystal combined with mystical techniques would sell for a huge amount of money. Our guy corrected him by pointing out that Zippo also lost her mythical item, and pulled out the core item, confirming he still had it. He suggested they continue their mission and asked about the prisoner's location. Our guy confirmed to him that the prisoner was being kept in the warehouse. Afterward, Baphomet stood before a door and spoke to the one tracking him, the intruder who had broken into his residence. After finding his location, Baphomet recognized the mage who had once joined his group in the Labyrinth Tower and demanded the person's true identity. The intruder knelt as a powerful wave of energy erupted from behind the door. He had to collapse behind that door. Pinocchio was sitting eating ice cream under a protective shield. The intruder recognized the spell and became frustrated at meeting that annoying child again, irritated that someone so young handled high-level magic so easily. The bond between Pinocchio and the beast Baphomet showed this child hid much deeper abilities. Baphomet leaned in closer and demanded to know how the intruder knew his beastly nature. He wondered if the mage had witnessed his transformation. He observed the person and wondered about the feminine appearance. The intruder snapped that he was male, prompting Baphomet to raise his hand threateningly. The mage burst into tears and begged him to stop. Baphomet hesitated as something familiar surfaced in his memory. He recalled the twin pigtails and confirmed the intruder's identity, Finney, an S-rank mage hunter famous for cross-dressing. Finney had once climbed the Abyss Tower where Baphomet had defeated him. When Baphomet cornered him in his magic beast form, Finney had cried and begged for his life. Baphomet considered Finney's performance disappointing and intended to finish him off. Finney's forbidden magic activated automatically. The emergency teleportation spell took the hunter out of the room, leaving Baphomet confused. The magic punished Finney by resetting all his stats. In the present, Finney explained he lost his S rank due to those penalties and needed to climb towers continuously to recover his power. Then he questioned Baphomet about his magic beast identity and asked how he obtained a human form. Baphomet asked if that knowledge would change anything, and Finney threatened to expose him to other hunters. Baphomet commented that few would believe such a claim without proof. Finney asserted he would report to the Central Hunter Authority if necessary. That threat made Baphomet laugh. He approached and asked if Finney had any real proof. He also noted that Finney had entered his territory alone and wondered about the hunter's judgment. Fear gripped Finney as Baphomet asked about his preferred cooking method. His aura grew heavier as he listed brutal options like beating the victim beyond recognition, piercing the body until blood drained, or slowly severing limbs. Finney trembled and asked why he had to listen to this, and his innocent tone caught Baphomet by surprise. Baphomet paused before warning that survival depended on cooperation. He assigned 2 tasks. The first task required finding Loki. Finney asked who that was, and Baphomet explained Loki operates off the books without government registration, making all normal searches useless. The second task involved something drawn on paper. Finney refused to help a magic beast, but our guy responded with a powerful kick that sent Finney sprawling on the floor. He looked down from above and explained that Finney didn't understand the situation. He called Beelzebub, who revealed he had placed one of his subordinates inside Finney during the previous capture, and any disobedience would trigger a deadly poison. Finney was speechless with shock, and Baphomet added that he didn't care if Finney revealed his identity. Baphomet remarked that letting Finney leave freely would waste a useful asset. He laughed sinisterly and promised to wring every useful drop from the hunter's soul. Beelzebub grinned and warned that Finney would soon know exactly how terrifying demons could be. Baphomet's expression became even more unsettling as he told Beelzebub that he looked forward to witnessing Finney fall into despair. Beelzebub agreed that nothing compares to the taste of a miserable soul, and they both laughed as Finney fled in a panic, as they both watched him run. Baphomet wondered if Beelzebub had lied about planting a subordinate. Beelzebub confirmed the lie worked because Finney nearly collapsed from fear, and that threat was enough to control him. Beelzebub then asked why they couldn't use Mr. Ma to get information. He believed he could work faster. Our guy explained he hadn't contacted him in a long time and preferred methods that allowed him to work freely. Baphomet then asked Beelzebub to teach him magic. Beelzebub created a barrier to demonstrate and wondered about Baphomet's sudden interest. He wondered if something had happened in the tower and suggested starting with simple spells, since Baphomet preferred hand-to-hand combat. Our guy insisted on learning high-level magic, and Beelzebub observed quietly. He took a deep breath, then looked back in amazement as Baphomet created the barrier perfectly after just one look. Beelzebub emphasized that he only demonstrated it once and asked how Baphomet could copy it so easily. Baphomet had never used this ability before, which left Beelzebub astonished by his potential. Beelzebub responded confidently that he had suspected this talent. He suggested switching classes entirely because Baphomet could reach the level of an archmage with proper training. Baphomet agreed and mentioned that all this time he had been using his body incorrectly. Beelzebub noticed the strange wording and asked whose body Baphomet was actually using. Meanwhile, another man confronted Finney, who appeared extremely tense. The man reminded Finney of a scheduled appointment and demanded an explanation for his absence. Finney asserted that the man had promised to provide details about Baphomet, but then disappeared. Finney needed proof before contacting him again. The man asked if Finney had found anything and wondered about the purpose of the meeting if there were no results. He turned to leave, calling the whole thing pointless. Finney stopped him by revealing that Baphomet was acting as a boss. That statement made the man freeze, and Finney explained that Baphomet was actually the final boss of the Abyss Tower. Returning to Baphomet and Beelzebub, that name shocked Beelzebub, and he demanded clarification. Baphomet announced that this body belonged to Javan. The scene revealed the man Finney met turned out to be Mr. Ma. The goddess explained that she only fulfilled Baphomet's deepest wish. During the battle with Javan inside the Abyss Tower, as Javan's blade pierced through, Baphomet had wished with his whole being to become like Javan. To accomplish this, she created a body with an empty soul, allowing him to transform into human form. She introduced herself as Gaia, hugging him from behind. Our guy realized this matched what Javan had once shared, that Javan never actually had control over his own body. Beelzebub checked the massive amount of mana inside the new body. He had never noticed it before, but now found it overwhelming. He assumed Javan's unique fire magic would require such a reserve, but our guy corrected him. Javan's skills didn't need mana activating freely at no cost. This shocked Beelzebub. Our guy explained that the Javan in the Sanctuary Tower was a much weaker virtual copy than the original, but when it gained awareness and acted with intent, it became the Javan they remembered. His body instinctively enveloped itself in reinforcement magic and enhancement layers that increased physical strength and endurance because in a tower with long, repeated battles, pure strength is more valuable than flashy magic limited by mana. Beelzebub summarized it as a unique, overwhelming combat style supported by continuous reinforcement magic, encoding the entire body to dominate every fight. He planned to apply Javan's methods. He recalled that as a low-level magic beast he had learned through many deaths and hardships, so this was nothing new. Although he already had reinforcement skills, they only activated under certain conditions, unlike Javan, who used buffs freely. Beelzebub had to teach him how to use reinforcement magic freely. Confused by the terminology, Beelzebub denied knowing anything other than buffs that increase combat power. Our guy leaned his forehead against Beelzebub's chest for a moment, then chased after him in frustration, accusing him of avoiding his responsibility to teach. Beelzebub insisted he only knew buffs directly related to combat strength. Our guy reminded him that he once claimed to be an archmage proficient in all fields of magic. Beelzebub dismissed support magic as inferior, but suggested someone else perfectly suited for this role, pointing our guy toward her. Later, Yoon Seon-ah examined our guy and confirmed his arm had fully recovered after clearing the tower. His body was fine. She asked him to repeat what he said earlier, and boldly asked what he hoped to learn from her. He doubted his choice in seeking help from someone so unreliable, and as he turned away, she grabbed him from behind, saying she heard about his interest in buffs, and reminded him she was a supporter. He explained he finally understood how buffs support combat power. Yoon Seon-ah agreed to teach him, but demanded payment. He had anticipated this and asked what she wanted. She held out her hand, implying she wanted his labor. His hat slipped down as she approached. Showing she was serious, they arrived at an orphanage. The children gathered around him. He surprised them by grabbing a boy's hand, tossing him gently up and catching him immediately. To the children's delight, Yoon Seon-ah reminded them that health checkups were the top priority. While she conducted the medical examinations, Baphomet played with the rest of the children. A little girl with a cast on her leg watched him play quietly, but was hit in the face by a flying soccer ball. As evening fell, the orphanage director thanked Yoon Seon-ah again, relieved that the children enjoyed the health checkup. Yoon Seon-ah modestly pointed out that Baphomet handled the harder part. The director was amazed that an A-rank hunter spent the whole day with hyperactive children. Exhausted, Baphomet wondered why the children never got tired. He asked Yoon Seon-ah if her request was complete since he was finished with his work. She revealed there were still 2 more places. This frustrated him. He suggested continuing tomorrow, and she exhaled dramatically, teasing that he seemed unusually eager. She explained that magic cannot be taught for free. 1 day of labor was not enough payment. She left promising to return tomorrow. Baphomet stood there fuming because he had spent the whole day wearing the ugly headband she gave him. It turned out she had tricked him from the start. Beelzebub and Zippo teased him about how terrible the headband looked. Zippo appeared, telling him she went to his house while his phone was off, but only found his younger brother. She asked him to call her Josephina instead of her title. She asked for some of his time and led him toward a car. Before leaving, she thanked Beelzebub for his politeness, which he attributed to her wealth. He clarified that his previous invitation to eat meant something else. Zippo explained she invited him because everyone worked hard clearing the tower and deserved a celebration. Outside the hotel, Baphomet noticed a giant congratulatory banner with Zippo's photo, praising her as a genius who conquered the sanctuary tower. Embarrassed, Zippo blamed her uncle for this publicity stunt. She didn't want to be famous as a hunter only to be recognized as an archaeologist. Inside Chill, Nelia and Z were waiting for them. Nelia praised their feat of clearing the tower alone, but Zippo insisted she did nothing. The credit belonged to Baphomet and Giffen. Z's found it strange there were no other customers, and Zippo explained she had rented the entire restaurant. For privacy, Nelia and Zippo took photos together. Zippo announced a second round. Giffen stood up to leave despite Nelia's pleading. Baphomet stopped him, asking about his plans. Giffen explained he needed to become stronger and would use Baphomet without revealing anything for now. He wanted to defeat Baphomet at the peak of his performance for a true victory. Giffen said this with clear intent and then left. Baphomet muttered about his audacity. Later, Baphomet sat resting on a bench under the full moon, recalling Giffen's words. Zippo came to sit beside him and suggested getting ice cream. She joked about having a separate stomach for sweets and said the others had already gone home. Noticing it was late, she said she needed to sleep, but had one last thing to do. Unexpectedly, she kissed Baphomet on the lips from behind, then wished him good night and walked away. Baphomet froze, eyes wide in total shock, and struggled to comprehend what had just happened. Baphomet muttered confusedly about eating ice cream and felt a nervous shudder. He grumbled about seeing her again, but a voice from behind interrupted him. Chill appeared, saying he thought Baphomet had gone home already and noted it was convenient since he wanted some private time with him. Seeing Baphomet's face flushed, Chill guessed he might have had a lot to drink. Baphomet dismissed it and asked what Chill wanted. Chill smiled and asked what motivated Baphomet as a hunter. Baphomet asked back. Chill explained that some hunters pursue money, some fame, and some fight for an ideal. He waited for Baphomet's answer calmly. Baphomet said he liked standing in the heat of battle and wanted to reach the peak where the strongest reside. Chill smiled, saying it would be a waste to ignore such potential. Then asked Baphomet what he thought about joining the Nebula Guild. Later, they returned to the orphanage. The director thanked Giuseppe again, while Baphomet observed her seriously. Giuseppe said helping children gave her deep satisfaction and the pride of a doctor. She asked if he agreed it was worthwhile. He replied curtly that it was fine, and reminded her not to dodge their agreement. She feigned innocence and asked why he thought she brought him all the way here. She began to teach him magic. He released a controlled flow of mana, Yun Sion, observed with sparkling eyes, surprised at his learning speed. She admitted that teaching him might be fun, and understood why high-level hunters sought out prodigies. They wanted to see how far those people could go. She explained that as his stats improved, new techniques would open up, and she could teach them if he wished. He said he wanted to learn them, but casually added that he was done with her guild and stepped closer. With a grin, she asked what he meant. He revealed another guild had approached him. Her voice grew tense as she asked which guild. He pretended to think before naming the Nebula Guild. They walked down the stairs while she repeated the name in awe. He said he needed no further explanation. Guilds offered massive signing bonuses, expensive equipment supplies, and tower access things she knew well. Sweat poured down her face as he reminded her that she had tricked him, dragged him into a dungeon, locked him into a guild with a ridiculous name, and bossed him around just to teach one skill. He stopped there and tried to leave, but she fell to her knees. He told her to consider the skill he learned as payment for every time she used him. Desperate, she asked what it would take for him to stay, offering money, power, anything. He said he didn't need those things. He would only stay if she accepted one condition. She asked what it was. He explained he wanted to play among the strongest, but couldn't do that with a weak guild. She realized he meant she had to expand it. Leaning toward her with one more request, she had to throw away that horrible guild name. Later at the Paradise Hotel, a man at the front desk confirmed a reservation and said the luggage would be moved upstairs. A couple walked by. The man commented on the hotel's expensive appearance and wondered about the room rates. The woman reassured him that he only needed to focus on her. They stood before Zippo's congratulatory banner without noticing. The man was startled by the banner and asked who that hunter was. Someone nearby explained the hotel heir was a hunter, and very attractive. The woman angrily asked what he just said, as Zippo walked past holding up her phone to show him something. She found herself inside the event hall. There was a call for confirmation as the sliding doors opened and Zippo entered. Attracting whispers from the hunters gathered near the dining tables. A female hunter admired another girl's growing influence and wondered where she had found such a crowd. Minerva, the Guildmaster of Defiance, thanked Zippo for the attendance and mentioned the difficulty of securing the Ella venue. La Femme's Ella agreed Zippo's presence helped and congratulated Minerva on reaching the top 10. She brushed it off as luck and demanded a dinner in return. Ella snapped at one of her hunters, scolding her for having to fast due to a photo shoot. The girl anxiously apologized and reached for food, but froze under Ella's gaze. Minerva urged her to let the girl eat, but Ella insisted on counting calories to stay on top, which Minerva ignored, and said important guests would arrive soon. Ella asked who, and Minerva only hinted at Baphomet's arrival. The girl, scolded by Ella, froze and stumbled, bowing nervously and apologizing as he walked past. Yun Xiana approached Baphomet amidst the gazes of all the hunters, saying he should wear a proper suit. He argued that hunters don't need such things, but she explained that those aspiring for the top spot must look the part at official events because reputation is vital. Ella came to their table calling Yun Xiana's name and asking if she finally took her guild seriously. She asked why Yun Xiana gave up her cute guild name. Yun Xiana replied that Baphomet forced her to change the name or he would leave. Ella looked at Baphomet eating cake and asked if that was why. Minerva studied him while Ella wondered where Yun Xiana found someone like him. Yun Xiana explained he didn't join for money, but out of admiration for her skills. Ella laughed and asked what the price was to steal him away. Yun Xiana shouted for her to stop. He was their only hope. Minerva narrowed her eyes and asked if Yun Xiana contacted her earlier because she knew Baphomet would appear tonight. Yun Xiana was confused until Minerva mentioned her ex-husband. Suddenly a hand was placed on Yun Xiana's shoulder. She froze as a man leaned in close and greeted her, asking how she had been. Across the room, Baphomet stood among the hunters, thinking about how much he hated the attention. He recalled the orientation days when standing out made everything harder. He spotted Zippo entering. This hotel belonged to her family, and the memory of their kiss flashed through his mind. He downed his glass of water, pretending not to see her. Suddenly, a man shouted Zippo's name, startling Baphomet. The man stormed toward her angrily, saying she had promised to date him after clearing the tower. Zippo denied making such a promise and said she had repaid every debt she owed. The man clutched his head, muttering her name, and ordered her to stop playing games with him. His hand reached toward her, but before he could touch her, Baphomet stepped in and grabbed his wrist. Zippo called Baphomet's name in shock. Baphomet gripped Park's hand tight while Park studied him with unease. Sensing a wild pressure from the bloodlust of a beast, Park asked if Baphomet was a hunter. Zippo appeared visibly surprised, noticing Baphomet usually avoided crowded events. Baphomet wondered why his presence caused trouble as he hinted at something, then stopped. Park urged him to finish and then joked that Zippo might be his girlfriend. Concluding Baphomet must be a hunter, he immediately asked about his guild. Baphomet named the Wild Guild, but quickly corrected it to the Sweet Pink Angel Guild, insulting the man. The man explained he was never familiar with the Wild Guild, and was disappointed that Zippo spent time with hunters he considered inferior. When Baphomet asked about his identity, he proudly declared he was from the Sentinel Guild, a guild that had rapidly climbed to the top 3 by clearing towers at record-breaking speeds. Baphomet admitted not knowing the Sentinels and provoked him by mentioning the Nebula Guild, making the man angry and shocked. Zippo laughed at the thought of someone not knowing a top 3 guild. Both men stared at her as she caught her breath. Park gritted his teeth and glared at Baphomet, wondering how he could maintain such an attitude while belonging to a guild Park considered worthless. Park noticed Minerva and the guildmasters were challenging. "We're sitting among the guests." He approached Baphomet, suggesting they leave, but immediately after spoke up loudly, proposing something to Minerva. She appeared interested as he explained the atmosphere was too quiet for hunters used to constant action. Some whispered about the elegant event. While Park proposed a match, Minerva asked if he meant a friendly match. Ella tensely warned that all the guildmasters were present and even friendly matches risked offending others. Park insisted everything would stay proper if both sides agreed, and pointed at Baphomet as his chosen opponent. Ella objected to a match in such a formal setting, but Minerva admitted to being bored, surprising Ella. Their gazes shifted to Yun Xiana and her ex-husband to see their opinions. Afterward, Baphomet faced Park as the match began. Ella muttered about the strange situation, one side representing Yoon Seon-ah's guild, the other being the Sentinel Guildmaster. Minerva apologized for the venue, saying she only arranged the location. Zippo reassured her that reconstruction was already planned. Zippo hid her worry, suspecting Park had more experience. Although she acknowledged Baphomet's talent was above average, she suspected Park wanted to humiliate him in public. Park smirked, revealing he had personally requested the venue, but warned the crowd not to expect entertainment as the match would end quickly. He studied Baphomet sharply, calling him a third-rate hunter for belonging to a third-rate guild. He asked how Baphomet was even invited and insisted he should hide to avoid embarrassment. Baphomet interrupted impatiently, urging Park to start and criticizing the unnecessary talk. Park doubted his confidence as a massive surge of energy erupted from his hand and spread, declaring he would crush Baphomet's confidence. Park lunged at him with terrifying speed. Baphomet dropped to his knee as Park disappeared and reappeared above him in the blink of an eye, demonstrating combat mastery. Speed with hands in pockets. While Baphomet silently compared his speed to someone in his memory, his red eyes glowing. He concluded that Park's speed was nothing compared to that individual. Shock spread through Yoon Seon-ah and nearby hunters as blood sprayed into the air. Baphomet severed Park's arm, leaving Park kneeling on one knee, cursing as the severed arm fell beside him. Silence filled the hall, stunned by this extreme result for what was supposed to be a friendly match. Minerva clapped, praising Baphomet's overwhelming strength and calling him extraordinary. The hunters fell silent because Minerva rarely showed admiration. She asked for his real name and requested to check his hand. Confused Baphomet held out his hand. She found a wound and sat down beside him, opening a first aid kit, noting he didn't realize he was hurt because Park's fighting style left subtle hits. Baphomet brushed it off, saying victory was more important. Zippo called him simple as he glanced at her and then turned away. He said he didn't need treatment as it would heal itself. Zippo reminded him that hunters must always maintain maximum strength because gate tremors arrive without warning, and small injuries can cause big trouble. Smiling gently, she bandaged his hand and revealed she knew about him clearing the labyrinth tower. Solely through his own pure strength. He looked at her, then noticed Yoon Seon-ah hiding behind the door, and watched Yoon Seon-ah step out, admitting she didn't want to interrupt. She said she had buffed his right arm earlier. Zippo quickly deduced he didn't have time to buff his entire body and had to focus on one arm. She added he didn't need to go that far with Park. Baphomet explained victory was necessary to protect their guild's dignity. They asked what dignity their guild had when almost no one knew its name. Inwardly, she admired Baphomet's ability to adjust skills to fit his style and respected his combat instincts even though they frightened her. She wondered how strong he could become and felt grateful their guild was noticed because of him. Minerva approached again, saying that greater power requires more time in the spotlight. Strong hunters represent their guilds. She cited Vakizi from the Art Guild and Van Gogh from the Nebula Guild. She said reaching S rank turns a hunter into an icon, and studying Baphomet said he was like her, a person who needs fighting as a purpose and life itself. She mentioned a place called the Colony that would be perfect for him. Baphomet asked about the Colony. Yoon Seon-ah quickly objected, but Minerva insisted it was the fastest path to reaching S rank. Yoon Seon-ah countered that the Colony is a place where A-rank hunters face almost certain death. She emphasized that Baphomet could reach S rank without going there. Minerva admitted it would take longer, but Yoon Seon-ah argued that steady growth is still progress. The three exchanged glances as Baphomet asked what the Colony actually was. Yoon Seon-ah broke into a nervous sweat while Zippo explained. The Colony, also known as the Demon Lands or the Spirit World, is where gate tremors bring the most magic beasts and where towers erupt continuously no matter how many are cleared. Minerva added that surviving there alone is nearly impossible. Yoon Seon-ah warned that even normal hunters there fall into a berserk state with fights breaking out over a single glance. She insisted that Baphomet cannot go. Baphomet asked if avoiding the Colony would block his path to S rank and confirmed that entering it would accelerate growth. The women looked at him with worry. Minerva smiled and leaned forward, asking if he wanted to enter the Colony. Meanwhile, Park received emergency treatment and bandages, while Ella noted the wound seemed stable, but wouldn't last without proper hospital care. And her previous wish for a quiet evening with good wine had dissolved into a total disaster. The guildmaster observed him and, his mother's old advice about avoiding heavy responsibilities flashed through his mind, just as Park offered a half-formed apology. The guildmaster's foot slammed down on his shoulder. Pain surged through Park as he criticized his failure to handle the hunter who provoked him and accused him of dragging down the guild's honor through carelessness. Park tried to apologize again, but the guildmaster ignored him and reached out to choke him with a tightening grip. causing Park to panic and beg while sweat poured down his face. Mr. Ma stepped in and grabbed the guildmaster's arm, and suggested that Park had already understood the lesson. The guildmaster recognized him with a look of familiarity, while Park broke free and immediately escaped. He flashed a smooth smile, greeting Mr. Ma and apologizing for any rude tone before inviting him for tea. His phone rang before he could continue, and he asked for a moment. A voice on the other end asked if meeting his first love again made him eager for more time. The call ended abruptly, leaving him frozen. Mr. Ma remarked that the guildmaster's wife never changes. Then, as Ma prepared to leave, he recalled how he had known about his former government position for a long time, but still feigned ignorance which fit his cunning nature. Yoon Seona suddenly appeared behind him and asked who he was calling cunning. Ma started and demanded to know why she was standing there. She explained she had a meeting nearby, noticed the Defiance Guild was hosting an event, and came to check it out. He reflexively reached toward her, but she blocked him and said she didn't have time because there was an emergency regarding Baphomet. Ma insisted on knowing the details, and she explained that Baphomet intended to go to the colony, repeating the word in disbelief while she expressed shock at his interest. In a place she considered hell on earth, and begged Ma to intervene. Ma admitted that the idea had merit because the colony would make Baphomet stronger than anything else. At Cafe Eden, two people sat across from Baphomet while he focused on Finney, whose feminine attire made him question this odd choice. Finney insisted it was work-related, but Baphomet dismissed it as nonsense. A boy among them approached and asked for a photo with Finney, expressing deep admiration for his live streams, and Finney quickly agreed. More customers gathered, and Baphomet watched the scene unfold with growing confusion until he questioned the situation. Finney explained they counted as his customers, and he had announced his cafe visit earlier to serve his fans. Baphomet asked if the customers knew his gender, and Finney confirmed they did. He was so shocked he spilled coffee on his face. Finney calmly continued talking about supply and demand, and he sighed while accepting the world's endless diversity. He switched to business and asked if Finney had finished the investigation. Finney confirmed he had found Loki, despite a slight change in appearance, and showed a photo of him disguised as a cult leader. Noticing the dyed hair while Finney explained Loki had hidden his tracks as soon as he sensed the investigation, Finney admitted this was his limit but assured our guy that his supporters would soon track down Loki regarding the second request. He appeared confused while showing a photo of a strange creature because no information was found despite the very detailed drawing. Our guy thought of the instructor, recalling one of his first missions, the one where he had to catch the mastermind behind the instructor's death. He had failed because the enemy killed the instructor before revealing anything, leaving only torn remains, proving the killer wanted to completely wipe out their organization. He suspected a mana user capable of reanimating bodies, and if Mr. Ma's assessment was correct, the enemy must be a necromancer. Finney was shocked to hear of a necromancer, and noted such a character class rarely appears, which would narrow the search. He admitted he had underestimated Finney's usefulness. After criticizing him earlier, he then asked Finney if he had revealed his identity to anyone. Finney faltered and denied it, but Baphomet's gaze sent him into a panic. Even then, he recalled a memory from a few days ago when Finney approached Mr. Ma and shared the unbelievable truth that the Abyss Tower boss Baphomet was actually Baphomet himself. Ma revealed he already knew Finney had entered the Abyss Tower and instructed him to treat this as information verification. He confirmed Minu-cha was indeed Baphomet. This made Mr. Ma burst into loud laughter. Ma explained that he believed everything because it seemed someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes, and because Finney's eyewitness account matched his intelligence. Finney recalled Ma's order to assist Baphomet while breaking into a sweat at the thought. Now he wondered while unable to comprehend Ma's logic after our guy received a call from Yoon Seona, Ekina asked Vakizi, to try out a product during the off-season. But Vakizi was distracted by trying to clear a difficult game level. Akaina recognized her usual lazy and bored demeanor after Vakizi failed again. Akaina suggested she go on vacation, warning she might lose her popularity to the rising musician hunter Muse. Vakizi felt nothing was interesting anymore and ignored the warning. Their conversation shifted to Vakizi's instructor work at the colony. Akaina confirmed the AT Guild was not all female, and promised to recruit a male hunter soon. When she asked why Vakizi was suddenly interested in the colony, Vakizi dodged the question. Akaina dismissed the idea, claiming Vakizi wouldn't survive a single day there. Vakizi grew increasingly curious about the colony, especially after discovering Baphomet was with Yoon Seona. She secretly observed them wondering about their relationship while they shopped. Upon overhearing that Baphomet would soon leave for the colony, she rushed back to Akaina and announced that she wanted to go too, leaving her guildmaster stunned. Later, Baphomet's neighbor reassured him about the dangers of the colony, and promised to take care of Beelzebub while he was away. Yoon Seon-ah waited for him there, begging him to reconsider, warning that survival inside the colony was brutal. Baphomet refused to back down. As the towering landscape finally appeared, smoke rising around countless massive structures, he stared in amazement with a grin, laughing with excitement at the jackpot waiting ahead. Yoon Seon-ah then returned to her hospital, where the receptionist greeted her and confirmed Baphomet had left. Yoon Seon-ah lowered her head while accepting this, and her reaction made the receptionist wonder if she was worried about his status there. Yoon Seon-ah suddenly screamed, yelling about how he looked eager to live there forever. She reenacted his jackpot moment with disappointment, and screamed about his ridiculous reaction with loud disbelief. Meanwhile, the colony loomed with its giant towers and a small entrance at the base where hunters crowded the main square. One hunter grabbed another by the collar while demanding he repeat what he just heard. The other met his gaze and explained he only suggested walking carefully since he moved like someone without eyes. The first cursed before drawing his sword and attacking. Their weapons clashed as Baphomet entered and asked what the purpose of this battle was. Both froze upon recognizing him and demanded to know his identity before threatening each other about future encounters and warning each other to be careful. Baphomet stood between them until they backed off. He observed that even a simple collision could start a fight here, and noticed that the A-rank hunters around him were not weaklings but real threats. He noticed everyone drawing their weapons instead of sheathing them, something that never happened on the outside. A sudden sword strike swung near him as a hunter was decapitated. Two hunters behind him laughed and celebrated a perfect hit. They mocked the injured man by asking if the wound hurt too much before explaining that he deserved it. For trying to flee the colony in fear, they asked why he was running now and complained about having to put up with him. Our guy observed with calm understanding that anyone who tried to leave became a loser in their eyes. A-rank hunters were respected everywhere else, but here everyone judged solely on skill. He felt a genuine affection for this place as his aura spread. A voice called his name from behind, and Mr. Ma arrived on a bicycle with Yoon Seon-ah, confirming they had finally found him, which left Baphomet confused. Later, inside a tower, a man and a woman in uniform sat together. The woman introduced herself as Roy Mi Kim from the colony shelter, while the man introduced himself as Hazu Kang. Baphomet recognized them as the ones he had just narrowly avoided and questioned such an aggressive greeting. They brushed it aside since killing an A-rank hunter was never their intention. They explained they had received contact from the only branch of the Central Hunter Authority and then asked for his information about the colony before he arrived. He replied that he had only heard that towers appear continuously and attract A-rank hunters wanting to quickly promote to S-rank. The staff stepped up and began the briefing. Hazu explained that their job was to introduce the colony system and asked for permission to proceed. Hunters receive shared housing for 4 people at designated locations, where F-rank hunters volunteer as instructors and remain on standby. He asked if the instructors were similar to the guides in initial hunter training. Hazu agreed, but clarified they functioned more like class presidents. Jimmy added that A-rank hunters help other A-rank hunters while keeping show-offs in check. Hazu described this as a safety measure against accidents, which Baphomet questioned. Hazu clarified that accidents referred to hunters dying while fighting each other. Our guy asked how they distinguished death in the tower from death caused by a hunter, since deaths by magic beasts and hunters look the same. Hazu revealed the rules require raiding towers alone, shocking Baphomet. He questioned the contradiction with the 4-person group. Hazu explained that he meant group accommodation while the towers must be cleared solo. He suggested meeting Captain No, who was waiting in another room. Captain No observed Baphomet with a nonchalant expression, a cigarette clamped between her fingers. She greeted him professionally and introduced herself as Jackie Ung No, the overseer of everything inside the colony shelter. Baphomet commented in an indifferent tone that the orientation seemed to be over, and he wondered if there was anything left. His attention shifted to the side, and he spotted Grizzy standing near No. Grizzy froze as soon as their eyes met, and Baphomet wondered how he got here, while No quietly noted the familiarity between the two. At headquarters, Mr. Ho reacted with visible disbelief after hearing news that Grizzy Finn had entered the colony. Even though records confirmed he reached S-rank without going there, he turned to his subordinate with irritation and asked if he had encouraged Grizzy Finn to go there. R quickly denied giving any advice without permission. This forced Ho to conclude that someone had persuaded GZF behind his back. He fell silent for a moment, then ordered the staff to report to him as soon as Captain Ma arrived. Back in the tower, No explained that GZF and Baphomet would now split up and head to their rooms before starting activities, and assured them that the staff would handle the rest. Their eager expressions caught her attention, and she remarked that every newcomer entered the colony with such a bright face before the atmosphere here finally broke them. She described this place as a harsh world where hunters struggle to reach S rank and asked how many actually achieved that goal after coming here. She mentioned Javon as the most famous case, which caused both men to react with visible surprise. Our guy wondered why Javon's name was brought up, and No took that reaction as a sign of true ambition, as that title belonged to the greatest hunter. No then asked for their first impressions and directed her attention to Giffen. He explained that nothing stood out except the large number of towers and the understanding that clearing those monsters would push him to S rank quickly. He didn't take his eyes off Baphomet during his explanation, and Baphomet responded to the gaze with a faint smile. No remarked that GZF was just like the rumors and turned to Baphomet. Baphomet responded by questioning whether reaching S rank through clearing towers shouldn't be considered a basic standard for a hunter. GZF observed him with quiet focus. While No listened with amusement, Baphomet added that he came here because he intended to fight every hunter inside the colony. His serious tone made them both stare at him for a moment, before No burst into loud laughter, remarking that this mindset was completely different from the usual answers she heard and expressed high expectations for both. She wondered who would sweep the colony and reach S rank first, and wished them strength before starting. After he left, our guy's thoughts turned toward Grizzy's sudden appearance here. The timing seemed too perfect, and he wondered if Giffen was actually following him. Something ahead caught his attention. He pushed a door open and stepped into complete darkness. The silence was heavy as he went deeper, and wondered if anyone else was inside. A voice responded from behind him, and he spun around instantly as light flooded the room, as a hooded figure stepped forward. And someone behind him popped a confetti cannon and shouted with unexpected playfulness while teasing him for being late as the newest member. 3 hunters sat together, and one remarked that the name suited the colony well. The hooded figure introduced himself as Lunatic, an S-rank hunter, assigned as Baphomet's mentor during the contract period, and mentioned the A-rank hunters who would assist him here. A red-haired person stepped up and introduced himself as Guilty. Another followed and introduced himself as Jacko. The last one Hebe mentioned they were the same age and suggested they should get along easily. Baphomet remained silent, leading to jokes about his bland reaction and guesses that the surprise must have failed. They assumed he felt nervous and raised a bottle of alcohol, urging him to drink and relax. Baphomet looked at them with skepticism, thinking that these overly enthusiastic people didn't seem genuine. In the morning, Lunatic called him directly by name, which made Baphomet startle slightly. Lunatic guessed that he had drunk too much last night since everyone had already left to clear the towers. He advised Baphomet to start as well while faint bird chirping echoed in the background. Baphomet reacted with disbelief. Later he finished clearing a tower, and the announcement confirmed the completion of the Royal Wrath Tower. He leaned over in exhaustion and wondered how he could do anything while still hungover. When he returned to the quarters, the others declared him the last to return, their indifferent tone. Confused him, and Beauty explained that this team followed a competition system they created themselves. First place gets 3 points, second gets 2, and third gets 1. Lunatic added that last place gets nothing, and pointed to a scoreboard for everyone. Baphomet nodded slightly. Beauty remarked that he drank too much yesterday because a hunter must never let their guard down. Their laughter echoed through the room, and Baphomet sighed before letting out a small laugh of his own. Without warning, he slammed his hand down on the table, breaking it instantly, and shouted that they had completely ruined him. His gaze became sharp as he declared that their behavior was truly ridiculous. Their expressions gradually shifted into nervous smiles as torrential rain fell, as our guy stood in the tower with a glowing stone and weapon raised high. He slashed straight through a demonic monster, then turned and cleanly decapitated another. He called for the true enemy to reveal himself, and a disguised boss stepped out with a crowd of subordinates surrounding him. The boss demanded to know how a human reached this room, and promised to make him regret entering. Energy surged as he rose from a magic circle, raising both hands and releasing power across the ground. And that force enveloped every subordinate. Something began to gather under his cloak before his joints cracked, revealing a massive demonic form. Amon, boss of the Shadow Tower. Amon raised his hand and created a swirling mass of magic while declaring that our guy should feel honored to be his sacrifice. A magic blade flew toward him, and he responded that such a dramatic transformation deserved a better attack. He leaped above Amon and slashed through him with a clean strike, amazing the demon. Baphomet called him another weakling before a massive explosion occurred. Afterward, our guy slashed down another demon, while Hebe watched with disbelief. He lunged down from above and cleanly split the monster in 2. Jacko joined Hebe, enjoying the performance, right as Baphomet bound another demon with his chain weapon. Guilty arrived as well, and all 3 stared with eyes wide. As they looked back at Baphomet, he wore a nonchalant smile. The scoreboard was soon updated, showing Baphomet in first place with the highest score, leaving them stunned. Later, the scene shifted to Soojin Gil, who was confirming arrangements over the phone and offering further support. The person on the other end mentioned her 3 years of work at the Hunter Association's colony branch. Nearby, a man suddenly approached a female staff member and yelled about being made to wait. She reminded him of the rules while Soojin thought about how they usually manage troublesome hunters like him. A newly hired staff member nearby looked like they were about to cry, reminding Soojin, recalling how she used to be easily frightened like that. Soojin stepped forward and listed his violations, including 3 counts of property damage, 5 assaults in the waiting area, and multiple threats and verbal insults. She informed him of a 10-day tower ban and added that he was being treated leniently. The new staff member watched anxiously as the man asked how she dared to speak this way when he came to the colony to clear towers. Soojin calmly confirmed that because this is the colony staff can speak this way, losing 1 or 2 hunters will not affect anything here. The man froze, then swung his hand toward her as the female staff member shouted a warning. A hand stopped him. Baphomet appeared between them and told the man to leave because it was his turn. He added that this is the colony, a place where hunters behave like mobile disasters, as Baphomet stepped outside. He burst into laughter, drawing everyone's attention. He declared that he had used up every scroll in his inventory from non-stop daily battles and called it refreshing with a bright smile. Elsewhere, a receptionist asked if Yoon Seon-ah was coughing because of a cold back at the colony. Baphomet thought about the 2 months that had passed since he arrived. He had progressed significantly, upgrading his skills using buffs obtained from clearing towers. Although his level increased slower than expected, his biggest leap came from the Labyrinth Tower buff, making him wonder about the difference between tower tiers. He recalled the item grades Rare, Unique, Epic, Legendary, and Mythic. Higher tiers yield stronger buffs. He was currently clearing Epic tier towers, so his upgrades came from Epic tier and below. He compared it to an RPG where skills need more experience points as they reach higher levels. The only way to get those points is by clearing towers and collecting buffs. Legendary and Mythic towers would require much greater strength. He realized that now he could fight non-stop without having to wait like in his old life in the tower. He would surpass his past self and overtake everyone, especially Javan. He began to laugh uncontrollably, drawing stares from hunters passing by. Just then his phone rang, catching him by surprise. Upon returning home, he was shocked to learn what Beelzebub had done 2 months ago. A flashback showed a classroom, where the teacher introduced a new student. Minucha Beelzebub stood there expressionless. The teacher encouraged everyone to get along. The girls whispered about how cute he was, while another boy watched with an annoyed look. Later, that boy tripped someone and asked if being popular with girls made Beelzebub feel cool. He mocked the attention Beelzebub received and asked what he expected from it. Beelzebub replied that attraction toward higher beings is a natural instinct. He stood up and deduced that the other boy must be the boss of this area. The boy demanded an explanation, but Beelzebub punched him so hard he went flying to the ground. Everyone stared as Beelzebub studied his own hand. He told the boy that he finally understood his weakness compared to stronger beings. He called him lucky for learning the law of survival early, as it would help him later in life. He walked toward the trembling boy. The neighbor explained over the phone that Baphomet's younger brother was just like him, which made him think about how the boy vented his anger on others. He recalled Beelzebub asking if he intended to use Zippo's money to buy an apartment. He had replied that he wouldn't refuse because Zippo reminded him once again that good equipment is vital in the towers. Beelzebub agreed and explained that he wanted a human body specifically for fighting. Then he asked why he had become human when he never requested it. He complained that he couldn't use magic properly without hunter status, unlike Baphomet. He hated wasting days reading books and insisted that if he had to be human, he should enjoy human privileges. He screamed and called Baphomet every name he could think of because he didn't know how to enjoy anything. Back to the present, she promised to take good care of the boy and told Baphomet to be careful, though she admitted he probably had nothing to worry about. After the call, Baphomet wondered why that memory had returned, especially the part about strength mentioned by Zippo. Hebe suddenly appeared and asked what he was doing. Baphomet looked at him, and Hebe looked back before asking why he was acting so distant. Hebe claimed he had no ulterior motives and emphasized that housemates should be friends. He asked if Baphomet was still angry about their earlier teasing and said holding a grudge isn't good for one's health. He suggested they go out for some fun. He questioned that idea, and Hebe pointed out that Baphomet had been clearing towers non-stop without rest. He acknowledged the hard work but warned that burnout is real. He told him to fix his hair, put on nice clothes, and go have fun. Baphomet refused but recalled Beelzebub's complaint about not enjoying life, and he immediately changed his mind. Now at a party, Baphomet looked around blankly and wondered what people did here. He walked forward and soon spotted a group of girls dancing. He watched them blankly and was curious about the situation he had just walked into. Heibi walked beside Baphomet and explained that everyone always reacts like this the first time they enter this place because no one expects a place like this to exist inside the colony. He said it only opens once every 30 days and allows colony hunters, outside hunters, and even civilians to enter freely. He added that constant battles exhaust people, so having a place to relax keeps everyone from collapsing under the pressure, and urged Baphomet to follow him. He observed the crowd drinking while girls danced in the center. Heibi noticed his stiff posture and asked why he looked alert, as if he had never stepped into a place like this. When Baphomet admitted it, Heibi reacted incredulously and joked that Baphomet looked dusty enough to blend right in. He questioned that comparison while observing the interior. He felt it was strangely familiar. Heibi explained that this building used to be a hotel and survived the gate shock while the rest of the district was destroyed during the creation of the colony. He asked how people were supposed to have fun here. Heibi realized again that this truly was his first time and explained that people either dance, drink, or spend time with others who come to the colony for personal reasons while gesturing toward the girls. When he asked what he meant, Heibi explained that hunters naturally develop certain desires in a place like this. Baphomet wondered what he meant by desires, and Heibi casually asked him what kind of women he liked. He wondered why he suddenly mentioned women. While Heibi cheerfully said he liked older women who knew how to take control of the situation, then he asked Baphomet what his type was. Before he could answer, he felt Jackal sitting behind him with someone leaning in close. Baphomet turned to see Jackal grinning and winking, which made him tense. Guilty suddenly jumped forward, slamming his foot on the table and shouting that he was tired of being tricked. The girls sat along the table while he scolded them for playing a prank on him again. He complained about always being the loser and held up a penalty stick to prove his point. He declared that they were intentionally teasing him before tearing off his shirt and throwing it aside. He ordered them to admire the abs he got from fighting monsters and asserted he wasn't just a gym show-off. The girls laughed and cheered, while Baphomet stood there feeling uncomfortable. Heibi then spoke about the trip from Seoul, taking about an hour or two, not far, but still exhausting everyone due to the procedures involved. When Baphomet asked why people still came here, he explained that almost everything is permitted in the colony except for murder. Baphomet looked at him skeptically as Heibi stuck out his tongue to reveal a pill on it. Heibi called to the nearby women and signaled for him to come join them. Baphomet wondered about the pill as he recognized it. The scene shifted back to Baphomet standing with GZF in front of No, who requested a short private talk. Baphomet asked if there was anything more to discuss, but No mentioned hearing that Baphomet had joined the cleaning crew. Baphomet wondered how No knew about that team and asked if she worked with them. No replied that she understood enough without further explanation and held up a pill related to a drug spreading among hunters in the colony. Baphomet wondered why hunters would rely on drugs and asked why she couldn't track down the dealer herself. She explained that hunters control the colony, so almost everything is tolerated unless the issue becomes truly serious. She added that the situation would change once civilians were dragged into the matter. When Baphomet asked if civilians had been affected yet, No confirmed and explained that she had tracked their nightly habits until finally obtaining a clue. Baphomet deduced that since hunters were using it, a hunter must be the one selling it. Then he smirked and asked if he could kill the person responsible once he found them. She smiled back and remarked that hunters treat the colony as their own world, even when one of them causes trouble. Back at the party, Heibi approached Baphomet again, wondering why he was still just standing there and suggesting he have fun with the two girls behind him. He weighed whether Heibi was involved in the drug issue or simply had a connection with someone. He decided that blending in would help him figure everything out and agreed. His attention shifted when he noticed a girl with long flowing hair, and it turned out to be Vakizi. He observed her closely while thinking of a familiar woman. Everyone turned toward her as she stepped forward and began to dance with bright, vivid energy. 1 month ago, a hunter asked Vakizi why she looked so pale. She insisted she was fine, but the hunter pointed out she looked completely exhausted and asked if handling A-rank situations had worn her out. Agatha appeared at that moment, another S-rank hunter, remarking that their team had recently grown stronger thanks to an A-rank rookie. Agatha asked if he meant GZF, which confused the others and Vakizi. Then she demonstrated how she approached a group of hunters and introduced herself, and explained that she had been assigned to work with them. They stared skeptically when they recognized her, and wondered why someone of her level would come to the colony which had degraded over time. They continued to stare until Vakizi noticed Giffen and wondered why someone like him was here. Giffen called the older hunter an old man, and challenged him to a fight if he had a problem. Agatha understood the situation but still admired Vakizi, calling her an inspiration because no one expected her to come to the colony. She took Vakizi's hand and praised her choice to serve as a mentor for others after reaching S rank. Vakizi apologized as another hunter explained that many people considered the colony after hearing news of her arrival. Vakizi wondered why that was. And they explained that although it was never shown much, many A-rank hunters in the colony respected her. They offered to help if she needed anything. This made Vakizi wonder how things had changed so quickly. Back in the present, she thought about coming here just because she wanted to flirt with someone. 2 months had passed without seeing Baphomet once. The previous remark about someone like her not being able to last a day here echoed in her mind. She ran everywhere searching for him. In the colony's bathing area, she stepped out of the water and someone immediately asked what was wrong. She explained that insects were crawling out of the water. The person explained that the colony's sewage system was old, so problems like this often occurred, and sometimes water was cut off completely for days. She was shocked at the prospect of not being able to bathe for so long. The person pointed to another path and explained that an old wooden cabin filtered spring water and still worked well. Vakizi asked if it really worked. Before saying she would be quick and rushing off, she was warned that using skills inside settlement facilities was prohibited, which confused her. The person explained that damaging facilities would be dealt with severely. Vakizi wondered about walking in the dark, and they offered to go with her if she felt scared. She refused and reminded them that she was an S-rank hunter before rushing away. As she walked, she wondered if she should have accepted help since skipping one bath wouldn't be the end of the world. Suddenly, she heard noises around her. She tensed as a giant hand appeared behind her. She jumped back in terror and ended up falling into someone. Looking up, she saw Baphomet. Her eyes widened and she shouted his name. Baphomet looked down at her and asked what happened before she lost consciousness. Agatha walked beside Nen while scrolling through her phone. She wondered how the hunter Vakizi could look so harmless when her reputation spread fear everywhere, realizing Vakizi seemed a bit spacey in person. Nen reminded her that she was the one who let Vakizi go to the cabin alone, which made her worried. She admitted feeling guilty because Vakizi looked afraid of the dark, so they decided to follow her. Nen began to mention Vakizi's true power. She said an S rank stood far above them and wondered if the two of them could even handle her in a battle. Agatha stopped her and warned that she was speculating without any reason to fight Vakizi, though she also wondered how far Vakizi had truly progressed. They suddenly came across Vakizi kneeling on the path pleading for our guy to wake up. They were stunned to find Baphomet lying unconscious with his head on her lap while she cried and called his name. Later, inside the wooden cabin, they placed him on the bed while Vakizi continued to cry over him. Even in her panic, she noticed how attractive he looked while resting. Agatha tried to reassure her by saying he would recover soon. Baphomet stirred slightly, and Vakizi immediately checked on him. He opened his eyes and wondered how he had fainted. Vakizi apologized and admitted she had accidentally struck his pressure point. Her innocent expression forced him to accept that she had taken him down with a single blow. Nen checked on him, and he said he felt fine before asking their identities. Agatha introduced herself and Nen as Vakizi's soulmates, then asked why he was wandering in the forest. He explained that he wanted to take a walk to see the forest under the moonlight, as our guy explained. The scene shifted back to Hebe walking deep into the forest with his phone in hand. A sudden rustle caught his attention. As a wild rabbit crossed his path, he muttered that he never knew rabbits lived here and continued forward. Behind him, our guy hid behind a tree and suspiciously tracked Hebe's movements. He felt satisfied for tailing him and began to wonder if Hebe was involved in the drug supply. He thought to himself that whoever distributed the drugs would face the consequences once caught. He felt something shift, and Hebe vanished from sight. He panicked, thinking Hebe had realized he was being followed. Something moved behind him, and he whipped around. Vakizi stood there, which explained how he ended up facing her. Back to the present, Vakizi broke down over her mistake, knowing that she had mistaken him for a magic beast. Baphomet tried to get up, but noticed something was slightly wrong with his body. Vakizi checked if anything hurt, but he denied any problems. He glanced at the three women and realized they didn't sense anything strange. A faint aura surrounded the cabin, and he recognized it because he was born in a tower. This sensation matched the energy surrounding a tower. He was certain something existed inside this house. This made its isolated location even stranger. Vakizi mentioned that this cabin used to be an observation point when he asked about it. Agatha confirmed this, and explained it was built in the early days of the settlement to monitor tower activity. He wondered why someone would watch towers from such a high point, but brushed the thought aside as it was irrelevant to his current goal. He prepared to leave. They asked which area he belonged to, and he informed them it was Sector C, located in the opposite direction. Vakizi stopped him before he walked away. Her eyes widened innocently as she asked if they would meet again. He became confused and pointed out that she wasn't his instructor. Her friend stared from behind, almost convinced he still didn't understand anything. He said they would probably run into each other by chance since they lived in the same sector. Then he walked away. The three women watched his silhouette disappear into the trees. Agatha told Vakizi not to take his reaction to heart. Vakizi clenched her fists and swore to prove. Her charm next time, she promised to make him beg for a date, and her friends cheered for her sudden determination. Back in Baphomet's room, Guilty grumbled about their miserable situation. Jacko asked what was wrong, and Guilty pointed to the broken dining table that prevented them from eating together. He blamed Baphomet for breaking it earlier. Guilty noticed him enter and greeted him sarcastically. Baphomet walked past them without a word and went straight to the hunter Hebe. He had spent the previous evening searching for him in the forest, but never found him again. He was convinced Hebe's disappearance was linked to the drug issue. Hebe looked at him confused and asked his purpose. Baphomet said he needed something and flashed a calm smile. He decided to use the same approach that worked in the incident with the instructor and suggested they spend time together. They went to a small pub, and Hebe suddenly asked where he thought humans originated from, evolution or creation. He mentioned how religious people credit God for creating human life. Baphomet became confused and wondered why Hebe brought such topics into the conversation. Hebe smiled and shared a story from an overseas mission. Someone once explained to him that humans spread across the earth because of their own sins. According to that idea, the earth acts as a place for penance. That man believed that God was angry with humanity and built the towers so magic beasts could punish those unworthy of existence. Hebe concluded his thoughts by emphasizing that weak and selfish humans deserve to disappear, then looked at Baphomet for agreement. Our guy remained silent while Hebe insisted that he understood the idea perfectly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and found himself lying alone in the forest, a sharp pain throbbing in his head, and his memory was blank after the moment with Hebe. He noticed a folded piece of paper in his hand with some kind of symbol. The sound of a phone ringing nearby caught his attention. He wondered how his device ended up so far away, and he picked it up. Zippo's voice came through the speaker, relieved that he finally answered. He recognized her voice and asked why she was calling. She reminded him that he was the one who contacted her, and his confusion grew as she explained he had probably passed out from drinking. She seemed relieved since he had abruptly disconnected last night. He asked what had made her worried, which led her to mention the strange things he had mumbled. He asked for details, and she revealed that he had asked her out on a date. A long silence followed before he blurted out a denial. Zippo accused him of suggesting she made it up, which to her meant he was feeling embarrassed. He loudly dismissed that thought. She tried to reassure him and mentioned his mission at the settlement before wishing him luck. She added that she might consider dating him if he reached S rank, and he hung up after telling her to shut up on his way back. He cursed himself for drinking too much. He bumped into someone, and that man immediately yelled at him to watch where he was going. Our guy snapped back and threatened to gouge his eyes out to feed the sharks. The men behind the stranger whispered warnings about his unstable mood. Just then Lunatic appeared and noticed Baphomet's irritability. Our guy was surprised to recognize him, and Lunatic pointed out that his clothes showed he had spent the night outside the dormitory. He said he was also heading that way and suggested walking together. He added that he expected Baphomet to reach S rank soon. While walking, Lunatic explained that not all S rank hunters have equal power. Some can alone overwhelm 2 S ranks while others can defeat 3. Baphomet listened and finally asked how many people Lunatic could overwhelm while simultaneously calling him Mr. Ma. He admitted he couldn't judge since he was inactive. Then he noticed that Baphomet had realized his identity. Baphomet said that anyone would have realized it. He thanked him for keeping the secret for 2 months and asked him to continue hiding it from others. Baphomet thought that would be easy but said he owed him an answer. He turned toward him with a heavy gaze, causing Lunatic to stiffen. Lunatic pointed at him and cursed, blaming him for starting this atmosphere. Baphomet asked what he expected from him before demanding to know why Lunatic entered the colony to operate undercover. He pushed his room door open while speaking. Both froze as the room was revealed with Jacko, lying dead on the floor. Baphomet stared in shock as he discovered Beauty's lifeless body nearby. Lunatic stepped inside in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this happened. His eyes widened further as he noticed Hebe's corpse lying to one side. He muttered in disbelief that hunters were murdered inside the colony's protected safe zone, especially someone at Hebe's level. He kept staring straight ahead, overwhelmed by the massacre stretching across his room. Hunters gathered around the bodies and whispered to each other in shock that the murders had occurred there. A hunter noticed claw-shaped blood marks on Hebe's torso and wondered if some kind of monster had attacked him. Our guy studied the scene and wondered who had stolen his target. Hazu and Jimmy arrived, and ordered everyone to step back so the investigation could begin. Hazu announced they had to cordon off the entire area, meaning all bystanders needed to leave immediately. A hunter protested and demanded to know how the murders took place inside a safe zone. Another hunter insisted they deserved answers instead of being chased away. Both officials stood their ground while Jimmy warned that anyone refusing to leave would become a suspect. And that threat shocked everyone. Baphomet scanned the bodies and pieced the clues together. A fight between A-rank hunters should have left marks all over the room, but nothing showed signs of a struggle. This lack of resistance suggested a killer with such an overwhelming advantage that the victims didn't even realize they were wounded. Baphomet came to the conclusion that only an S-rank hunter could have done this. His words made both officials freeze, and he reasoned that these deaths couldn't have come from an A-rank unless that A-rank had irrational power, and no one here possessed that level of strength, including himself. Jimmy urged him to avoid making premature statements until they confirmed the evidence. Hazu added that such remarks would cause trouble. Baphomet replied that he was saying nothing but basic logic. The hunters around him gradually admitted that an S-rank could indeed kill someone that cleanly. Some people shifted their frustration toward the officials for failing to detect such a threat sooner. A girl rushed in and called for attention, and No appeared with Lunatic standing behind her. Later in her office, she ordered Baphomet to stop the investigation. Baphomet reacted with confusion since they had discovered Hebe's connection to the drugs before the murder case. He asserted that the killer must be found and offered to lead the investigation. No asked if he could truly stand against an S-rank as he had claimed. His confusion deepened when she completely dismissed him and urged him to focus on improving his abilities like everyone else. She thanked him for his previous work, leaving him speechless outside. Baphomet tried to reconnect the scattered pieces. Hebe died after they parted ways last night, and his headache was increasing, because every memory after that moment was blurred. He wondered why Hebe became a target and what Hebe had done to him. He pulled out the piece of paper he was holding in his hand. An illusion appeared before him with Hebe showing him that symbol. Hebe admitted he understood Baphomet's suspicious approach but wasn't worried, believing Baphomet would empathize with his perspective. Immediately after seeing the paper, Baphomet had lost consciousness, even though the paper carried no mana. He wondered if the mark only worked once and if this object hid the clues he needed. Lunatic approached and called out to him. He informed Baphomet that the staff had moved the bodies of Beauty and Jacko. Baphomet explained that Captain No had excluded him from the case despite knowing he was involved from the start. Lunatic asked if his work had focused on Hebe. Baphomet confirmed and asked if Lunatic had any information reminding him that the infiltration came with a deeper purpose. Lunatic admitted he came to monitor Baphomet's growth, but also carried another mission. Baphomet asked if this mission involved Hebe's killer. Lunatic paused for a moment before explaining how the colony operates outside central authority control, allowing them to hide or reshape any incident within their domain. He asked if the colony branch itself was involved in this cover-up. Lunatic went silent before suggesting that Captain No herself might have killed the hunters. Baphomet reacted with shock as Lunatic explained her role. She had been present since the colony was founded and remained the only one who understood its entire structure and how to exploit it. Lunatic entered the colony to investigate her crimes, but the murders happened before he could find the truth. He wondered if No had used him to eliminate Hebe and then killed Hebe herself when the plan failed. Lunatic agreed, but added that this time her reaction seemed personal. He noted that her reaction came too suddenly, considering she didn't even bother to hide the bodies. He understood that No couldn't control the system alone. Lunatic agreed and said others must be helping her, leaving only the two of them to trust each other, though adding one more ally would make things easier. Later, Agatha informed Vakizi that a murder had occurred in Sector C. Vakizi froze as Agatha explained that 3 members of Baphomet's team were dead. Vakizi repeated the information in disbelief. Across the room, Nen slammed the table and cursed about the loss of 3 powerful A-rank hunters. Both women looked at her as Agatha explained that she and Nen had arrived right after the colony was built to guide rising hunters. A-rank hunters always held special meaning for them, and Vakizi listened quietly while Agatha recalled life before the gate shock. Hunters weren't respected, which left the world without strong protectors when disaster struck. Countless lives vanished, including those whose deaths they witnessed firsthand. Agatha trembled as she mentioned how powerful hunters could have changed that outcome. She expressed that this colony was created to nurture such protectors, making the loss of these A-rank hunters incredibly painful. Back at the colony center, Hazu reminded our guy that the last 3 members of his team besides him had left. Jimmy added they would inform him about his next teammates later. and hoped he would continue to conquer the towers in progress. He sat down and asked if they knew who the killer was. They replied that the investigation was still ongoing. Baphomet chuckled, having expected that answer. Lunatic called out to him as the officials prepared to leave. They wished him luck, and the two hunters watched them depart. In her office, No asked about Baphomet's situation. Hazu and Jimmy reported no strange behavior so far. No ordered them to continue monitoring him and asked if they had anything else. They replied no, but said they were worried about her. She brushed off their concern and told them to get back to work as they left. She stopped them for a moment before deciding to handle the next mission herself. In her room, she made a phone call. She asked the person if they were prepared and said she needed a favor. The person answered calmly, saying she had anticipated this request, and called her sister. In another room, Vakizi soaked in a warm bath while gloomily thinking about the murder cases, until there was a knock on the door outside. Baphomet focused on priorities. He thought about the conversation with Mr. Ma, stating they first had to prove No killed the three hunters. Lunatic had told him they needed to know the timing of her actions. He had admitted he lacked both evidence and time, but he knew a place worth checking. He had already sent its coordinates when Lunatic received a call from No, and Baphomet wondered about the possibility of her knowing about them. Lunatic guessed it was 50% and adjusted it to 51 when her call came through. He advised taking the call. Back to the present, Baphomet was standing in the forest inside a wooden cabin. He sensed the familiar aura once again, and this place remained the only strange area he could identify inside the settlement, prompting him to explore it. He walked until he realized the source was right beneath his feet. A powerful dungeon aura was leaking from underground. He suddenly spun around as he felt another presence, and Vakizi rushed to attack him. Then she froze as the moment evoked a sense of déjà vu. Her eyes widened as she recognized him. Our guy complained about her constant reckless lunges and asked why she came here. She said she wanted to use the cabin to clean up. He asked why she had to travel such a distance just for that and fell silent as she scrambled for an excuse. Baphomet revealed his identity as a government hunter and said superiors had ordered him to investigate this cabin, and Vakizi asked what made this simple wooden cabin special. He described his ability as sensing things others cannot. She paused and asked if he felt something beneath them that only he noticed. Without a word of warning, Baphomet punched the floor hard, making it crack open, and Vakizi screamed in shock. Mana exploded upward, flooding the entire structure and rising from the depths. She fell to her knees as he was overwhelmed by the surge of evil energy. She called Baphomet's name as he jumped into the hole and landed below. She watched anxiously, followed him down, and observed the area. She realized there was a hidden cave beneath the cabin. She wondered if he knew this place was here, but her eyes stopped at something ahead. She froze as she recognized what looked like a dungeon gate. Our guy finally understood why dungeons constantly appeared inside the settlement, and Vakizi looked at him in confusion. He explained that this place generates dungeons non-stop. He called it a dungeon nest, while looking toward the massive red door in front of them. Lunatic walked beside No while she gazed at the clear night sky above the settlement. He commented that it was rare to see a starry sky in Korea. She encouraged him to enjoy the view while he was still here, and he accepted the advice before mentioning the reason she called him out, explaining they rarely had time to talk since this settlement was the first place they met. She pointed out they had never met anywhere else. Lunatic agreed and said his missions often pushed him to remote regions or countries lacking high-rank hunters. No flashed a slight smile and said she noticed he frequently visited Costa Rica, Monaco, and Singapore. She remembered another hunter had been sent to Singapore and wondered if Lunatic had ever met Hunter Miu there. He was silent for a moment before replying that deployment missions never guaranteed hunters would know each other. No accepted his answer after a moment of silence. Then she asked why Singapore would need foreign hunters when their system produced so much talent, calling him Mr. Ma with a smirk. Lunatic understood she had discovered his identity and admitted she had figured it out. A sudden explosion tore through the air, enveloping the entire area in smoke. Mr. Ma appeared in his true form after No removed his disguise. A ferocious monster stepped out from behind her, and he demanded to know if she killed the A-rank hunters. While she focused on the reason he came to the settlement, Mr. Ma refused to let it go without an answer, and pressed her to explain the deaths of the hunters. No warned him not to interfere with her plans. He shouted that he didn't understand her intentions, but her actions could only be seen as betrayal, and lunged to attack her before he could reach her. A-rank hunters with lifeless expressions moved in front of No and blocked the attack. The force of the impact threw him backward. He gritted his teeth as he observed them, and realized they were the A-rank hunters. He demanded to know what she had turned them into, while meanwhile, Vakizi asked Baphomet about the thing called the dungeon nest. He confirmed it existed and wondered why such a massive truth was hidden here. He suddenly caught himself thinking, why do I know such specific details? Vakazi wondered if this nest explained the number of dungeons inside the settlement. She stepped closer and suggested destroying it, and he reacted immediately, confused by that idea. She assumed that treating it like any other dungeon meant clearing every room, which would stabilize the settlement and reduce the birth of future dungeons. Considering the consequences, he realized destroying it would wipe out the settlement itself and immediately blocked her attempt. Vakazi stopped and asked why. And he reasoned that hunters like him wouldn't be able to progress if the settlement vanished. She reminded him that outside dungeons still existed and emphasized that protecting civilians must be the top priority. Baphomet replied that this only succeeds when hunters have enough power. He mentioned the gate shocks and asked what would happen without strong hunters to hold the line. Many more would die. She insisted they lacked knowledge in the past and the situation was different now. To her, preventing gate shocks was always the priority. Baphomet challenged her view and wondered what would happen if another gate shock was already approaching, making this whole debate meaningless. She dismissed it as groundless suspicion and refused to view a dungeon as something a hunter could ignore. He suddenly shouted that he finally understood why Captain No hid this nest. It was because of people who thought like Vakazi. Vakazi started to agree, but then stopped mid-sentence. Baphomet informed her that No had maintained this settlement to nurture hunters growing at an impossible rate, even if her methods had turned dark. Vakazi immediately asked why the Overseer would hide such a structure and allow it to exist for so long. He speculated that No must have suffered something unbearable during the first gate shock. This thought shook Vakazi as Agatha's previous words rushed back that No had been buried in chaos, surrounded by death, wishing for stronger hunters. Baphomet muttered that this situation was shameful because power here grew too fast. His mind kept circling back to Jackal Hybrid and Guilty, and he couldn't find peace. He gritted his teeth. Vakazi declared that regardless of the reason the nests must be destroyed, dungeons must not exist. Baphomet thought that her absolute righteousness almost made him sick. She raised her hand toward the structure. Sparks formed around it. He wondered if there was a barrier protecting it, and Vakazi asked for a moment before her magic spread throughout her body, and she lunged toward the gate to attack. As she got closer, she realized the barrier wouldn't break. She hesitated, unsure how they could get inside. He heard a whisper calling his name, and the voice repeated the invitation. It seemed the dungeon itself was summoning him. He stepped toward it despite Vakazi calling his name. He touched the gate. A mana circle bloomed under his hand. The door slid open with a surge of energy that swept over both of them, and Vakazi screamed that it was open. While trying to move forward, something yanked her back every time she tried to enter. She informed him that the entrance kept rejecting her. He realized the dungeon only accepted him, and Vakazi looked at him in disbelief. The voice inside grew clearer, and Baphomet told Vakazi he would handle this himself. She protested, reminding him that he didn't know what was waiting behind the gate. Another sound echoed from a distance, making her tense. Baphomet assumed Mr. Ma must be close, and he requested Vakazi to stand guard outside until he finished clearing the nest. He gave her a quick glance before stepping inside while she shouted his name. Inside, he sensed a strange presence and faced a tunnel filled with light. He wondered whether to follow it, then moved forward. The goddess interrupted with a notification asking if he truly intended to proceed. Baphomet smiled, almost amused, saying it had been a long time since she tried to stop him. He wondered if this place was off limits to him. The goddess explained that his appearance had always been part of the plan, but the timing had come too soon. He asked if the future data had become worse. She assured him that the outcome remained unchanged. He questioned her anxiety. Then she manifested before him and admitted that she was simply worried about him. She gave her permission as the main quest appeared, ordering him to clear the tower nest. Baphomet entered the nest and observed the room beyond the tunnel. The air felt different from the outside, almost like moving underwater. A sudden explosion interrupted his train of thought. A giant monster formed in the light and roared at him. He reacted in terror before the attack came crashing down. A voice rang out from behind the monster. A child walked upon its massive head, and he was stunned by the existence of a human there. The boy stood atop the creature, smiling and joyfully announcing that a human had finally arrived. Grizzy dragged his heavy footsteps. Fatigue spread throughout his body after continuous raids without rest. He decided that tomorrow must be a day off. A memory flooded back of the captain approaching and asking for his help in the Giffen colony. He now thought that accepting the offer was the right choice, unsure of how much stronger he had become since then. The streets around him seemed strangely silent. He slowed down and scanned the area, wondering if anyone else was inside. Someone suddenly appeared behind him with a blade raised high. The next moment, an explosion rocked the street as Grizzy evaded the strike and turned toward the attacker. The blow tore up the ground, forcing Grizzy to jump back. The attacker leaped away from Grizzy's counterattack before launching another strike. Grizzy dodged again and crossed his twin swords in preparation. He focused ahead and charged for a direct attack. The opponent bounced back and landed near two other silhouettes. Grizzy recognized three hunters standing together, each wearing a lifeless expression similar to the hunters under No's influence. He couldn't understand the reason behind this, but he saw this as an opportunity to test himself against real threats as lightning crackled around his weapons, as he challenged them to bring it on. Meanwhile, in another location, Agatha raised her hands, creating magic circles from her palms, generating mind magic to control those inside the nest. The child observed our guy closely while shouting at the banshee. It compared his eyes, mouth, and ears to their own kind, and concluded that he was created just like a human. Baphomet grabbed it by the ear and demanded its identity and whether it was the one who called him. The child looked confused, and explained that they never called Baphomet, only wished someone would visit. Fear flashed in its eyes, and our guy asked who had pulled him here. It looked at his face again, and he felt something strangely familiar. At that moment, the banshee lashed its tail toward him, but Baphomet dodged. The child called the banshee's name as the monster lunged again. The child screamed for it to stop, explaining that Baphomet was a human modeled after their kind. The choice of words shocked Baphomet, and he asked again about its identity and their purpose for being here. It replied that it was waiting for someone named Io. The child explained that Io had promised to return and play with them if they stayed here, and befriended the banshee. It spun around excitedly, saying boredom had almost swallowed them before he arrived, calling his appearance perfect timing. Baphomet couldn't keep up with this bizarre situation, and asked if the child created the magic beasts as a way to make friends. The child replied that magic beasts were simply what humans called its friends, and argued that such wording was meaningless. The child spun around again while asking what game Baphomet wanted to play. It beamed even brighter and asked about the outside world, curious about everything since Baphomet was male. The child assumed women must also exist and asked about them next. The child wouldn't stop rambling about flowers and trees while Baphomet kept a stiff face, frustrated by its chatter. He noticed the child had nothing in common with Gia, except for being trapped in this strange place. The child froze when Baphomet mentioned Gia, and he immediately recognized that reaction. The child stepped closer and demanded to know how Baphomet knew her before declaring that Gia was its bride. And those words were stunning. The banshee suddenly lunged again, causing an explosion that threw our guy across the rocks and water. He drew his sword and cursed as the child demanded to know how he knew her. The child repeated the question with surging emotion. Baphomet wondered why the child had become so frenzied, and the child decided the method no longer mattered and declared its intention to erase him completely. Its emotions twisted violently as it screamed that incorrect data must be eliminated. He warily observed its unstable transformation as it lunged at him, leaving him confused by the sudden hostility. A notification appeared, revealing the main quest objective: destroy the remnants of Io's creation before he could react. The remnant transformed into a giant creature with wings that made the banshee look tiny. One eye turned red, the other yellow, and its face changed completely. Baphomet froze, trying to process the meaning of Io's creation, and the remnant of Io reached out its hand and ordered him to disappear. Magic circles surrounded the structure. As it lunged toward him, our guy raised his ego weapon in defense, and the weapon screamed in unbearable pain. He realized with shock that his weapon was in pain because of someone other than its user. He jumped back just in time to escape an explosion. The remnant of Io pointed its finger again and ordered him to disappear. A beam of tearing energy lunged toward him, and he narrowly dodged as many more beams followed. A command echoed throughout the room. His ego weapon warned that something was wrong with the child's ability. As the attacks continued, the weapon explained that the power could erase both its soul and its existence. He looked back and saw more circles, glowing brighter and drawing near. The creature stood stiffly with finger extended while issuing another command. The ego weapon apologized to Baphomet, saying it refused to be erased. Its form began to fade. He shouted in disbelief as the weapon vanished completely. Another beam struck him and caused an explosion. The remnant of Io's face distorted in shock as Baphomet stepped out of the smoke without a single scratch. The creature couldn't understand how the attacks had no effect. It raised its hand again and repeated the command. Multiple explosions followed, filling the room with blasts, and not a single one injured him. The child screamed even louder, telling him to disappear as it looked down. Chains wrapped around its body, and Baphomet's voice rang out amidst the chaos. He admitted he still didn't know why the child's power didn't affect him, but his own abilities clearly worked on it. He landed with a surge of mana as his presence spread like pressure. He asked if the remnant of Io intended to start round 2. Beelzebub had instructed Baphomet to focus, and he confirmed that Javan originally possessed this mana-rich body. and Baphomet understood that Javan spent all that mana on buff skills. Baphomet asked where this explanation was leading, and Beelzebub pointed out that he was copying the same growth method and wasting potential. Our guy ordered him to stop talking in circles and get straight to the point. Beelzebub explained that magic opens up an entire realm of supernatural power. A single hand could explode into the unknown, or turn into a hand of judgment that crushes everything. Magic carries a miraculous force where the creation of a universe waits right at one's fingertips. He continued developing this thought until our guy interrupted, asking if he was being pushed toward becoming a mage. He described mages as cowards, fragile ones hiding in corners, waving weak hands, and he wanted nothing to do with that path. Beelzebub yelled at him, demanding he take those words back and emphasizing that a lot of effort lies in those hands. He called it a delicate endeavor far beyond brutes who embarrass themselves. Baphomet retorted to that remark about waving, insisting that his techniques required precision. He cursed while Beelzebub countered that they looked like chain clowning compared to true magic. Beelzebub dashed off and our guy chased after him. Later, Baphomet informed him that he wouldn't change direction since he mentioned liking combat support magic. Beelzebub replied, "Magic can support combat better," and said he had learned a few useful tricks while clutching his aching face. Currently, Io stood frozen before Baphomet in disbelief. The boy was confused as he realized Baphomet used simple chain magic to counter him. Baphomet jumped forward and delivered a punch that sent the boy flying. The boy's face flushed as he stared at Baphomet before standing up, and another explosion erupted as Baphomet landed. Baphomet observed the boy, and the child warily caught his gaze. The child reminded him that he was nothing more than someone's creation. Io raised his hand again and ordered Baphomet to disappear. The boy wondered why Baphomet refused to disappear, as another massive explosion erupted and filled the air. With smoke, Baphomet stood in the haze and lifted his head. He asked if the boy realized his power was useless. Magic chains wrapped around the boy and caused pain before he charged again. Baphomet spotted a small cut on his hand and remarked that the boy had managed to cause some damage. He stepped forward and observed the boy's sluggish movements. He flew above the boy and concluded that he had power but lacked the knowledge to use it in actual combat. Baphomet immediately opened his inventory and summoned weapons. 2 weapons flew toward the boy. The boy defended and launched a counterattack that caused an explosion. The blast pushed Baphomet back, though no cuts appeared. Baphomet decided this method wouldn't work. He drew his sword and called the names Acceleration, Salvation, and Patience. He recalled Yoon Seon's reminder that buffs are simply magic woven to support a hunter's battle. She continued explaining while telling him about courage. She mentioned that this belief belongs to those who never understood the potential of buffs. Buffs follow the user's power and grow through it. Our guy gripped his weapon as it vibrated with magic, recalling her assertion that a stronger user creates stronger effects. He raised his glowing weapon and smiled at the child, showing fear in the boy's eyes. Before the child could react, Baphomet lunged and sliced off one side of its wings, and another quick slash came down upon the boy's back. He unleashed countless attacks at a speed that Io could not keep up with. The boy fell to his knees and collapsed completely onto the floor in pain. The boy's eyes widened as Baphomet approached with his weapon. Our guy asked if the child wanted to know about the outside world. While Io hid here creating towers, those outside continued to hone their strength. Our guy asked how it felt to be helpless and pointed out the irony that they had become monsters because of the towers the child built. He identified himself as one of those monsters. He continued to explain that too many strong people would break the balance, but it wasn't about the weak, the normal, and the strong because of this. Vai trò của đứa trẻ kết thúc ở đây. Baphomet nâng vũ khí lên và chia thẳng vào cậu bé, trong khi ra lệnh cho cậu biến mất. Cậu bé cười và hỏi, làm sao một tạo vật có thể tưởng tượng nó có thể xóa sổ? Anh chế nhạo anh. Cơ thể cậu bé phình to ra khi các xúc tự bung ra ngoài và lao vào Baphomet, làm anh bị sốc. Baphomet trả lời rằng mình là một thỏ săn và tung ra những nhát chém vô tận xé toạc đứa trẻ cho đến khi máu văng tung tóe. El gọi tên Banshee trong khi Baphomet ngẩng đầu và xướng tên mình. Anh tung ra đòn tấn công cuối cùng khi máu tuôn ra nhiều hơn và mắt cậu bé trợn trừng, tự hỏi tại sao điều này lại xảy ra. Và một hình ảnh về cô dâu của mình ra hiện lên trong tâm trí cậu. Cậu tự hỏi tại sao cô lại phản bội mình trong khi cô nên đứng về phía cậu. Trong cô đáp lại tạm biệt El và thì thầm rằng cô đã từng yêu cậu. Một luồng sáng khổng lồ bùng nổ trước mặt Baphomet và nghiền nát mọi thứ. Một thông báo hệ thống xuất hiện xác nhận rằng tàn dư của El đã bị loại bỏ và một kỹ năng mới đã được trao. Chàng trai của chúng ta đang tiếp thu ý nghĩ, nhận được một kỹ năng như một phần thưởng. Từ bên trong ánh sáng, một cơ giúp hình thành và Baphomet phản ứng với cú sốc và tự hỏi, liệu có thể thu thập một cô rúc khác ở đây? Không, một giọng nói thúc giục anh đến và lấy nó. Anh nhận ra cùng một giọng nói đã gọi anh bên ngoài tổ tháp. Anh ném kiếm đi và bước tới nắm lấy cổ rúc. Ánh sáng khổng lồ bùng nổ ngay khi tay anh chạm vào nó và cô rúc đổi màu trong khi sấm sét. Bão bùng sau lưng anh và nuốt chửng toàn bộ khu vực. Bên ngoài Vakizi bối rối quan sát hiện tượng kỳ lạ. Cô nghĩ về ba format và tự nhủ rằng mình không thể vào trong tổ cô ép mình tin tưởng anh và tự hỏi ý anh là gì, khi hứa rằng cô sẽ sớm biết tại sao mình phải canh giữ nơi này. Ai đó gọi tên cô từ phía sau, cô quay lại và thấy Nen, người đã nói rằng đã tìm cô khắp nơi. Agatha hỏi liệu Vakizi có lại qua đêm tắm ở căn chòi không. Cô nhận thấy bầu không khí đã thay đổi và tự hỏi liệu có ai đang ngồi bên trong căn chòi phụ đầy mana và bước lại gần để kiểm tra. Vakizi trang đường cô và hỏi liệu cô có đứng về phía nọ không. Cô trả lời rằng cô từng nghĩ sẽ không cần phải chiến đấu với Vakizi và thừa nhận rằng mình đã sai cô ngang mặt lên, chuẩn bị tấn công và xin lỗi. Ngày ma chạy trong khi các thợ săn hang giảm chân xuống đất phía sau. Khi họ đuổi theo với những thanh kiếm giơ cao, họ cùng nhau nhảy cao như thể định ghim chặt ông trong một đòn. Ông lao về phía trước và khói bùng lên xung quanh giúp ông thoát khỏi tầm mắt của họ. Ba thợ săn đáp xuống và bối rối quét mắt khắp khu vực. Một giọng nói vang lên từ phía sau và họ quay lại đúng lúc ngài ma giơ tay và đánh vào lưng họ, khiến họ ngã xuống sàn. Nhận ra mình không thể xử lý mờ hỗn độn này nếu không có hỗ trợ. Ông nhận ra quy luật trong chuyển động của họ và hiểu rằng đây là ma thuật điều khiển tâm trí, không phải cô N, một hang S khác, chắc chắn đang giúp cô ta. Ông nhớ lại báo cáo về em gái của cô N đang ở trong khu định cư một thợ săn loại pháp sư, và ông hiểu điều đó sẽ tạo ra bao nhiêu rắc rối nếu cô ta đứng về phía nổ. Nhưng ông biết bây giờ không phải là lúc để suy nghĩ kỹ, vì cô N đã dùng những hàng A này để đánh lạc hướng ông trong khi cô ta lèn đi và ông cần tìm cô ta trước. Một sự hiện diện tiếp cận từ phía sau và ông quay lại với sự cáu kinh dâng lên. Ông định hạ gục bất cứ kẻ nào mới đến này rời đi tiếp, nhưng nhiều thợ săn hơn xuất hiện trước mặt ông với số lượng lớn, trong khi khói bốc lên phía sau họ. Ông nhìn họ với vẻ bất an và hiểu rằng mình không thể hạ gục được nhiều người trong số họ. Tất cả các hàng ả dường như đang bị kiểm soát, và ý nghĩ đó làm ông căng thẳng và tất cả cùng lúc nhảy về phía ông. Ông tự hỏi liệu có phải tất cả bọn họ đều đang bị điều khiển. No raised her hand and summoned Echo for support. The explosion went off and knocked several hunters back. The system announced the removal of all abnormal statuses as the spirit appeared before him. Mr. Ma realized this was a high-level spirit because of the amount of mana swirling around it. There was only one hunter he knew who could command a spirit like this, and he turned around as the sound of footsteps approached. The hunter Echidna stepped forward with lightning flickering on her hands. She called his name as they both pointed at each other, each wanting an explanation for the other's presence. He replied that he was wondering the same thing, and Echidna looked at his outfit and asked why he was wearing a bodysuit. He refused to admit it was a bodysuit, but he covered his nose and asked about the smell, wondering if he had fallen into a sewer. He emphasized that none of that mattered now and urged her to explain what was happening inside the settlement first. A loud sound echoed throughout the area, and Echidna turned toward it and asked about the source. Something was rising over the tower area. Mr. Ma recognized it immediately as a barrier and felt terrified, confirming his thoughts that she had already activated it. He explained that she had triggered the settlement reinforcement program. Echidna asked, and he described how. The colony was surrounded by towers, and a gate shock would release countless magic beasts from within them. A device had been created to trap all those beasts inside the colony when necessary, showing they were now locked inside. This left Echidna in deep shock as she processed the information. In the tower control room, someone typed on a laptop. While muttering about how exhausting it was to manage too many A-rank personalities with only a small staff, hunters sat before her with tape on their faces while she encouraged them to try a little harder. Standing with Jimmy and Jesus, she asserted this move had to be made for the survival of the colony and to create stronger hunters. Behind her, the screen displayed the activation of the reinforcement program. She had tied up all the staff and instructed them to stay here until she finished everything, promising to release them later. Then she looked up in alarm and rushed to the window. Something unusual glowed in the distance as a beam of light rose from a certain point. Hazu informed her that the area where the towers were generated was undergoing a strange change. She tried to understand what was happening there, since Hunter Nen had promised to guard that place, and wondered what Nen was doing. Nen fought Vakizi and punched the ground, cracking it. She admitted she had tried to hide her murderous intent, but knew a surprise attack against someone like Vakizi would never work. Vakizi drew a weapon from her inventory. Nen relaxed her stance and accepted that Vakizi had discovered the colony's secret. Someone must be inside that forbidden place, and Vakizi looked straight into her eyes without answering. Nen questioned her silence and warned there was no turning back. Nen drew closer and demanded to know what Vakizi had done, but then she interrupted herself, confused by her own slip of the tongue. She attacked, creating a tremor that spread across the floor. Nen trembled as she insisted that even if someone got inside, it wouldn't change anything because no one could enter. Vakizi shook her head and replied that she was wrong, and someone had already entered. Nen's eyes widened in disbelief, and she demanded proof. She lunged once more, striking Vakizi hard enough to knock her back. Vakizi counterattacked, and Nen blocked the strike with her gauntlets. Nen launched another blow and admitted Vakizi was indeed a skilled swordswoman as she had heard. Vakizi frowned at the remark. And Nen continued mentioning rumors that Vakizi once had the mindset of a national athlete but had ruined everything. A memory flooded back to Vakizi when an official announced her name was disqualified for breaking the rules. Her awakening had caused her immediate disqualification because awakened individuals were banned from competing. She recalled the tension she felt when the system revealed her awakening. Everyone doubted her strength, assuming her fencing talent came from supernatural abilities, and accused her of trying to cheat to become a national athlete. Their disgust forced her to bow her head and cry. Back to the present. Vakizi looked at Nen, clenched her fists, and admitted that feeling must have been devastating. Vakizi jumped to escape an attack and landed forcefully. Nen continued to explain that she understood that pain because she had felt similar helplessness during the gate shock when she could do nothing. Vakizi stood up and unleashed slashes toward her. Nen stood amidst the smoke and clarified that she did not support No's reasoning. Thunder spread around as she asserted she was acting on her own beliefs. Her aura exploded into a powerful storm as she activated her skill Return of the Fierce Tiger. Lightning exploded around her, and Vakizi watched in awe. Vakizi frowned upon hearing about conviction, admitting her despair never reached Nen's level during the gate shock. Light erupted from her body as she remembered her fellow hunters. Lightning crawled over her skin as she formed her own conviction. Memory returned of a man thanking her for saving his pregnant wife after a car accident. Otherwise, he would have lost both of them, in the present. Vakizi declared her belief in a world where future children view the towers only as stories. She believed in a future without gate shock disasters by destroying the old towers. She activated the curse of Vincent Tuesday Phase 3, allowing powerful energy to swirl around her. Her strength and speed increased by 500%. She vowed to use her conviction to break Nen's as her immunity and defense soared. As the system announced the sacrifice of her soul to Vincent Tuesday, both warriors faced each other before a massive bolt of lightning struck down between them. Nen's final thoughts turned toward the truth behind the rumors of Vakizi's peak state. She realized the overwhelming power before her. She remembered asking Agatha if the two of them could defeat Vakizi together. Facing this power alone meant she never stood a chance, and her head slumped as exhaustion overwhelmed her. She thought she wanted to sleep and decided to leave the rest to Agatha. Nen collapsed as blood spread across the floor. She lay motionless while Vakizi, enveloped in her peak state power, stood over her and apologized. Echidna ran beside Mr. Ma as he quickly explained the situation. She found it hard to believe No would go this far and asked if there was a way to stop the reinforcement. Mr. Ma replied that once started it cannot be interrupted and would last nearly 12 months. They considered contacting the outside world. As Mr. Ma explained, all signals were cut off, including their devices and system messages. He also faced similar limitations. Blades swung in front of them, signaling that their priority was to take down the A-rank hunters. After a battle, both Echidna and Mr. Ma lay slumped on the ground. Mr. Ma estimated that nearly every A-rank hunter in the colony was being controlled, and suddenly wondered if Baphomet was too. Echidna admitted she suspected his presence inside. Mr. Ma questioned how she entered the colony without a permit, implying she might have used illegal methods. She evaded the question, urging focus on the emergency situation. Suddenly, Grizzy lunged at Mr. Ma but stopped upon recognizing him. Mr. Ma was equally shocked. Grizzy then saw Echidna and had a similar reaction. He said he felt fine and tried to understand the colony's chaos, the sirens, and the strange behavior of the A-rank hunters. Echidna pointed out Grizzy's unaffected state, and Mr. Ma deduced that. Not all A-rank hunters were under control. The two hunters they had defeated earlier suddenly stood up, moving like puppets. An alarm sounded. Echidna and Mr. Ma realized they needed to find the mage controlling them. Mr. Ma suspected that prolonged exposure triggered the control since Grizzy had only recently arrived. He wondered why No, who once aimed to build an army, was now using mind control. He instructed Echidna to track the mana flow to find the spellcaster, their only chance. Meanwhile, Agatha stood in a room with magic circles shifting between S-rank advisors. She hoped everything was proceeding without error, and that the hunters were ready. A hunter reported that the dissenters had been temporarily taken down, but wondered what would happen when they woke up. Another mentioned rumors of a government investigator in the colony. Agatha ordered them to keep trying to persuade them and eliminate the intruder if they refused to cooperate. Hunters whispered anxiously about targeting a government agent. Agatha grew furious, mocking their weak determination after the gate shock tragedy, reminding them they joined to build stronger hunters and preserve the colony's purpose. She warned that if the tower generation site collapsed, the colony would lose its meaning. As she urged steadfastness, a hunter hesitantly asked if everything would return to normal. Agatha reassured them that there was only one investigator and handling him wouldn't take long. She was asked if the towers would stop appearing if the site were destroyed. She confirmed it and demanded to know who asked her. Two hunters apologized as a disguised figure suddenly detonated. An explosion scattered everyone. Grizzy and Echidna revealed themselves while Mr. Ma grabbed Agatha's throat. He demanded to know if she was No's sister and the one controlling the A-rank hunters. He pointed out that No had distracted him with the controlled hunters to escape and questioned why Agatha continued to use them. Agatha called him a government hound and ordered her hunters to kill him. But Mr. Ma stood firm, unflinching as he was overwhelmed by the male S-rank hunter. Giffen felt something strange about Echidna's mana. It was suddenly burning painfully. Mr. Ma recalled a rumor about an S-rank hunter who killed 7 others and offered to prove if it was true. The mana of all hunters ignited as he warned them to cooperate or face pain, tightening his grip on Agatha's throat. He pulled her down, making it clear that this was a threat, not a negotiation. Elsewhere, 2 hunters lunged at No, but Jimmy and Heizu quickly took them down. No wondered why the controlled hunters who had recognized her were no longer responding. Hazu pointed out that the red light in the forest had disappeared, suggesting Hunter Nen might have handled it. No knew she couldn't contact Nen due to signal loss and decided to check the cabin before confronting Mr. Ma. Suddenly, a figure with glowing eyes stepped forward. It was Baphomet with lifeless, controlled eyes. Jimmy and Heizu prepared for battle. Assuming he was under Agatha's spell, No knew controlling Baphomet required great effort and screamed for them to retreat. Baphomet slashed both arms of Jimmy and Heizu, incapacitating them. Then he turned to question No about the murders of Hebe Beauty and Jacko, linking it to the tower nest. No panicked, fearing the disappearance of the red light signaled a disaster. Baphomet revealed he had destroyed the tower nest, leaving her speechless with shock. Blood sprayed as Baphomet collapsed from his injuries, while a monster stood behind No. She was stunned that an A-rank like Baphomet could enter the nest, a place where even she, an S-rank, could not reach. Trembling, Baphomet revealed he had suspected No's true motives. The mark on his body matched Hebe's death mark, confirming No's guilt. He explained that pushing himself to this point was due to his skill conditions. Face an invincible enemy, take a fatal blow, and stand atop a tower floor. No accused him of going too far. As she attacked, screaming for his life, Baphomet had destroyed the remnants of Io and unlocked a new skill. He released Gehenna, transforming the area with the appearance of a giant eye. The space transformed into the Lord's Hall. All linked passive skills activated. No was overwhelmed. Baphomet transformed as an emergency quest was triggered, defeat the Abyss Tower boss. Baphomet himself in his new form. He realized he was only seconds away from death before awakening this power an hour earlier. Vakizi stood over Nen's lifeless body with energy radiating around her, whispering an apology. As a flash of light gleamed behind her, a violent bolt of lightning exploded behind her, cracking the ground and startling her. As she landed, she sensed a change regarding Baphomet and noticed the gates had disappeared. She assumed he had cleared the tower nest, but wondered where the exit had taken him. If this nest followed normal tower rules, an exit portal must have opened somewhere in this forest. Meanwhile, a massive lightning portal tore through space and Baphomet fell out of it, hitting the floor and gasping for breath. His thoughts were jumbled as he tried to process the moment he grabbed the help flag. Something had dug deep into his head as if trying to split it open. He swore he would never feel that way again. Though he admitted the tower nest was cleared, the tingling heat under his skin reminded him of Captain No and the S-rank hunters hunting on her orders. The situation seemed heavier than he wanted to handle, so he decided to let Mr. Ma deal with them. A notification appeared before him and he froze as the main quest ordered him to eliminate Captain No and survive inside the colony. He wondered if the system was planning his death through this. He opened his skill list and scanned through. Kano Barrack, a power allowing him to use what he once possessed as a magic beast. The cooldown remained infinite until reaching max level. The Labyrinth Tower was the first and last time he used it. Reducing that cooldown was only possible after collecting Crux flags. He took the tower nest's Crux flag out of his inventory since Gia had never given him a mission he couldn't handle, but this time felt uncertain. He wondered if he should trust this risk, and his form shifted while he grappled with that thought. Returning to the present, he admitted he almost died a moment ago. No stared at him as her own notification appeared. An emergency quest ordered her to eliminate the Abyss Tower boss Baphomet. Her confusion grew as she reviewed the text. Baphomet observed her expression and asked if she had received a quest since his own quest demanded her death. He realized her system identified his current form as a magic beast. She smiled and admitted none of his words made sense to her. She mentioned Hunter Javan and how he sacrificed himself to clear the Abyss Tower. She asked if he intended to claim he was the tower's boss. He responded with a smile, Recalling someone once said that anything can happen in this world without feeling strange, he urged her to keep an open mind. There was only one truth: one of them would die here, and he reached out his hand as he said it. She stood still. He scanned the area while Jimmy and Heizu rushed out from behind and charged toward Baphomet. He immediately spun around to face them. Before they could reach him, No watched them fall to the ground, trembling. Hazu whispered, wondering if he was still alive. Baphomet looked at them with boredom, saying that killing small targets didn't interest him. He released his chain magic and threw them back, before lunging toward No. He mocked her, saying she didn't need to worry because he had pulled her subordinates out of the area, declaring he wanted the king, not the pawns. He asked if she was ready while charging forward. Two monsters appeared before him and blocked his path with their swords, but Fomet recognized them as summoned demons. They unleashed attack after attack, so he ducked to dodge one strike and spun to avoid the next. While still in a low stance, he sensed another attack approaching. He moved in at close range. As the attack slammed into the ground beside him, the second demon jumped above him, but he grabbed the first demon and slammed it onto the floor. Then he lunged toward the airborne demon and threw chains at it. Energy flooded his body violently. He paused in confusion. Wolf-like monsters lunged at him, snarling, and one lunged with its jaws wide open. The system activated Gehenna's combo passive, increasing all stats by 20% and elemental resistance by 20%. He understood immediately and responded with a smile. His ego weapon appeared in his hand, and a wide sweep took down several wolves as chains hissed through the air while their bodies fell with blood spraying. He lunged toward No, and she glared at him, while the ego weapon asked if this power reflected his true strength. Baphomet replied with his own curiosity. The weapon vibrated with excitement as massive energy flooded it. Its size increased, and Baphomet noticed how much the weapon liked this and offered to make it even better. He lunged and unleashed an attack that landed right above No's head, then stopped as something caught his attention, and he asked why she refused to bring it out. The ground shook as a giant monster appeared behind him. He recognized it instantly, and the monster slammed the ground with its jaws wide open, but he restrained it with chains and tore through its core with rapid strikes. Smoke rose from the wounds as more magic beasts appeared behind him. A swarm rushed forward, but his ego weapon split them in half with a massive swing. No raised her hand and summoned more monsters. Baphomet slashed through them as fast as they appeared. Next, she summoned flying magic beasts. He caught them mid-air with beams of light. Before jumping up, he slashed through their ranks in the blink of an eye while streaks of light followed his blade. More monsters surrounded him, and he unleashed a powerful slash that tore them apart. Then he cut them down one by one until he burst out laughing. Monster after monster appeared, and he tore them to pieces with effortless speed. A giant monster lunged with its mouth wide open. He flipped over it and slashed the mouth away from its body, leaving it collapsed in pieces. He stepped toward No, shouting for her to stop hiding. His chain attack shot toward her position, and the strike tore up the ground behind her as a massive monster rose at her back with open jaws, while Baphomet smiled. Then the severed arms of the monster flew into the sky. Baphomet stood over its corpse with glowing eyes. Blood splattered around as he ordered the monster to die and pressed his attack down into its body. She stood amidst the chaos with a dark expression as a giant monster fell before her with its chest pierced. Baphomet stepped out from behind the corpse with a confident smile. She lit a flame, lit a cigarette, and admitted through a grimace that the infamous boss Baphomet had remade himself into a human with true power. Baphomet confirmed her thoughts and reminded her to keep an open mind. Before ending her life, he demanded a reason for the deaths of Hebe and the others. No let out a short laugh and wondered why a monster like him would act shaken over dead comrades. She wondered if he had formed an emotional bond with them, which to her was preposterous. She suspected perhaps he liked humans so much he wanted to become one. She disliked revealing anything to a monster, but she forced herself to recount the past. Hebe's real name. Was Eon the first survivor she saved during the gate disaster? Baphomet was confused as she continued. Hunters lived at the lowest social class before the shock. She had rushed with her friend to a famous diner, but stopped when she saw the sign forbidding hunters. That era treated hunters like infected beings, while eating elsewhere. Her friend complained that science had proven hunters couldn't harm others, yet people still clung to rumors. She asserted that hunters also started life as normal people, making the discrimination ridiculous. They then focused on their meal while No walked home with a cassette tape. Tired of eating the same things over and over, she considered ordering food again, and noticed a restaurant. Simple clothes hid her hunter identity, so she stepped in intending to buy food to stock up for later. The world suddenly cracked with a familiar pressure and aura from the first gate disaster. Screams rang through the streets as people reached out for help, specifically calling for hunters. Their desperate voices gave her a fleeting sense of superiority. She spotted a terrified Eon, cowering in the chaos, and checked on the boy. Afterward, the captain asked why she had returned to the danger zone when rescue teams had declared all survivors evacuated. She explained that Eon's grandparents and siblings were still inside a collapsed building. He accepted this because trapped victims were hard to detect and mentioned the adjacent red zone. "I've only found 2 survivors. Another hunter doubted her actions since the captain hadn't given permission. She insisted on joining the mission, arguing that they could track her location as long as she returned immediately after saving anyone. Her comrade finally patted her shoulder and gave in. She looked at him and reflected on the desperate choices people make for their loved ones, but soon after her boyfriend lay dead before her. She grieved as the captain cursed their return and placed all the blame on her. Then Hebe demanded a reason for her failed promise to save his family. She faced his accusing eyes as he called her a liar. Then, magic beasts from the red zone stormed their area, killing 70% of the civilians and hunters. She couldn't stop anything, and after the shock ended, she completely withdrew, consumed by the thought that greater strength could have changed everything. Eventually, the captain led her to an area teeming with towers. No one understood why they concentrated there, but the pattern repeated endlessly. As she observed the rows of structures resembling a housing complex, the captain used that term and named the area the colony. He assigned her to manage it, explaining that traumatized hunters needed a place to return to work. He believed her talent could serve the government. She devoted herself entirely determined to train stronger hunters. She recruited more people, and her sister initially shared the same purpose. Over time, her sister's goals changed, but she caused no disturbance. Everything went smoothly until they discovered something underground during construction. Workers had discovered a hidden nest. They didn't recognize it, but she immediately understood that this nest explained the endless stream of towers. A construction worker prepared to report this discovery to the government. She panicked because revealing the nest would erase the colony's purpose. Memories of the gate disaster flooded back, and she feared the same catastrophe would repeat. Once it was confirmed, only a few workers knew she killed them before the information could spread. She admitted to doing countless wrongs to protect the secret. She built a cabin over the nest and disguised it. It looked like a harmless gateway. Only a small group of hunters knew the truth. But Eon came to the colony already knowing everything. She recognized him immediately and felt relieved to see him alive here. She had always carried the guilt of failing him. Eon got straight to the point and asked about the place where the towers were generated. She wondered how he had discovered that truth. He questioned her for hiding the nest from superiors and recalled her previous apology. Before proposing a deal, he wanted permission to distribute a special drug to civilians visiting the colony. When she asked for his reason, he explained his belief that the weak did not deserve to exist. That twisted thought horrified her. The Eon she once saved was gone. However, she couldn't bring herself to kill him. Hearing this, Baphomet concluded that she had tried to use him. She admitted to trying to use him to restrain Eon, but failed due to his interference. In the memory, Eon confronted her for planning to use Baphomet to kill him. He admitted to trying to be merciful because of their shared past, but argued her actions proved otherwise. He revealed the presence of a government investigator already at the colony and warned she might be a suspect. She wondered how he knew everything so fast. He threatened to expose her. She grabbed him and demanded a reason for his change, asking if he had joined a cult. He replied that if his family were still there, he would never have become like this. She killed him instantly. Beauty and another person witnessed the scene and rushed toward her. She killed them too because they were witnesses. She concluded her explanation with the whole truth he wanted. Our guy smirked and judged her actions as disgusting. She took it as a compliment, tossed her cigarette, and accepted that she was a disgusting human being. But she demanded the right to die as a hunter of magic beasts. Baphomet raised his weapon. She thanked him and placed her hand on her chest, awakening her power. Her form transformed as the aura exploded outward. Delighted with her strength, she was eager for an S-rank opponent. She hoped he wouldn't hold back. He found her interesting and lunged forward, ready for their final clash. Inside the collapsing structure, scattered shadows moved, as clusters of small monsters crawled toward the center. One creature held a severed arm above its head like a trophy. The gesture ended instantly as a giant fused monster crushed it. The fused monster burst apart into our guy's transformed body. His roar echoed through the shattered walls as he tore through the crowd, blood splattering across the room, while the floor shook under the weight of his slaughter through the hazy smoke. No drifted into a childhood memory. An ancient voice admired the beauty of the colony's night sky, even inside the strange realm she created, wondering if Baphomet had ever shared that view. Baphomet lunged at her with powerful force. His expression seemed to ask if this moment was appropriate for sentimentality. He rose with his weapon, aimed to kill, and unleashed a heavy slash. She dodged the blow as a wall of tiny creatures formed around her, and absorbed the impact with a thunderous explosion. Mid-movement, she admitted that her sister once insisted she was too soft to be a hunter. She stepped forward without hesitation. Disbelief flickered on Baphomet's face, impressed by the talent she tried to dismiss. He bounced between the walls to close the distance in seconds, then launched an attack at her. She brushed it aside and countered with a punch to his face during the engagement. He sliced off one of her horns. He lunged at her again with greater force, and their impact created an explosion, carving deep gashes into her arms. He charged once more, and her attempt to block only left her with another gash. A ruthless slash tore across her chest, followed by another across her face. His blades swept from every direction, until she staggered back and fell to the ground. He landed before her collapsed form, and leaped again with weapon raised high for the final strike. Mid-air, he noticed a change. A massive fused creature formed between them, summoned as her final barrier. He swung a wide slash toward it. A hand burst from within the creature, catching his blade with a shock that shook the entire room. The creature twisted unnaturally, before standing straight, its mouth agape with overlapping layers of teeth, and it lunged at Baphomet. He responded with a slash that tore open its back. Then he rushed in with a storm of strikes, but each wound healed as fast as he inflicted it. He decapitated it, then hacked its body into pieces. Both pieces regenerated after every strike. He attacked deeper and unleashed another blow. Just as it manifested before him, the fused creature appeared above his head, with mouth wide open and teeth bared downward. Baphomet raised his hand and blew it away with a concentrated blast of energy, cracking both the ground and the ceiling simultaneously as he leaped and slashed through the air. With multiple rapid strikes, targeting its body in succession, he spun back toward No and launched another attack. She confronted him with her own counterattack. While the creature wrapped around to protect her, Baphomet shifted positions and appeared behind her, locking his gaze onto her weakening form. She looked into his eyes one last time. His next slash swept through both of her arms, creating a shockwave that spread across the room as they fell. She admitted through weak breaths that victory had never belonged to her. Baphomet prepared to end everything. She released every remaining fragment of power, and he responded with a surge of his own energy. Their forces collided in a massive explosion of electric light, sending feathers flying everywhere across the dark sky. As the dust cleared, Baphomet stood among the floating feathers with a glowing red aura radiating from him and giant wings spread wide. He faced the creature, which looked like a giant branch linked to its demonic form. He raised his weapon and lunged toward it, with total killing intent. Outside the collapsing area, Mr. Ma and Echidna watched the sky change. Mr. Ma sensed the battle reaching its turning point, and Vakizi held her ground in this chaos, focusing on the exploding light where the two powers collided. Inside the ruins, Baphomet and the armless creature stood opposite each other. No turned her back to him. He closed the distance in one swift motion and drew a sharp arc across her neck. Memories flashed in his head of her younger self, with identical wounds, smiling quietly, as if accepting a fate decided long ago. Above them, the moon shone with perfect clarity, casting a gentle light over the final scene. The interrogation began without delay. The official demanded identification, and Baphomet answered. Grizzy answered the next request, stating his rank and that he entered the colony because Captain Seong Unma had approved it. The records showed a discrepancy when Echidna's case came up. The system had no trace of her invitation. The official questioned her, and Echidna became annoyed, reminding them she had explained to Ma that she sneaked in through a secret path she once used to escape. She demanded to know how much longer they intended to detain her, as she had urgent work waiting. Attention shifted to Vakizi, and they mentioned her role as an advisor, asking if she sensed any unusual behavior among the A-rank advisors. A laugh escaped her before she replied. Attention quickly turned to Ma. They ordered him to recount every incident inside the colony, especially the one involving No. Ma reminded them his full report covered everything. They admitted to reading it, but insisted there were still gaps. The report noted No's elimination, but the autopsy excluded Ma as the killer. Ma pointed out he had also recorded that the killer remained unidentified. The official insisted that only Ma Vakizi and Echidna had enough power to eliminate someone of No's level. But none of their traces matched the wounds. Surely someone else was there. Ma agreed with the conclusion, but said he had no answers. The official lost patience and ordered him to find the truth. Ma repeated that he didn't know and asked what they expected him to make up. He reminded Mr. Song that superiors sent him there under direct orders, and everyone in the system understood how those orders worked. Song tried to calm the room, explaining the interrogation was just procedure. Ma retorted that Song had raised the tension first by yelling at him. Ma then explained that the defense program had activated and sealed everyone inside the colony. Echidna cut in to answer the previous question. She had taken a detour and used an old drainage tunnel that even the colony management had overlooked. That very tunnel allowed them to escape, and strangely, the defense system never reached it near the tunnel exit. A blindfolded hunter met Echidna and asked about her success and the current situation. Echidna apologized and promised to pay handsomely later. She also revealed that this hidden tunnel was once a secret route used to deliver drugs to the hunter Hebe inside the central agency. Regarding hunter affairs, a detained hunter insisted he never knew those items were drugs. He explained that someone just gave him the packages to deliver and offered to share everything he knew. Officials checked his clothes and features for clues. Another official arrived with fingerprint results. The suspect was a D-rank hunter. Ma concluded that this man had too little influence to organize such operations and might be telling the truth about being just a courier. The case became more tangled. He had met Hebe years ago, but they never met again until Hebe joined the colony. No's motive was settled, but Hebe remained an enigma. Ma considered the idea that an A-rank hunter wouldn't transport drugs for financial needs. According to Baphomet's testimony, Hebe harbored a deep resentment toward civilians. Ma wondered if Hebe's monstrous actions stemmed from devotion to that resentment. Recovering the drugs was one mission, but rehabilitating every affected hunter became a crisis. Rows of hospital beds filled the room. As Ma observed, the colony hunters were suffering from a severe mental breakdown. Lucy Ann pointed at a parasite sample and explained the devastation behind the symptoms. These parasites drain the host's life force and destroy their minds. S-rank hunter Agatha uses these insects as her ability. Insect control is typically used to manipulate beasts or apply debuffs, but Agatha's technical twist turned it into something repulsive. Ma asked about the treatment. Julian explained that the parasites damage everything, including the brain. Healing may depend solely on natural regeneration. She added they were lucky as the victims only suffered mental breakdowns because weaker hunters would have ended up in a vegetative state or dead. Our boy asked why he and Grizzy were unaffected. Josie Ann explained that parasites need time to take root inside a host, so both still needed an enema to remove any potential eggs. He reacted with disbelief. Julian clarified that these insects prefer the large intestine and might have left eggs there. She took out 3 prepared kits and instructed them to complete the procedure today. Ma froze upon learning the third kit was for him. He asked what she meant, and she reminded him that he had strangled Agatha, which counts as direct contact. He argued that only A-rankers were at risk. She explained that Agatha also tried to parasitize S-rank hunters, the proof being the 2 dead S-rank hunters behind them. Vakizi suddenly collapsed. Echidna caught her and pulled her toward the exit. Baphomet watched in confusion as Echidna said she would see him again. Someone suggested Vakizi had a mental breakdown, but Echidna explained that Vakizi had simply released everything and felt exhausted. In truth, Vakizi's mind couldn't bear all she had witnessed. Josian clapped loudly and ordered everyone to stop wasting time. She instructed them to step forward for a health check. After finishing his own checkup, Ma gave water to Yun Xian. She reminded him about the enema. He promised to finish it today and apologized for the chaos. He asked about the hospital arrangements. Yun Xian explained she had contacted a temporary doctor and would charge the Central Bureau. Her guild members had suffered, so she intended to help, especially after past issues with the government. Ma took the blame upon himself. She partially agreed and directed him to his next task, interrogating Agatha and finding a way to restore the A-rank hunters. Agatha sat bound, observing the young supervisor before her. He explained that she could not activate her abilities inside this room. An explosive collar was placed around her neck and laser weapons were aimed at her. She had heard these warnings before. The interrogation began immediately. Agatha asked if he had just gone through a breakup, leaving him staring blankly. Later, Ma checked the progress. Tae Rang confirmed the interrogation was ongoing. He asked if the investigation into Hebe had uncovered anything. Ma explained the situation was still too vague and complex. He had assigned Tae Rang to investigate the D-rank hunter and all related parts of the case. The supervisor mentioned the mule incident and remarked that if Ma devoted himself to the mission, he should do the same regarding No's death and reveal the killer. Ma repeated that he truly didn't know and asked what they believed he was hiding. The supervisor in Agatha's room suddenly burst into tears, apologizing while running away. Ma and the remaining supervisor became anxious. This was the 4th time the interrogation had failed. Agatha's appearance deceives everyone. Her voice shatters one's composure the moment she speaks. Ma decided to face her himself. Agatha beamed as he entered and said she had hoped to see him again. He commented that he didn't know he was her type. She explained that she simply could never forget the pressure of his hand tightening around her neck. He asked if that excitement was considered one of her comforts, and wondered if it shared that same trait. Agatha explained that her sister was very fragile, a fact he should have understood upon meeting her. Ma informed her of No's death. Shock washed over Agatha. She took in the information and remarked that the moment had finally come. Ma asked if she felt anything. Agatha insisted she did, and asked if tears were needed to prove her pain. She had anticipated this outcome since the gate shock 10 years ago. No survived only because of the colony, and so did she. Agatha then asked if Ma understood the feeling of receiving looks of disgust from the people you protect. The signs forbidding hunters, the cold stares and betrayal sowed a violent urge in Ma's heart. He concluded that this was why she controlled the A-rank hunters, turning them into puppets. Agatha smiled and asked if the 7 dead S-rank hunters would want to be betrayed by him. Her research showed they were once his close comrades. She wondered what they would do if they returned. She declared that if she were in their position, she would hunt him down. Ma ordered the use of truth serum. He instructed the staff to prepare for her transfer, and promised that she would spend her life in solitary confinement where no one would have to endure her voice again. Agatha mocked him one last time, asking if she had poked his sore spot. The officials concluded the interrogation, extracted everything they could, and put her on a transport bus. The doors closed and the vehicle left. Ma's phone rang. Yun Xian informed him that she had discovered a way to quickly revive the A-rank hunters. Elsewhere, Grizzy and Baphomet sat together in awkward silence. They thought about the possibility of meeting again and noticed Ma's absence. One was about to ask about Ma's whereabouts when a sudden noise made someone tremble. He vanished instantly, leaving only a card behind. Grizzy picked it up and examined it. In another office, a staff member prepared the files Ma requested for the daytime hunters. She confirmed they were finished. The subordinate asked her to include everything, even small details, for the investigation. She continued until she froze, realizing the photo had changed. Previously, it looked normal, but the system now recorded that this person died in a dungeon 2 years ago. Elsewhere, a hunter scratched his head, thanking someone and promising not to forget Hebe's sacrifice. A mark emerged under his skin, the same mark Hebe had placed on Baphomet. His expression turned fanatical as he declared that the weak deserved to die. An explosion occurred inside the building. Ma repeatedly thought back to Agatha's question about the 7 S-rank hunters who once fought alongside him. Her threat that they would hunt him if they returned weighed heavily on his mind. He formulated his own answer. He believed if his death brought them back, they could come find him whenever they wanted. His phone rang, interrupting the stream of memories. Tae Rang's urgent voice reported that the D-rank hunter was not D-rank at all. He was in disguise and was actually a terrorist. The news reached Ma immediately in the restroom. Baphomet felt the building shake. Water stains spread along the exterior walls. The disguised terrorist stood over unconscious workers and admired the destruction. When he turned around, Baphomet stepped out and questioned him about the slumped bureau employees in uniform. The terrorist recognized him as one of the hunters who escaped the colony. He mocked Baphomet's recklessness in confronting him here and prepared something special for an A-rank hunter. His form transformed into Javan and he lunged forward. Baphomet spotted the crow mask and grew furious. He dashed forward, sliced off the terrorist's arm, and tossed it aside. He made it clear that he could not tolerate anyone wearing that face in front of him. A powerful tremor shook the building. Staff ran toward the source of the tremor. Grizzy stood frozen. Ma appeared and demanded a status update. Grizzy tried to explain the disturbance, so Ma urged him to evacuate. He asked where Baphomet had gone, as Grizzy was supposed to be with him. Grizzy mentioned a symbol drawn on a note. Ma asked about the symbol. Grizzy explained the note wasn't his. Ma snatched it before he could finish speaking and left, leaving Grizzy confused about where the note came from. Inside, blood flowed from the terrorist's severed arm. He complained that Baphomet must really hate that face. Baphomet corrected him with another strike and discarded the arm without hesitation. The terrorist shed the Javan disguise and attacked with a quick kick. Baphomet dodged and landed a punch to his stomach. A female disguise appeared next. Baphomet asked what gender he was fighting after all. The terrorist mocked his pickiness and lunged again. Another layer of disguise vanished. The terrorist raised his hand and fired a beam of light. Smoke erupted throughout the room. Believing he had succeeded, he grinned, until Baphomet rose above the smoke, grabbed him and slammed him against the wall. Blood splattered onto the concrete. Baphomet asked what the next form would be. The terrorist revealed his true body. Baphomet questioned the new appearance. The terrorist acknowledged his strength and shouted the name Baphomet. Ma called Baphomet and informed him that he had finished his part. Ma instructed him to stop the terrorist. Baphomet turned around. The terrorist, now wearing Baphomet's appearance, declared he only needed someone to look at him. He bit into the paper with the symbol and tore it. Later, team staff lingered around the scene while Baphomet finished several sketches. Julian studied them, praised his skills, and asked if he had learned elsewhere. He explained life in the tower left nothing to do but fight and practice things like this. Ma ordered Tae Dong to compare the sketches with hunter records. Baphomet explained the search might be futile. Junseon asked why. He told them the terrorist's body felt wrong, like the clothes didn't belong to him, and the real host surely existed elsewhere. He also recalled the terrorist shouted his code name at the last minute. Ma agreed the terrorist wouldn't give up his original body so easily. He asked Junseon to examine the corpse. She objected and accused him of pushing his work onto her. Ma added a polite request just before a sound interrupted them. Baphomet called Ma back. He explained the item he was carrying earlier had disappeared. Ma pulled out the symbol he found and asked if this was what he was looking for. Baphomet recognized it and admitted he must have dropped it. Ma told him to follow because he needed to show him something important. Ma led him through the building while recounting events from 8 years ago. Back then, he viewed his abilities as a tool for a living and kept his distance. Everything changed when he met a group of people who taught him how to understand emotions, read others, and live again. He had wandered without memories, and they guided him. However, he killed them because of those behind that symbol. He took Baphomet into a storage room with a photo displayed inside. Baphomet recognized the face but couldn't identify it clearly. He asked where they were. Ma explained it was an archive of records from conquered towers, honoring fallen hunters by preserving their belongings. Ma reminded him of the long hallway with doors. Each door contained the history of a different tower. Baphomet asked which tower this archive belonged to. He looked back at the photo and recognized Javan. Ma confirmed it belonged to the Abyss Tower. Baphomet reacted with shock. Ma explained the reputation of the Abyss Tower, a tower that swallowed more lives than any other, and the place Javan conquered with his own life. Javan's body was never found. Though his funeral was only a formality, he left nothing behind and this archive remained empty. Ma even suspected someone had stolen Javan's body. Baphomet asked how the Abyss Tower related to their situation. Ma explained why he joined the government. He needed access to special hunter criminal cases and government work allowed that. He handled every task they assigned, from investigating underground activities to missions for spies. Eventually, he was promoted and became the leader of Jog, a guild formed to eliminate criminal hunters. Work in the tower never involved his role until the Abyss Tower appeared. Unlike regular towers open to everyone, this tower only accepted hunters with specific conditions. Those who qualified felt chosen. They felt proud. They didn't know they were walking into a slaughterhouse. Baphomet asked what he meant. Ma revealed that every hunter who entered that tower was being investigated by Jog. The truth dealt a heavy blow to Baphomet. Ma concluded with the final point: every hunter recorded in this archive was a criminal, and every hunter Baphomet killed in the Abyss Tower was dying. Not only that, his shock deepened when Ma revealed that the World Alliance had discovered the true purpose behind the creation of the gates and the existence of magic beasts. But what truly stunned him was the revelation from Ma that the physical structure of both humans and magic beasts is identical except for their hearts. Ma added that this information was not suitable for public release for obvious reasons. However, he also made him realize how similar humans and magic beasts truly are. Unlike magic beasts who kill by instinct, hunters have the choice to commit crimes, which is why he had hunted such criminals down. But Baphomet in the Abyss Tower had unknowingly done the same thing. Baphomet was startled to realize Ma knew his identity. Ma confirmed it, explaining that Finney had revealed it to him. Then Ma's conversation shifted to the spirit. The system person had also told him that Baphomet was the one who fulfilled his wishes. Now reflecting on her words and monitoring this guy, he concluded that their meeting and Baphomet being given clues about the criminal organization he was pursuing could not be a coincidence. Ma then seriously revealed that his goal was to wipe out that organization, and for this purpose he was willing to do anything, even handing over his soul to Baphomet and letting him run wild. At that moment, Baphomet received a quest asking him to find clues related to the badge markings on the paper. Ma's status also shifted from cautious to friendly toward the guy. Finally, Ma declared that he was the clue to finding those criminals. On the other hand, Ma had spent years searching for them but found nothing. However, Baphomet was more worried about whether Ma would reveal his magic beast identity. Ma didn't care about that because he categorized hunters and magic beasts as the same kind. Baphomet then wondered aloud about Finney's criminal record, since Finney had also entered the Abyss Tower. Ma reassured him that he had checked his background and the man was clean, proven by his safe return from the tower. But Fomet wondered if Gia had orchestrated Finney's involvement in all this. He dropped the subject as his curiosity shifted to Javan. Ma admitted he knew Javan was a criminal, but didn't know how to deal with him. There was no pattern in Javan's murders as he killed both civilians and fellow hunters alike. When Ma mentioned Javan massacring his aunt's family, Baphomet suddenly experienced a flashback of Javan carrying out the massacre. That memory gave him a severe headache. Baphomet now understood why Grizzy hated his brother. Ma was also shocked to learn. Grizzy knew about his brother's crimes. Regardless, Ma continued discussing Javan's killing spree, which had no pattern or motive they could decipher. When looking at Javan, he saw only a lonely human and nothing more. This led him to conclude that Javan must be acting under orders. This reminded Baphomet of Javan's words that he acted according to quests. Ma was confused by the word quest, but Baphomet let it slide since they needed to find the next course of action. Ma handed the matter back to Baphomet since Baphomet had found the paper. Baphomet also knew nothing since Hebe had used it. Ma pondered the strange connection between Hebe and the mysterious hunter who raided the Central Bureau. That hunter claimed he came to see Ma. Baphomet wondered if there was another reason behind the raid they didn't know yet. Ma also considered this possibility. However, one thing he concluded was that criminal hunters hate civilians because civilians are their primary targets. Not to mention they are organized and actively seeking hunters who sympathize with their ideals. Suddenly, Ma sensed something and rushed outside to see what was happening. Since communication was prohibited in this room, on the way out, Ma finally understood that the hunter who raided the bureau was only to draw attention. Our guy was still confused, but Ma finally revealed that they were targeting Agatha. Agatha, the hunter mentioned, had been captured by the organization because she also hated normal people. Her tendencies and abilities made her valuable to them. Someone tried to touch her, but even with her body bound, she pushed them away. A moment later, she opened her eyes upon hearing someone apologize for the rough handling. Agatha saw two hooded figures before her and demanded to know their identities. One of them replied that they were those who despised useless civilians, those who were completely worthless. Their motive was to eliminate them all. He wanted her to join their cause while revealing a badge identical to the one Baphomet was looking for. The moment she saw the badge, her expression turned wicked as she became excited and ready to begin the slaughter. Meanwhile, on our guy's side, Ma was preparing to handle the situation and leave him behind. Baphomet wondered aloud whether he truly trusted himself. After all, he was a magic beast who could go berserk at any time. Ma already knew this, so he had taken precautions in advance. Finally, he revealed that even if those precautions couldn't stop Baphomet, he himself would stop him, because he knew Baphomet wanted to fight him. Without waiting for an answer, Ma smiled slightly and was about to leave when Vakizi stopped him. Vakizi was drowning in regret for killing Nen and wanted to be arrested for her crime. Ma understood she did what was necessary at the time, but she still insisted that using the skill, Cursed Winter Touch, a skill requiring sacrifice from the user, had turned her into a murderer. Because Nen's life was the price to be paid, Baphomet looked at her condition and comforted her in his own way. Clearly, Nen knew what she was trying to do when fighting her. Her moping could make Nen's death meaningless. Vakizi initially protested the accusations, then gradually fell silent. She reflected on her regret, wondering if perhaps Nen was right to want to maintain the colony. If so, her actions might have killed a better future. Ma also agreed that the colony had helped hunters improve their strength. To bolster her will, he mentioned a recent incident where an old woman wanted to visit the colony because it was once her hometown, but she couldn't because of the towers. Recalling this, he reassured Vakizi that as hunters, their top priority was protecting civilians. By destroying the colony, she had actually brought hope to people like that old woman. Hearing this, Vakizi began to sob, which quickly turned into wailing. Ma slyly handed Vakizi over to Baphomet's care. Baphomet looked at her uncomfortably and forced her to stop crying, only for her to cry even louder. Our poor guy didn't know what to do with this crying girl. Meanwhile, Ma was investigating the case where 3 people died and 1 survived while they continued trying to trace Agatha. His companion Bob had heard from colony staff that Baphomet killed Captain No. Ma tried to play dumb, but Bob guessed that Ma was covering for Baphomet. However, Bob was confused about how Baphomet, an A-rank hunter, could kill No, who was S-rank. To avoid further questions, Ma just left despite Bob's protests. On the way out, he muttered about how persistent Bob was. He finally found Grizzy waiting for him and apologized for making him wait. Grizzy had also just arrived, so they moved to a secluded place to talk. Ma ordered cocoa for Grizzy because he was still a student. Grizzy was more interested in knowing Ma's purpose for summoning him here. Without beating around the bush, Ma told him he wanted him to keep quiet about the incident at the colony. Grizzy agreed. However, he suspected that wasn't the only reason Ma called him. Ma confirmed this. While expressing his interest in talented hunters like Grizzy, he told Grizzy to contact him anytime if he needed anything. However, Grizzy still suspected a trap. To clear Ma's confusion, he revealed he knew Baphomet was the real reason Ma suggested the colony. He added he was confident in his skills and believed he could reach S rank even without the constant battles at the colony. Now he realized Ma wanted him to face Baphomet. Ma continued to act confused by Grizzy's accusations. Grizzy finally let it go, since he didn't fully know Ma's true intentions anyway, but he still thanked him for suggesting the colony, because he learned a lot there. Having said that, he left. The moment Grizzy walked away, Ma actually started to sweat. Grizzy was extremely sharp. Especially for a high school student, Ma wondered if it was a kind of hunter instinct. Either way, Ma's intention was clear. He knew Baphomet was getting stronger, so he wanted Grizzy, prepared to fight him if things turned sour. In other words, Grizzy was his insurance, and he wanted him to be stronger, even stronger than Javan himself. Meanwhile, our guy was staring at the screen with an annoyed look. He didn't understand Gia's intention in wanting him to develop feelings for humans. Up until now, he had only killed criminals during his time in the tower. He wondered what Gia's real purpose was for using him. Anyway, the screen displayed people he knew or had some connection to. Even Bob's face appeared when he clicked on his photo. He received a list of information he already knew. However, Bob's status toward him was marked as cautious. This really annoyed him. There was even an option to view more detailed information. He realized this screen would display information about the people he knew. His eyes caught Zipper's face, and all he wanted was to click on her photo. He became too restless to do it before he could click her photo. He heard the doorbell and opened it. He saw Echidna and Vakizi standing there. He was already annoyed just seeing them. Vakizi explained they were here for work before he could ask what kind of work. Binzy Bob appeared saying he was hungry. He wanted to get food from the neighbors but stopped when he recognized Echidna. She also greeted him, and then they both sat down inside his house. Echidna formally introduced herself and asked them to call her by her nickname since she was here for work. However, our guy was more curious about her relationship with his foster brother. She explained that a few weeks ago she was on her way somewhere and talking on the phone. While chasing a male hunter who refused to join their guild because it was full of scary women, she had been worried about her guild's reputation. She regretted not going to the colony herself but sending Vakizi there to recruit members instead. She wondered if she should recruit talented rookies instead of active hunters. The conversation distracted her, and she didn't notice when her driver entered a strange road toward the slums. Meanwhile, Binzy Bob was on his way home. His classmate Hayon wanted him to play with her. She even tried to lure him with her mother's cooking, but Binzy Bob wanted to go to the neighborhood barbecue, so he used a flying jump to escape from her. The girl tried to imitate him but almost fell, panicking. He used wind magic to save her. The girl already had a crush on him. Meanwhile, Echidna was delighted to discover a gem like Binzy Bob. She wanted to recruit him and asked about his parents. Binzy Bob told her about Baphomet, who was currently at the colony. As soon as she learned Baphomet was his brother and was at the colony, she immediately realized why Vakizi insisted on going there. Now that she had finished explaining, Baphomet was unhappy with Binzy Bob using magic in public. However, Echidna got straight to the point that she wanted to sponsor Binzy Bob into the hunter training school. She explained that the age limit had been lifted by the government after the gate shock 10 years ago. This school specializes in training hunters. She enrolls children from a young age. She offered to fully sponsor him, on the condition that Binzy Bob would join her guild after becoming a hunter. She exclaimed that Binzy Bob had the potential to become a great mage. His father was actually a great mage, but Echidna didn't need to know that. Baphomet was not very impressed with her offer, assuming the compensation for Binzy Bob's service was insufficient. He reminded her of the incident where she tried to extort millions from him for pulling a few strands of blonde hair. Echidna immediately realized he still held a grudge. Baphomet now had the upper hand over her and refused to allow her to register Binzy Bob under his guardianship. Echidna had anticipated this, so she raised the price to a lifetime premium membership card at a luxury resort, a lifetime VIP card for an airline and 5-star hotels, and a penthouse overlooking the Han River. She added that there were many other perks she hadn't mentioned. Baphomet understood that she was offering substantial compensation. Then his thoughts turned to Binzy Bob's previous complaint about wanting perks to live like a human. After consideration, he finally accepted Echidna's offer. Binzy Bob was stunned because he hadn't expected this. Baphomet added that Binzy Bob should enjoy the perks she gave because he had earned enough money from tower raids. Hearing that, Binzy Bob's face lit up and he vowed to obey him as his younger brother. With that, his status changed to trustworthy. Then Vakizi appreciated Baphomet's decision for Binzy Bob. She remarked that once a hunter awakens, they cannot live a normal life, so it was the right choice for him. Suddenly, she reminded him of their previous promise, something Baphomet had likely forgotten. She finally reminded him that they had agreed to go on a date. The scene shifts to when Ma pushed the crying Vakizi toward him. To cheer her up, he dumped a pile of chocolate and snacks in front of her. She was surprised by this treasure, but he explained that he heard eating sweets can improve one's mood. She was truly moved by his gesture, however. She cried even more because she wasn't a child who could be coaxed with snacks. Taking advantage of the situation, she suggested he go on a date with her to help improve her mood. Back to the present at noon when they agreed to meet. He waited for Vakizi, but she was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, everyone spotted her figure appearing as she looked around for our guy. She apologized for being late, saying she was busy with some work. In reality, she was busy thinking about what to wear to impress him to make up for being late. She insisted on paying for the meal, and he agreed, obviously. She had booked a table at a famous hotel with a 5-star chef serving, but he pointed to an ordinary restaurant where he wanted to eat. Then they sat in the restaurant and started eating most of the time. Vakizi just watched him instead of eating her portion. She noticed he liked eating meat. Then she was confused to see him order 4 more portions. After lunch, she received a bill for $1,250,001, which proved how much our guy eats. So Baphomet decided to end the day because he thought all people do on a date is eat. She was shocked to hear this and thought he must be teasing her. Instead, our guy was completely serious. When she asked further and learned he had never dated or been in a relationship, she was completely baffled and couldn't believe it. Her imagination ran wild, picturing our hero as a nerd who ended up becoming quite handsome. She screamed with joy upon realizing she would be his first in every way, including the chance to be his first girlfriend. Our guy was completely clueless as he watched her get excited by herself. When he finally called her, she turned and corrected him, telling him to call her Julie, her real name, while she also called him by his real name because right now they were on a date, not a hunting mission. Afterward, they went to the aquarium first. Then they went to the shooting range. Vakizi fired a shot first and then gave him a turn. This time his expression became truly excited as he hit the target perfectly. However, when they finished, the staff informed them that their policy did not allow giving prizes to hunters. Not wanting to disappoint them, they gave the couple keychains instead, white for Vakizi and black for Baphomet. Outside, they saw a little girl crying. Vakizi helped her find her mother, bought ice cream for the girl, and even gave her the couple's keychain afterward. They decided to have dinner before ending the day. They discussed the menu. Baphomet still wanted to eat meat, and Vakizi decided to choose the menu herself, and he agreed. Meanwhile, a few people pointed at her. They approached her assuming she might know English and could help them, based on her brother's appearance. But she apologized to them and said she couldn't speak English. Later, she showed Baphomet photos of her family along with her life story. Her biological mother died after giving birth to her. Therefore, her father, in extreme pain after losing his wife, moved to South Korea. Then he found love again and remarried. Now she has a mother and a younger sister living with her in the city while her parents live in the countryside. She expressed happiness with her life while sharing her goal as a hunter to protect the happiness of others. Looking at her serene expression, he shyly said that she looked better when smiling compared to when crying. A pink flush spread across her cheeks when she heard his compliment. Unaware of her feelings, he was more interested in dinner. Suddenly she turned and blurted out her feelings that she liked him. She asked him to be her boyfriend. Our naive boy, instead of answering, replied with a question. How does someone know when they like someone? Vakizi was completely confused emotionally at first because he didn't know basic things like dating and liking someone. After a moment of thought, she began to explain that when someone likes another, they start thinking about that person, wanting to know their opinion, and most importantly, that person's words touch their heart. She declared that she felt all these emotions for him. But then she stopped when she noticed his expression as if he had realized something. Later, while Zipper was in her room, she received another call from our guy. She was about to ask about his time at the settlement when he suddenly asked her out on a date. She assumed he must be drunk again like last time. But with a serious face, he emphasized that he wasn't drunk and truly wanted to date her. The next day, Zipper stood before our guy and he expressed his admiration for her skills as a hunter. That was the reason she agreed to date him, because she wanted to get to know him outside the tower. But she was completely caught off guard when their date landed him in the hospital. She was truly angry a moment later. Zipper waited for him in a restaurant. Arriving 10 minutes early for the appointment, she was extremely nervous, overthinking her makeup and the date with him. However, instead of admitting her feelings, she convinced herself that this date was simply an investment in the future, an investment in a powerful hunter like him. She waited patiently as time passed without him showing up. 25 minutes later, she overheard people talking about an accident at the intersection. By the 40th minute, her patience wore thin, and she was completely frustrated with him when she finally stood up. He finally appeared. She demanded to know where he had been and why he didn't answer the phone, but she froze when she saw his face. He explained that he fell and broke his phone in the process. This left her stunned because he was a top-tier hunter yet somehow managed to fall and break his phone like this. Then she asked him to go to the cinema where she had booked tickets for them, seemingly realizing that our guy had no plans for their date. Before they went further, he shyly gave her a flower. The gesture was so foreign coming from him that it left her dazed. Later they sat in the cinema. But because of her anxiety, she couldn't focus on the movie. She kept thinking about his gesture of giving her flowers and wondered if he was serious about this date. She glanced at him and saw he was sleeping. Her expression softened because this was exactly what she expected from him, but then she noticed blood trickling from his temple. Now in the present at the hospital, she knew he actually had 3 car accidents. Not to mention the 3rd time he crashed into a truck. He would have certainly died if he were a normal person. However, Baphomet was more interested in continuing their date. She hesitated and wanted him to rest. He, on the contrary, was more interested in confirming his feelings for her. Their conversation was interrupted by a very angry man who turned out to be Zipper's uncle. He heard her current location from his assistant, and as soon as he saw Baphomet, he assumed he must be her boyfriend. Later, when they sat down, it was clear her uncle had thoroughly prepared information about our guy. However, he declared that Baphomet's level was not enough to be her boyfriend. He even assumed she had stayed with Baphomet last night when she didn't return home. She tried to explain that she stayed at her hideout eventually, with an excuse and help from her assistant. He took Zipper away from the scene, now that she wasn't there. He offered our guy a sum of money to stay away from his niece. Even though this situation was such a cliché, Baphomet explained they weren't in a romantic relationship, but the uncle still insisted on his disapproval. Clearly, Baphomet's profession as a hunter made him unworthy in the uncle's eyes. He wanted Zipper to succeed him and own the hotel after his retirement, so he didn't want her involved in a hunter's dangerous life. He added that she would never have become a hunter if Zipper's mother hadn't died from the gate shock, but he still wanted her to follow a normal path instead of a hunter's path. Baphomet smirked and loudly declared that whether she wanted to be a hunter or not was Zipper's choice. As for money, he could easily earn that much after a few tower raids. He complacently prepared to continue the date with Zipper. However, her uncle gloomily declared that Baphomet would regret it. This made Baphomet freeze. Then the uncle shifted tactics by tempting our guy with the chance to taste the divine food of a head chef who only cooks 20 portions a day. So no matter how much money Baphomet had, he wouldn't be able to taste that food. But with the uncle's influence, he could be provided with that food for life. Our guy was completely convinced by this offer, but as soon as Zipper returned and heard it all, she scolded her uncle for bribing Baphomet with food. Then she tried to explain that there was nothing between them. When her uncle still didn't believe her, she emphasized that just by looking at our guy, she could tell she couldn't be attracted physically to him, which she considered a crucial factor in any relationship. But when she declared that she couldn't even imagine kissing him, Baphomet started laughing. Finally, he revealed that after the party celebrating the conquest of the Sanctuary Tower, she was completely drunk and kissed him for a moment. Total silence followed. Then, completely flustered, she claimed she remembered nothing of that incident. Our guy was angry at her claim, accusing her of being the culprit who kissed him but didn't remember her crime. He declared he would sue her for sexual harassment. Having said that, he left angrily. She followed him. He stopped. She was worried, asking if they could go see another movie, and even trying to lure him with dinner. But he refused both offers. After a moment of silence, he reassured her that he didn't actually intend to sue her. She softly apologized, and then silence fell between the two. As he hailed a taxi, she shyly asked if the reason he asked her out was because he thought she started liking him after that kiss. Her eyes widened when she saw his expression, giving her no answer. He stepped into the taxi and left, leaving her stunned. Later, Binzy Bob looked out from the floor-to-ceiling glass window, observing the view from his new penthouse. Now he understood the rewards humans receive after success and why they pursue them. His hearty laughter was interrupted by our guy, who clapped his hands to check if the lights turned on. Seeing his frustrated face, Pinocchio started saying that he was going to take his anger out on him just because he got dumped. Our guy's expression darkened even further. Pinocchio commented on how someone like him could love mediocre humans. He angrily denied it, insisting his feelings were just curiosity, but Binzy Bob didn't believe it. Suddenly our guy asked a question. How did he know he got dumped? Binzy Bob shamelessly revealed he had attached a magic beast to him, but he was too deep in love to notice his surroundings. Binzy Bob even knew about him getting hit by a car while debating whether to buy flowers for Zipper. He mocked him, saying he was turning into a human, which our guy protested weakly, ignoring his feelings. He warned Baphomet about getting involved with humans because one day he might return to his old self. Suddenly he asked now that Baphomet has told him. He immediately ordered him to get up, saying they would have a meal at the old lady's house. Baphomet couldn't believe they were going to the slums just to eat. Binzi Bob emphasized that they needed to eat at home. Baphomet was stunned because he thought Binzi Bob intended to live in the penthouse afterward. He was with Jun Xian, who was checking his arm. It was in better condition. However, she was curious about how he got hit by a car, which he didn't care to answer. She asked several other health-related questions after his return from the settlement, and he answered truthfully, finally putting those questions aside. She handed him a report left by Ma. She revealed it was a report analyzing a specimen from the body of Advisor Guang's deceased wife. She pointed out that he only needed to look at the last page. After seeing the results, he asked her to explain it. She shuddered as she revealed that the body was composed of multiple human bodies. She added that this necromancer is a magic-type hunter with psychotic tendencies. It was clear from how the specimen was created that there was no purpose other than entertainment. Baphomet wondered if that was the reason he felt disgusted by that creature. Jun Xian continued, explaining that Ma was also worried about this case. They knew about the missing hunters but hadn't found any clues about the culprit. He agreed that the one behind all this was extremely meticulous, leaving no trace. Jun Sun was now curious if he had made peace with Ma. He didn't say much because clearly his boss knew his true identity. Instead, he changed the subject to the incident where Ma killed his 7 teammates. She was stunned to find out he knew about this. He vaguely revealed that he had contributed to cleaning up some of the mess but left the details for Ma to explain. Jun Xian couldn't believe Ma would share such a thing with Baphomet. Her train of thought was interrupted by a child running away from an injection. Male nurse Jiang caught the child. She introduced him to our guy. Jiang greeted him with a cheerful smile. A nurse called Jun Xian and she left saying goodbye to our guy. Left alone with Jiang, he awkwardly prepared to leave when Jiang stepped into his personal space, commenting on his masculine beauty. He added that he must be very popular with women because of his handsome looks. Seeing the sparkle in Jiang's eyes, our friend was stunned. Jiang even added that he must be popular with guys too. Outside, he didn't understand the sparkling look in Jiang's eyes at all. He reflected on his words. At that moment, he recalled Vakizi's confession and tried to push the thought away, telling himself he didn't become human for romance. Then he recalled Binzi Bob's comment about him being in love. He told himself that humans are just toys. Zipper's image appeared in his head, specifically how she accused him of assuming she liked him after that kiss. Not to mention, right at that moment, 2 girls were gossiping about how, when they are nice to guys, the guys immediately assume they like them. Baphomet's aura darkened, eventually scaring the 2 girls away. A moment later, he saw a couple being affectionate with each other. He boldly barged between them. Not only that, he saw couples everywhere. Even the cats were in love. His mood worsened as he saw more and more couples. Finally, he decided to find a solution to lift his spirits. After looking around, he finally spotted a game cafe. He stretched his muscles because it had been too long since he spent time on his hobby. Then he stood before a gaming booth to start playing. Meanwhile, Z was discussing her issues with Z. Since Z knew both of them, she was the perfect person for Z to vent her frustrations to. She revealed her date with him. Liz also expressed that she wanted to keep in touch with him. Her story was interrupted when Z suddenly asked if she was completely uninterested in Baphomet. The question took her by surprise. Meanwhile, the guild leader of the Nebula Guild also entered the same cafe where our guy was playing. He noticed him and smirked. Our guy was playing a game and winning. It was good entertainment. But he was a bit disappointed because playing against the computer was too easy. At that moment, he received a call from Zipper. She asked why he didn't pick up her calls. He reminded her that his phone was broken. She was about to mention the accident, but he bluntly asked for the purpose of her call. She brought up the topic of how their date ended. At the same time, he received a challenge from Van Gogh. He was glad someone was challenging him. In the meantime, he told Zipper to forget about that incident, but she was not satisfied with his answer. He simply brushed it off, suggesting they discuss it over dinner. Excited, she decided to eat at her friend's restaurant. Before she could set the date for the next time, Baphomet suddenly hung up. Her call had distracted him, and now he had lost to his opponent. The challenger requested a rematch, and this time he immediately accepted. This time his opponent defeated him mercilessly. This made him extremely angry, and he quit the game. He decided to confront his opponent face to face. As soon as he saw the boy, he immediately recognized him as a hunter. Van Gogh confessed that he had also heard many things from his brother, especially about his temperament. He cheerfully introduced himself as Van Gogh, the guild leader of the Nebula Guild.